Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. Thank you, Ibiga, for the raid. Clap. Please clap. Clap. Today is VTuber Tuesday. I'm going to be messing around with VNyan. Gonna try and set up more throwable stuff. And props, things of that nature. Let me try and learn this. You know, I was trying to use some better TTV emotes, but they're not showing up. For some reason, my better TTV plugin, or I guess the 7TV plugin, it's just not working. I don't know what the deal is. I'm gonna have to figure that out too. Got a lot to figure out today. How you guys doing? Hope you're having a good Tuesday. I was watching the Vegas stream earlier, checking out the absolutely pathetic daily rap. Just actually took a screenshot and I was sharing it around when he's like, today was the worst supported Street Fighter stream ever, I think. I don't know, it was just bad. And he just does that pathetic little hound dog face with his uneven facial hair. Hey guys, where's the money? Why isn't anyone supporting Street Fighter? I guess people don't like Street Fighter anymore. There it is. Jesus Christ, could you look more pathetic? This is a guy who loves his life. This guy who's having fun, by the way, everyone. Why is it all stretched? For some reason. Yeah. When the Street Fighter tips don't hit. I was doing what you guys were doing. I was stopping and playing. Stop playing and put eye drops in my eyes. It's like you guys don't even care. Something's weird. It's like, there it is. Just had to reset the transform. But yeah, he's looking pathetic. Sad, lonely. Riven didn't do well, but apparently there's some dumb fucking idiot, dumbass cock who's like, DSP, you're not allowed to end a stream at under $50. I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna make sure you hit that arbitrary goal so you can put on your stupid gunner glasses and dress up like a 4-year-old. You're not allowed to not hit your dumb arbitrary goal that doubles the moment you hit it. So here you go, buddy. Keeping things going. We're all good. We're in this together, y'all. It's like, okay, dumbass. Sure. Got a lot to get caught up on, I think. We got Mighty D. Got saturated content. We got Rev reporting some news. Want to check this out to start us off. Since it is a VTuber Tuesday, I'm going to check out how to add props and throwables into a new favorite program, VNyan. Where is it? I just scrolled past it, of course. Of course I can't find it now. This one, here we go. What's up, Rev?
So welcome back to episode 1000 of Twitter users being angry over the most stupid things ever. This time we're focusing on the account, I believe it's pronounced Cheeton, the self-proclaimed Japanese crazy mascot. Now, if you've been on Twitter and in any way interact with a product from Japan, whether it's anime or manga, the targeted ads on Twitter have brought Cheeton to you, okay? This account uses the paid ad feature to promote their account all over the place. You might have seen ads like this where they're doing some zany, goofy stunts like this, doing stuff like this, falling around, right? They get a lot of attention because they're promoted everywhere. This one in particular has over 300,000 likes and over 100 million views. Cheeton is inevitable. It's all over the place. And some people find this stuff annoying because they're constantly seeing it. Personally, I find it refreshing because the ads on Twitter are insufferable. At least we have this whimsical nonsense going on here. At least I get a funny video instead of some weird scammy thing that you normally get with ads on Twitter. But there's a new development and it has a lot of people really upset. So recently, artists started making artwork based on this mascot. this might be the ground zero. This might be the first one posted by this artist here. But you can see they revealed that there might be more underneath the mascot, if you know what I mean. And this got a lot of attention. In fact, it would inspire other artists to make similar posts on Cheaton. This one right here would get a lot of attention, okay? It's good art, right? But look at the amount of interactions. Almost 300,000 likes, 13 million views. And of course, a lot of people are just like celebrating the absurdity of this situation and the fact that it's kind of a funny way to demonstrate what might be under the mascot, because this is such a relevant thing on Twitter with this whole Cheaton thing. But people got really mad about this. People are really mad about artwork being made based on this character, and it just shows that like people, they need real problems, okay? First world problem. If you're mad about Cheaton arts, I think you need to find some real issues. And honestly, I've seen interactions between the mascot account and artwork like this, and it seems positive. So they don't seem to have an issue with this, but Twitter users are speaking on their behalf, and really this whole situation is the most Twitter thing of all time.
Did they mess it up? This is like 2 minutes and 25 seconds. What happened? My apologies for the short video today. This is intended for my alt channel. The main video I intended to upload for today is getting auto-demonetized no matter what version I upload. And all the appeals I have sent in have been under reveal all day without a decision. Unfortunately, being demonetized not only affects revenue, but also the reach of the video. Hopefully this gets fixed soon. Sorry for the inconvenience. Wow. It really did end abruptly. Okay. Well, that was short. It's 2 minutes, 25 seconds. It's like, whoa, what happened? But that's it. Horrible news for HoloLive fans. Check this out. Oh, yeah,
Hey, what's up, guys? We're up here. So today we got some pretty big hot jar code.
Their talent manager, A-Chan, is moving on from the company. I only know her from Holo Parade. The person you encounter in order to add more people, add more characters to your Holo Parade.
But not of a VTuber, but one of their staff, A-Chan. Now, if you don't know how influential A-Chan is, just look at the number of likes on her graduation announcement. Over 200,000 likes in only a few hours. So in case you're not familiar with her because she's more associated with the Japanese side of the agency, she is a staff member. She is someone who's been around for a very, very long time. And if you haven't witnessed her contributions firsthand, if you've enjoyed anything about HoloLive over the past couple of years, you're enjoying the fruits of her labor. She is someone who is very, very well respected. She is an OG in the VTubing scene, and especially at HoloLive, where she is a founding member. And she is someone who's been with the company for 7 years. She is someone who even has a VTuber model. She has made cameos and appearances on various live streams and videos over the years. And she works a lot with the talents, very hard with the talents to make HoloLive what it is today. And she is infinitely respected by not only the talents, but also the HoloLive community
goat skull,
as a whole.
Goat Lucci does have a goat VTuber avatar. You can be the goats.
Now, a lot of people noticed that recently she has gone MIA. A couple months ago, she made this announcement talking about taking a 3-month break from her job and her duties because she had some family concerns, some family health concerns. And now a lot of people aren't too surprised when we saw the actual retirement announcement here from A-Chan, officially announcing that she'll be walking away from HoloLive after 7 years of service. And here is her statement translated to English. So let's read it real quick. It says this: "Hello, this is friend A. As you're aware, I've taken a step back from work over the past 3 months due to family health concerns, and I apologize for my long absence. And while it may be sudden, I have an announcement to make. I, friend A, will be leaving HoloLive production at the end of June because it seems highly unlikely that I'll be able to return to work as planned. I'm terribly sorry to make this announcement when a lot of you have been waiting for me, fully believing in my return. Over the past 7 years or so, I've gone from starting off supporting my best friend Sora's dream of becoming an idol to meeting and interacting with HoloLive production fans worldwide. Every step of this journey has been an incredibly valuable experience. It has been an absolute pleasure to get to know all of you through this new VTuber culture. I also managed to grow through this career, and I can say with confidence that these days have been extremely fulfilling, both personally and professionally, and for that I have nothing but gratitude. From now on, I will be cheering Hololive production on the sidelines as a fan, and I hope that it will become even more beloved across the world. Thank you for having me these past 7 years. To all the fans supporting me and the rest of Hololive production, thank you all so much. This has been Friend A. So that is the statement, and obviously a lot of people are talking about this. Like I said, infinite interactions with this, including a lot of VTubers, especially Hololive VTubers, who are giving their thanks to Achon here. You can see basically the entirety of the top replies under this post are all from members of Hololive, both on the Japanese side and the English side. But let's read a couple, beginning with Fubiki's statement here saying, "We've been through a lot together since we started in a really small agency, and I can almost say that I've become a comrade with Achon. We've had a lot of hard times, but we've also had a lot of fun. We talked about our dark past and went to hot springs together. I have fond memories. If Achon hadn't been there, Shirakami probably wouldn't be here right now. She was such a big presence. I wish Achon happiness in her future life." Here's a statement from the Fuamoko twins saying, "Thank you all. Thank you so much for everything, Achon. Hololive wouldn't be what it is now without you. It's hard to picture Hololive without you, but we'll do our best to become even stronger demon guard dogs because we know you'll be out there cheering us on. Bow, bow." And here's a statement from Bale saying, "It's hard to condense my thoughts into a post. I'm just so sad to see her go. From everything that you guys saw on stream to everything she did behind the scenes, she was just an amazing person inside and out. Thank you, Achon. I'm so proud and happy that I can call you my friend." And here's a statement from one of the newest Hololive members from the EN branch saying, "Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to get to know you, but I know that you have always been a legend." And that is one thing that a lot of people describe her as, and that is a legend. She is a legend, not just in Hololive, but in the VTubing world in general. And you know you're a big deal when the CEO of Cover Corp comes forward to share this message right here saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Friend A. I'm very grateful for your hard work as a bridge between the fans, talents, and staff. Thank you so much for all this time." And she has been an integral part of Hololive's growth over the years, and her impact on that agency and VTubing as a whole cannot be understated. And that's really where the news portion of this video is going to end. I have a few kind of channel related things I want to talk about real quick. So
I'm gonna learn how to add props and throwables to VNyan. I'm gonna learn a little bit more about this program, like how to add new models to be able to be thrown and as like props and stuff. So I'm downloading Unity now and the VNyan SDK. So today's gonna be all about learning how to use this program a little bit more. Because last week I made a whole bunch of different costumes, and I'm kind of exhausted the prepared costumes that I have for it.
You got your fill on the news. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. And of course, we're wishing Achon here the best. But now I'm going to move on to some other things here. I'm going to talk about my Twitch channel real quick. As a lot of you guys know, I am doing the Partner Plus Level 2 push, and that requires 300 sub points for 3 months in a row.
Yeah, okay. As you can see, I have my own goal as well. If you hit the subscriber goal or gifted sub goal, I'll be doing a 12-hour stream that is extendable, so it'll go longer for more subs that are added during the marathon. What we got here? AI song with King Cobra JFS worst meltdown as lyrics. Let's check this out.
It pisses me off. Like, okay, I spent several years being patriotic. Fuck the haters, and that's how it is, YouTube. Nah, stupid fucking lighter. Fuck you. Stupid fucking lighter. Hey, lighter, fuck you. Oh, you don't like being beat up. You don't like it. You don't like it. You don't fucking like it. Then maybe you shouldn't fucking go against the grain, stupid fuck. I'll beat you up, you piece of shit. God damn it! I broke my fucking cigarette. Fucking social media doesn't give a shit. Fuck you. Fuck you fucking touching me, you piece of fucking shit, you. And fuck this. And of course my drink has to spill. I lose my fucking temper over these stupid fucking assholes. And no one's gonna feel sorry for me, because it's just like you did it to yourself, dude. You had a fucking drink combo and you had to lose your fucking autistic temper. Spill it for yourself. Fucking bullshit. Get the fuck out of my way, stupid fucking hat. Stupid fucking piece of shit fucking hat. Fuck you, oh it's here. Fuck you, fuck you.
We are now officially demonetized. It's fine now. It's not about the ads.
Stay on the fucking desk, stay on the fucking desk, you piece of shit. Fuck you, I told you. How many times did I fucking tell you to stay on the fucking desk? Fucking stay on the desk, I told you 1,000 times. Fuck you, fuck you, you stupid fuck. You wanna fall off the desk to be cute, and no one asked you to be cute, you piece of shit.
Nobody
Fuck
asked
you.
you to be
I don't care
cute.
if I got a nasty fucking temper. Fuck you, stay the fuck in my hand, you piece of shit. I'll smoke you until you're dead. Fuck you, don't care if anyone cited me, I'm fucking miserable. I'm just making the best of every day. That's all you can do, YouTube. That's all I can do. I don't care if I got a nasty fucking temper. Fuck you. Stay the fuck in my hand, you piece of shit. I'll smoke you until you're dead. Fuck you. Don't care if anyone cited me, I'm fucking miserable. I'm just making the best of every day. That's all you can do, YouTube. That's all I can do.
Very nice. That is from Boglum Reacts. Our AI generated songs. Not bad most of the time. Ugh. Stupid cuck trying to explain his protection orders. Speaking of Boglum, keeping busy with King Cobra JFS Boglum Chronicles from 2 hours ago. Let's check this out. Hopefully he's not boring, because he's kind of fallen off lately with the whole trailer park saga. That's why we're going back in time. Meeting on this cigarette rant. Saturday, money well spent.
I got a drink combo here. I combined the prime cherry freeze with the mango peach body armor.
Whoa, what a
It is
madman.
A refreshing soft drink.
Damn.
But I got a package of goodies.
What the fuck
I
is
ordered
buying
like
Prime?
$200 worth
What
of
a-
tactical soap products.
What a
I
move.
tried using my coupon
schmuck.
code and it didn't work, but I was like, fuck it, I'll just pay full price. And I swear by
which
this product 'cause
influencer
it
is he
works, man? You know what I'm saying?
simping for? You know what I'm saying?
Cologne sticks, Maverick number 3.
Cologne booster.
God of War pheromone beard oil for making your beard nice and soft.
Yeah, you don't even date, so
The deodorant. I'm trying out their deodorant now.
you're not even like
And
on
of
the
course
prowl.
we got the body butter, which
yeah,
is great
sure,
for
get
after
cologne.
a shower. You wash your skin, or rub it over your skin after a shower. Makes your skin really
Oh, your
soft.
skin.
And then of course we got the soap. My personal favorites would be this
Trying
scent
to
right
find-
here, Bond
I'm
number
trying to learn
1.
Unity on the fly
Excellent
here.
Choice. Oh, it smells
Holy
amazing.
shit, $35
And
for
I
a
got
bar of
3 other
soap? Give me a
sets,
break.
3 more here too as well. And the Bond number 3, check that out.
Girl.
Nice.
I
There
used
we
my
go,
own
got the
coupon
deodorant
code and
open.
got 10 cents off of this tube, so it's money well spent.
Don't
Okay?
need this piece.
Hey, Dominic. This is what's up. That's what's up. This is what's up. $188 on fucking gimmick soap. Holy cow. Well, it's fine. He's got his discount code, so it was only $188.07 rather than 17 cents.
couple sweats in the old pits.
Like, you don't even go
Yeah, that smells just
outside,
like bar
so...
number 1. Check that out. Beautiful.
Classic.
What could Cobra be doing with all these little ingredients? Well, you're about to find out. See, I'm going to attempt to make some pinwheel sandwiches. It's a really popular hors d'oeuvre. And they're really easy to make from what I can gather. Once you get the batter mixed up for it, we'll get our tortilla shells out and start layering it.
Grease.
But I figured, let's give it the old Cobra try. And of course, we got some Bush Peach.
Of course.
Bush Peach is back in season, baby. Anyways, we got Philadelphia cream cheese. 2 containers of it. There's a cream cheese.
I also need to fix BTTV, because my emotes aren't showing up in my Twitch plugin. Which is troublesome, because I spend $5 a month on that shit. I have a ton of emotes that I can't spam in chat.
First one didn't come out so smoothly, but it is what it is.
Probably a browser cache I need to
Just
clear
most
out
of it
or
out
some
if you
dumb thing.
And this don't require any sort of cooking at all, really. You just make them, and then you roll them up in the plastic wrap and put them in the fridge. Then if you have company coming over, or if you're wanting an easy to make snack, just take them out of the fridge after a couple hours, and you slice them up into like little circles, you know, like sushi slices, kind of. Basically, same shape. So let's try if we can like get all of this plastic foil, whatever this is, off. Instead of trying to squeeze it out like a complete asshole. Yeah, let's try this again, folks. We got some fucking scissors. See, that's a bit cleaner, isn't it? I should have done that in the first place. It's all good, though. And we're gonna throw some garlic powder in there. Just a little bit of garlic powder. And then we're gonna throw in some onion. Just for a little bit of color, we're gonna add some cilantro.
There they are. That was bothering me because these are some really good emotes. Ugh, no.
Bacon bits.
We got the Dr. Disrespect emotes in here now. I'm gonna have to get rid of these,
Make it
aren't I?
rain, make it rain, bacon bits, bitch.
He's been cancelled.
Fuck off, get out of there. Get out of there. So like 2 containers of bacon bits. This, no.
What the
That would be nice for a filler.
Aren't these supposed to be like
some other
sandwiches?
ingredients. Some bacon up.
Yeah, we didn't have enough
This
bacon.
stuff is bacon grease in a jar. This is artery clogging good shit right here. So
Your boy's
put,
developing a pot belly.
about that much in there, you think?
No, Cobra, I don't think.
Yeah, a little bit more.
Yeah, a little bit more.
We don't need a whole lot of that stuff because we're gonna also add country crock to it for extra flavor.
Boo.
Country crock original going in. Yeah.
If Fanlade has any new
Dab
BTTV
that on
emotes I
there.
can scalp.
Another dab like that. Some mozzarella cheese.
God, if it was DSP, it'd be like mozzarella in a really terrible fake Italian accent just to try and make himself sound Italian when he isn't.
Sharp cheddar cheese.
Mozzarella.
That rustic cut's a bit thicker, so we don't need too much of that. We gotta mix it. All the cheese, the bacon bits, everything's gotta be mixed.
Ew. Oh.
I want all of these ingredients to clump together in one giant, like...
Let me add some of these emotes.
And I know what my fucking trolls are gonna text me on the burner numbers. Way to ruin Pinwheels, you fucking retard. And it's like, hey man, thanks for watching my cooking video, you dumb piece of shit.
Rent free.
Yeah, we need a little bit more cream cheese. I want all that bacon and that cream cheese to just stick together. Yeah, fuck off with it. There it goes. Pinwheels make for like a great party food. Just scoop all that in there. Whole fucking container. Let's go.
Banana. Can you see those emotes being added? Is that showing up on your chat?
You know, put a little bit of elbow grease in there. Becomes what I call a labor of love.
No. You can see in the chat above me.
Yeah,
here.
that's good batter. That's got a good, yeah, I'm liking the combination on that. That's nice. If I run out of batter, it is what it is. If I run out of tortilla before the batter,
It is what it
I got
is.
batter for later. So there you go. As long as it stays in the fucking
blast.
fridge, it'll be fine. So I'm hoping these will roll a
Bunch
lot
of
smoother than that mixing
Bochi
process
emotes.
went. Very carefully, check one out. We got our cutting board right here. Oh yes. Oh yes, 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 YouTube. A little dollop of our
Gross.
shit here and just spread it. It's not spreading very easily, but you know what? I digress. I don't give a fuck.
I
We're just gonna
digress.
take
That's not what.
little chunks of it and
not what that
push it down
means.
into the tortilla. Got some salami. It doesn't want to fucking come open. Oh wait, it's got to peel. Fuck off with it.
Hey, some frogs.
There we go, Yahtzee, we got it open. Gallo Salami Company. And then the honey ham is from Hillshire Farms, Go Meats. Get these fucking meats open.
We need the timer that tracks how long it takes for him to open this stuff. Because apparently everything is too complicated for a boglin.
They got it open. Kind of like, just take the ham and I'm gonna drape it like that, and maybe like a little bit more right in there. Again, you don't want to overstuff your pinwheels, and they become a pain in the ass to roll. So I just for a little bit of a healthy side of it, like I said.
Oh yeah, you want to be really
to
healthy
it.
after you add your Multiple
so I'm
scoops
gonna
of
throw in a
bacon
couple of
grease.
pickles in there. Pickle Rick!
God, you're corny.
I grab a butter knife. I want to take these little tomatoes and cut it in half. I got the pinwheel rolled up, but I put too much ingredients in there so you can see where the shell tore a little bit. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
So I'm gonna try to save this. Again,
Dude,
I've
shut
never
the
made
fuck up
pinwheels
with your
before,
stupid
so I think
fucking
next time I'll
cliches.
use less ingredients.
It is what it is. I
So I'm gonna
digress,
stick
you
this in the fridge for a couple hours while they get the cheese in there will solidify, and later on tonight I will unwrap it and try to cut it into slices. So yeah, I made a pretty massive pinwheel. Maybe in hindsight I probably should have used 2 burritos to make it, or shells, whatever, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
And that plastic wrap was being a pain in the ass to tear off, as typical plastic wrap is. So I had to use the scissors to fucking bloody cut it. Because that was nerve-wracking when it tore. I was like, son of a bitch. So I'm like, well, you know what?
Ew.
The cream cheese spread decently enough. If I would have just stuck to like half of the shell with the rest of the ingredients kind of thing, you know.
How do you have your mustache like
We're gonna
hang
see if we can
over
make a
the
giant
top of your
pinwheel
lip? Oh, it's
and
gotta be
cut.
so
And once-
annoying.
After like
That's the guy who wears the fucking
several
dog
hours
collar.
of just chilling out in the fridge, you take a knife and you unwrap the plastic wrap and you fucking chop it into sections.
Later that night.
What's up, YouTube? So we're going to show you how to play a really cool drinking game. We got some space on the old table here. Set the camera down. Now the camera is out of arm's length. I'm going to have to like reach to grab it.
He's
It's
got a
called lighter
tripod, by the
bowling.
way. But
Take a
he
lighter.
instead, he just sets his
You
phone
can
up
use as many
as best
lighters
he
as you
can.
want.
He's
and
too
set up a
stupid
bunch
to
of
learn how to use a
pins,
tripod.
if you will. And you take a coin and you want to spin it like that, but you want to spin it towards the lighter and knock it down. So before we crack open this beer, I'm going to have to knock the lighter down with the quarter by spinning it into the thing. Just like that.
You just threw the coin into the lighter.
And every time you knock down a lighter, you take a shot.
The way you do it is you put your finger on the top of the
straightforward.
coin and you flick the coin in order to make it spin. You don't just like
2 for 2.
you don't just put your fingers on each
But
side
now
of it
it's
and
gonna
just
be
like
across the table,
try and make
so
it
we got
spin that
some actual distance. Yeah, got a fresh beer. Our pins have been set.
Of course he doesn't know how to do
Play. It
anything.
does not require a whole lot of thinking, and that's what makes it fun. Is it's easy to play when you're hammered.
I'm gonna show you how to play a
Not
drinking
quite.
game, YouTubes. I'm gonna do it wrong though.
See, there we go. That's more of a challenge.
Man, he's falling off. Okay, how do you use this fucking Unity? The way the file structure in Unity works is so unintuitive.
So fucking bloody close to knocking those
So
lighters
bloody
down.
close,
It'll
mate.
ricochet off.
I'm British.
Yeah,
Trust
really,
me,
ricochet off the
tubes.
glass chess piece is kind of cheating, but
If I wasn't, I wouldn't be such an Aussie
Yeah.
fan, tubes. Okay, let me pause this so I can switch my audio devices and listen to this YouTube tutorial.
we got one,
Can you hear that?
and I got the other one. See, now that's how you play lighter bowling. I don't know, it's a kind of a mundane way to waste time and like bullshit, you know.
You know.
Now the pinwheels are in the fridge. I managed to roll 5 5 of them ready to be cut up, just in case the first one I fucked up on breaks. I had to add another container, like little
How old is
plastic
Cobra?
container
I don't know,
of
like mid-30s.
the cream cheese to mop up all the bits in the bowl so that none of it went to waste, and they're all sitting in there in the fridge. So tomorrow or the next day I'll take them out, unwrap one, and I'll slice it into pinwheel slices and see if it slaps.
Slaps.
If you get good at it enough,
Right.
maybe you can get it to strike. Oh, just like that. That was a sweet shot, folks. Steer, right?
You're disgusting.
Carbonation makes it hard to chug.
Bro, one more time. Nasty fuck.
Got a glass, some Reese's peanut butter cup ice cream.
I don't know, they're all just a bunch of fucking nasty pieces of shit sociopathic idiots. They get enjoyment out of grossing people out because it's the only way they know how to, I don't know, get reactions out of people. They can't like actually entertain people, make people laugh or smile. They're just all about getting reactions any way they can, which is all the worst ways. These are all fucking
3
dipshits.
shots of peanut butter screwball whiskey on top of our Reese's peanut butter cup ice cream. Some Chi-Chi's Mexican mudslide.
That's what makes them lolcows.
Local Mocha Monster.
Unity's so annoying sometimes.
The pinwheels are almost done. They gotta get like rock hard before you slice them, but not like too hard, you know. That way if you slice it, they don't fall apart. That's not bad. That's actually quite tasty.
I don't know, it looks bad. Later that night.
In a world where King Cobra JFS makes pinwheels.
Never made pinwheels. So these probably aren't gonna be the prettiest when I cut them, but that's just alright.
It's just a shitty looking burrito that he's cutting. Unable to create project. Cool, that really helps me out. That tells me so much.
Pretty when I cut them out. The concept
Just
is
figure it out,
definitely
stupid.
there, but my first time making pinwheels, and I repeated all the steps with all 5 rolls when I made these pinwheels, and not gonna lie, it was starting to run low on the cream cheese, and there was a lot of bacon bits left, so I ended up adding another container of that Philadelphia cream cheese. Not the prettiest attempt at making it, but I digress.
I digress.
If you're gonna cut pinwheels, be careful doing it, because you can cut your finger. So if like the
Knives
pinwheel
can
fucks
cut
up,
your finger? Holy shit.
like that one did.
How amazing, but I digress.
Try to cut them into like nice little neat slices. Yeah, that was a bust.
Yeah, just stuff it down your
Can't beat my
gullet.
mistake. You look at these like
Wow, good job,
look at
Cobes.
those. I mean, they're homemade pinwheels.
You're making hors
they're not
d'oeuvres
the
for yourself.
prettiest.
How
This one
sad.
got a little bit thick. We got one to try on camera, and I'm thinking I should try the pretty one that I cut out.
Nice dick
And it's falling
tattoo.
apart, of course. And if that happens, you know,
It is what it is.
chef's toothpick. And stick it through the center so it holds in place. Don't need a whole lot of bacon ranch on it, just a little dab will do.
Of course, he uses bacon ranch. That's enough. That's enough.
YouTube, that bacon ranch adds a whole other level of flavor to it.
Oh, flavor. Thanks, Cover. Wow. He's in a dry spell, Tubes. That's for sure. Massive dry spell. Guys, I mixed Powerade with a different flavor of Powerade. Pretty cool drink combo, huh? Good job, Cobra. Hopefully ALT had a fun time watching DS play Riven. As with all the other restreamers. Elden Ring DLC has this developer believe having kids is a disability and demands more accessibility. What is this from Fratanga?
There are also multiple kinds of disabilities, especially where gaming is concerned. There are long-term disabilities, there are situational disabilities, there are temporary disabilities. It counts as a disability where a video game like Elden Ring is concerned if you have a kid.
It's
You have a
Disability
2-year-old,
Pride
you're
Month,
trying
so
to
we
play
have these
Elden Ring,
idiots
you can't
calling
pause.
everything a
That is a
disability.
situational disability that you have, where
Just
the
like
game
gender
not having the
freaks
option
call
for you to be able
everything
to
a
pause, for example, is a
sexuality.
hindrance for your particular disability.
Hey, what are you doing out here? Don't you want to dance?
Sure.
Oh, Canada, how I despise ye. Who's your daddy, Montreal? Life sucks. Somebody paid $200 on stream to have me officially turned into yet another object of pure hatred. You all know exactly how I feel about Canada, and that didn't stop you from having art of me commissioned as a filthy Canadian.
Crepes and horses, and I certainly enjoy curling. You know, Canada may not be for everyone, but hell, I'm willing to give it a try.
Canada's over here, Shay.
At the very least, I deserve subscribers, okay? We're on the verge of 73,000 subscribers and climbing. Like, the channel's growth has been absolutely nuts. So if we reach 73,000 subscribers in this video, or hell, even more, shoot for the stars, then we'll have some very special art of the Prime Minister of Canada commissioned.
Happy Canada Day.
Shh, don't tell no one. As many of you know, here at Fratanga Plays, I am very patriotic. I was very much looking forward to showing off my 4th of July pride, but instead the chat trolled me, and I'm stuck with the Canadian flag during the most patriotic month of the year. And last month, you guys had me with the pride flag. You know what? You guys are the worst. I deserve better viewers. Just like Miyazaki deserves better gamers. Recently, Miyazaki came out with statements defending the difficulty of Elden Ring, and word for word basically saying exactly what we've all been thinking. And it's reasons like this I find myself quickly forgiving Miyazaki for being a foot guy. The man is very much obsessed with putting toes in his game. It was, it was a little disturbing at first, but I don't really mind it so much when he says based ass things like this.
If we
so
really
funny
wanted
how,
the
like-
whole world to play the game.
It's so funny how a lot of these commentary channels, they put in like gameplay as they're talking, and 9 times out of 10 the gameplay is just god awful. You're just watching it and you're like, holy shit, this guy sucks.
We could just crank the difficulty down
guess mine
more
isn't
and
that much
more.
better, but
that
geez.
wasn't the right
Pick a
approach.
highlight.
Miyazaki of Elden Ring said, had we taken that approach, I don't think the game would have done what it did. Because the sense of achievement that players gain from
like a
overcoming
meme.
these hurdles is such a fundamental part of the experience, turning down difficulty would strip the game of that joy, which, in my eyes, would break the game itself. He just like me. He just like me for real.
And, well, as a gamer who enjoys these types of games, I'm inclined to agree with him wholeheartedly. We have different types of games
At least
for
he's not
different
complaining
reasons.
about how hard it is.
Well, I mean, in reality, we have normie games for normies. And then we have things like From Software games. You're picking up these games with the goal in mind being of getting that From Software experience. To compromise that for a select few who are tourists that most likely don't even plan on playing the rest of the From Software games would make absolutely no sense. Hell, you could argue this difficulty is the reason people pick it up in the first place, which I guarantee you is the reason people pick it up. That, and on top of the lore, the world building, and the aesthetics that Miyazaki's team provides, of course. You never want to reach a point where you're caving into every single one person's demand, because you'll end up making something for no one. People want that sweet center of the jawbreaker without having to work for it, which doesn't go in line with Miyazaki's design philosophy. And it irks me that people still, to this day, cannot respect this man's wishes and his vision. Always constantly demanding it have difficulty options. Always demanding it be a little less hard so that it can fit their lifestyle. I kid you not. Every time you pinpoint to someone having a problem with From Software's design, it boils down to, I'm a grown-ass adult with the family. I don't got time to play these games. Well, there you go. You don't have time to play them. That doesn't mean the games have to change. And yet, knowing this, people will still make the same tired argument every single time Miyazaki puts out a new masterpiece. Like this.
Since DSP isn't playing, or he's not streaming tomorrow, because he wants to do his 4th of July thing on Thursday. I guess I'll play video games tomorrow. I'll play Elden Ring and Hades 2. And I was looking at some of the most widely viewed streams that happen on Twitch. For some reason, They Are Billions gets a lot of views. And Nikkei. I haven't played Nikkei. Maybe I should. I don't know. Maybe I'll put it up to a poll.
The day has finally come. The people have finally spoken. So listen up, Miyazaki. Elden Ring's DLC is too hard.
You're too
I'm sorry,
dumb.
but I've seen people who have stubs for hands with disabilities that make it physically impossible to beat Elden Ring. Hell, we saw a chick beat Elden Ring with brainwaves. It's pretty hard to make any excuses. I mean, for God's sake, DSP's out here beating bosses. When the man who was literally a guinea pig for Sony to design God of War is capable, I think the accessibility argument holds no weight.
There are a bunch of negative reviews on Steam.
He's literally just going around the world map while complaining about there being too big of a world map. He's just going around and he's collecting all the Shadow Tree fragments and just being overpowered as always. That's the only reason he's able to beat anyone. I'm editing This Is How You Don't Play Now. And he just sucks. He's terrible. And the only reason he's able to beat anyone is by being over-leveled.
For Elden Ring, because Shadow of the Erd Tree is considered too hard. I never thought we would get to a landscape where people will admit that they found a FromSoft game too hard. Like, even if people do, I never thought that they would admit it. Now, it's worth noting that the presence of this has been a little bit exaggerated. A lot of the negative reviews on Steam are also people complaining about the performance problem.
A little bit exaggerated? Yeah, no, if you take away all of the negative reviews about performance, you would have a tiny percentage of people complaining about the difficulty. That's how greatly exaggerated it is. However, I will say those players have a completely fair criticism. The performance for this game hasn't been the best since launch, and the DLC is no better. And I do believe From Software deserves criticism for that. The fact I have to turn the ray tracing off and run the game in borderless window mode to finally get the real performance I'm supposed to be getting shouldn't be.
What? Doesn't putting it in borderless window mode make the performance worse? Don't you get the best performance from full screen? I don't know. I don't know. You're playing Uncharted? That's cool. Uncharted's a lot of fun. It's a good, fun, swashbuckling series. It doesn't take itself too seriously. And lets it just kind of fuck around. I like 4 is a lot of fun. The grappling hook mechanic adds a cool level of verticality and a lot of just movement, so it's not just like a basic stand still behind a chest-high wall cover shooter. It's a lot more fun when you're running around and just, like, you know, just mixing up the combat a little bit. Not just doing gun combat, but also doing hand-to-hand. It really ups the enjoyment. Whereas a lot of people, like DSP, just want to stand in one spot and just shoot from behind cover. And then he complains when the enemies throw grenades, which the whole point of the grenades is to make you move around. Like, that's why the grenades are even in the game, is to make it so you're not just staying in one spot the entire time. But he doesn't get it, of course.
What I have to do. From Software, do better. As for the difficulty and Steam players complaining, like I said, they're lumped in with people who are complaining about performance, so it is indeed greatly exaggerated.
Course correcting. Patch dropped for the DLC, meaning that this to me would indicate that FromSoft kind of agrees with the criticisms, which is pretty nuts. Basically, attack and damage negation curve scaling of the Shadow Realm blessings have been revised. The attack and damage negation has been increased for the first half of the maximum amount of blessing enhancements, and the second half will now be more gradual. The attack and damage negation granted by the final level of blessing enhancements has been slightly increased. So again, I take this to mean that they like kind of agree, and they were like, oh, we maybe did make this too hard.
No.
Well, you've never...
It's just to give you a little bit more of a sense of accomplishment for getting all the fragments, which most people aren't going to do, especially if you're already finding the main game too difficult.
Seen From Software patch their games before? Are you new to this? Is this the first time you've ever seen them release an update that balances the game more? No, this is not From Software agreeing. This is just what developers do with basically every game that exists. Hell, sometimes these updates are not always in the player's favor. You really took a game patch as confirmation of these developers agreeing with you? What? None of those updates there are going to make a significant enough difference to make the entire DLC way easier. Those slight little...
Yeah, I'm gonna play this tomorrow. I'm gonna start the stream playing it. And then, after I play it for a little while, I'll switch over to Hades 2. Because I haven't played Hades 2 in a while, and there's been a lot of patch updates on the road to an actual full release.
Tweaks.
I want to see what it's like, because I have a pretty high-powered character now. I can consistently get to the end of each run most of the time.
That they're making are not going to make your life significantly easier in the game by any means. I don't see a single note there saying that they're gonna patch out some of the movesets of any of these bosses or negate the damage they do. None of these updates are addressing any of the complaints. How did you come to this conclusion? Updates like this are just routine for From Software. As a matter of fact, the only response we have gotten from anyone at From Software when it comes to addressing the difficulty was Miyazaki telling people to use the mimic tier and summons. This patch does not make the game significantly easier.
I'm not telling you to get good. I'm telling you to use all of the features available to you to cater your experience, which is the coolest thing about accessibility in general. It is time to talk about the incredibly cool Virtual Pro.
Like, I beat Radon pre-patch. It wasn't that difficult. You just have to play better, really.
Jesus fucking Christ, if you're going to do a product placement in the middle of your video, at least buy me dinner
I mean, it's really just all about learning the boss attacks
first.
So this is the second half of this video, where I'm going to talk specifically about accessibility and even
dodge.
Just a lot of people
being
really
able to
not
detect what the boss is
understanding the
as early as
conversation
possible during their
about
attack animation.
accessibility in Elden Ring.
No, everybody understands the arguments.
What did bitch say?
Just a lot of people really not understanding the conversation about accessibility in Elden Ring.
No, everybody understands the arguments. They've been on repeat for like a decade. They haven't changed. They haven't evolved. You guys ask for the same bullshit all the time. And the answer is always no, so I don't know why they keep asking. And the most annoying part is they try to conflate.
Well, the thing is, like, everybody is shit at these games at first. It's all about just playing more, and then you get better. Everyone can get better.
Difficult.
And everyone sucks at first. You think I was good at Bloodborne the first time I played it? No way. Like, I was sucking the first stream I did of Elden Ring because I didn't understand a lot of the mechanics, like the block counter. I was just getting destroyed by that first little village area. I was like, I didn't bitch or moan and complain. I'm like, guess I'm gonna have to get better.
With
And I did.
customization.
Somewhat.
As if, oh, well, you know, being able to swap out the difficulty, that's the highest form of freedom and customization. Having
of it's
more of
just
these
about
accessibility options would
not really understanding
objectively make it a
mechanics,
better
and then
game.
you do.
I would know this is the same argument Jim Sterling used.
It has been brought up various times across various mediums by various people that Elden Ring is not, or FromSoft games in general, are not particularly accessible to disabled players. When people are asking for accessibility, I'm not actually asking for an easy mode. That isn't the intent. Here's the thing I want to spell out where accessibility is concerned. People who are disabled, I felt myself doing it, I'm going to do it, is another tangent. There are also multiple kinds of disabilities, especially where gaming is concerned.
And then there are disabilities like this one.
Did I respond to Jason Schreier's tweet? Why did I do it? Why
This
do I do these things to
retard.
myself? That's all my replies have been.
1, 2, 1, 2.
There are long-term disabilities, there are situational disabilities, there are temporary disabilities. It counts as a disability where a video game like Elden Ring is concerned if you have a kid. You have a 2-year-old, you're trying to play Elden Ring, you can't pause. That is a situational disability that you have, where the game not having the option for you to be able to pause,
It's
for
an
example,
online
is a
game,
hindrance for your
idiot.
particular
You can't pause Call of
disability
Duty
or
online
situational
multiplayer.
disability.
Come on. Come on, throw that in.
Sounds like
Add
some
added.
fucking commie gobbledygook.
Whoa, hold on. Wait, what? Alana, just hold on. What? World? No, stop. It really is as bad as people told me. She really went for it. Oh my God, being a parent is now a disability. See, I thought we were going to talk about, you know, people who can't see, people who can't hear, people who have no hands. I thought we were talking about actual disabilities. So God help me, I hope the man who decides to put a ring on Alana never hears that. I swear to God, I really hope Alana doesn't park in handicap zones because she thinks having children gives her a right to do so. So basically that would mean that men in her worldview must be the cripplers, because every single time they pump a nut into a chick, they've basically disabled someone, apparently. Oh my God. Obviously men are always to blame. I mean, if we're using her logic here, does that mean having to take a shit is a disability? Because when I'm playing Elden Ring and I need to take a fat dookie, or I need to rub and tug it, would my anus be considered a disability? Will I be able to park in handicapped spots now because every time I want to play Elden Ring, I can't pause because I have to take a dookie? Unfair. What a disability. It sucks being born this way. This is a mess of a video. Like, it went from, okay, this is kind of reasonable, to a complete disaster. Like, the jokes and the memes she's opened herself up to here. Like, if you're going to reach that far to make an argument about having a pause button, they should have probably not published this video. Like, if you want to say having a child can make playing Elden Ring a little harder, I guess you could go ahead and say that. But if you're going to say it's a disability or a type of disability, no, you're just objectively wrong. Being a mom is not a disability. Like, there are words you can use loosely. That's not one word you can use so loosely. I mean, if I really...
Oh yeah, I don't want to miss out on the channel point redeem video watching. So here's what Red Animator posted earlier from the most realistic satire site, Babylon Bee.
I can't believe we've got jobs doing this.
I know. And my mom said I would never get anywhere with these games. Is that the latest build? Yeah. We're really proud of it.
The art is finalized. Jumpy the hamster can even pick up treasures now as he embarks on an epic quest to save the royal family of Hammerlawn from an evil dark wizard.
And as you can see, Jumpy runs, jumps, collects stuff, and beats bad guys. Simple family fun.
Guys, it's perfect. Ah, there you are. Gentlemen, meet our new DEI consultant. She's here to fix your game.
But I thought you said it was perfect.
No, it's just an expression.
Hello, everyone. I'm Leslie Perkins, She, her. And I am here to make sure your game is as diverse and culturally sensitive as possible.
I guess that doesn't sound too bad.
Ultra Jump Hamster Legend is incredible. I love the way your guy, he just jumps and everything. But there is just one tiny little thing. Can we make him not jump?
I was wrong.
He has to jump. The game is called Ultra Jump Hamster Legend because of the jumping.
Well, jumping is ableist. Okay, so what if someone out there can't jump? They're playing the game, and they're thinking, this hamster can jump, and I can't, okay?
Well, that doesn't make any sense. I like playing Pac-Man even though I don't take a bunch of pills all the time. Okay, bad example, but my point stands.
Okay, next, instead of a hamster, let's make him a strong woman of ambiguous ethnic background. That's like an instant positive review and continue.
Yes.
Instant positive review. Because if
But again,
you don't give it a positive
it's
review,
called Ultra Jump Hamster Legend.
you get called a racist.
Look, just remember, this is going to help our game reach a wider audience.
No, it won't, but it will make us feel like we're good people.
It will make us feel like good people, but you're not.
Okay, next, I noticed that Jumpy collects treasure.
That's my favorite part.
This seems to promote the colonialist appropriation of artifacts from indigenous cultures.
Well, I mean, the treasures are just golden slices of cheese.
What if your players are lactose intolerant?
Well, you don't eat the cheese in real life. He just walks over it, and it says cheesecake.
Bottom line, the treasures are gone.
I never should have left Sonic Team.
Let's move on to the game's plot. I thought it was cute how you get your little Jumpy to run through the levels to the Wizard's Tower, but I couldn't help but notice that this game doesn't have any commentary on the plight of the trans immigrant community.
Again, it's called Ultra Jump Hamster Legend because he's a hamster.
Okay, was a hamster. Now he is a strong woman fighting for representation in the trans immigrant community. Okay, no, hold on, wait. I'm just spitballing here. But should we change it to a commentary on climate change?
Well, we could make the climate change like a season pass where you could pay for $59.99 or something like that.
Also, there's no gay stuff in the game.
Well, it's for kids, so.
Yeah, hence the gay stuff.
Now with gay stuff.
All of these changes totally break gameplay.
Gameplay.
You see what I have to work with here?
You believe this guy?
I know this guy.
This guy.
You are a guy, right? I mean, I shouldn't have asked. I'll report myself to HR.
It's satire.
Have you had it with the questionable content targeting your kids? I have. Check out True Play.
Ad. It's satire. Even though it's really what's actually happening. Downloading fucking Unity. And let's see, there was another one. Where is it? This Joker caught a Pokemon. Batman. What is this? 53 seconds.
Batman, I caught a little Pokemon. Do you want to know what Pokemon I caught?
What Pokemon did you catch, Joker?
I caught a Lopunny, Batman. I caught a Lopunny.
Oh no, Joker. Don't tell me.
Yeah, you already know, Batman. You know what I'm gonna do to that thing.
Joker, it's an animal, Joker. You can't.
Batman, there's no laws against the Pokemon, Batman. I can do whatever I want with it.
No, Joker. No, don't do it.
I'm gonna do it, Bat.
Okay, yeah, you did, let's see. see the list of redeems here. Regular video. This one from yesterday. For some reason it's having weird timeline issues. This one.
Previously.
I finally get to collab with Henya, who I've been a fan of for such a long time.
No, this was from yesterday. Oh, page 2, derp. There it is. Five minutes.
Okay, I was talking to someone.
I'll throw it on. Ah, jeez. Throw it on over here.
Okay, I was talking to someone. I was talking to someone, and she was like, I can't tell you because you'll tell Sakura immediately. And I was like, what? She was like, I have info about a thing, but I can't tell you because you're Sakura's lapdog, and you'll tell him immediately. And I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, if I tell you anything, you have to like swear on your life. And I'm like, what? What the fuck? I didn't realize it was that obvious, but yeah, anytime I find anything out, I tell my boss. Cause like that's what you should do, right? not like people's personal problems or whatever, right? But like if another VTuber company is coming out with a new gen or whatever and I hear about it, like of course I'm gonna tell my boss. That's valuable information. That's valuable information. She's a snitch. It's valuable information! Insider trading. Industrial espionage. It's not quite that deep. Or stuff like, I saw this on a website about this. It might be true, it might not be. Here you go. No. It's just good to keep people in the know. That need to be in the know. I'm a rat. I'm a fucking rat. Ah, it's a rat! I'm a glowy. I'm a glowy. I remember, okay, I probably shouldn't say this. But I'm gonna be a leaky faucet, chat. Okay, another company, I will not ever say which company, but another company reached out to me. Let's say they found my personal contact somehow, and they reached out to me, this other company, and they were like messaging me, asking to hire me, right? And I was like, I immediately went to Sakura. And I was like, hey, these people reached out to me. And he was like, okay, just ignore them, I guess. And I was like, no, actually. And I went through the interview process with this company, and I wrote down everything they said. I wrote down everything that they said. I asked them so many questions, and I wrote down everything. And then I gave it to Sakura. Industrial spy. He's like, I'm not gonna fucking leave my company. Like, what the fuck do you want? What the fuck do you mean? What did you think that was gonna happen, man? What did you think was gonna happen? Corporate espionage bunch. They reached out to me. Okay? This wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna reach out to other companies and try and find out more about them. These people reached out to me, all right? And listen, it would take a lot for me to leave Face Connect. It would take a lot. If you're not gonna offer me the fucking world, basically, why would I leave? I have things like perfect here. I can live comfortably. I'm surrounded by wonderful coworkers. I have a community that I love. Contract's great. Everything's great. Why would I leave? So, like, of course I'm gonna fucking narc on you if you try and fucking reach out to me, fucking idiot. At least make me sign an NDA first, dumbass. Damn, thank you. Actual rodentine behavior, rabbit for real. They should have made me sign the fucking NDA, but they didn't. FC Players, thank you. Is the company dead now? I won't give any details. If so, can you confirm without narrowing it down? I'm not narrowing it down. I'm not giving any details. Can't call it that. You. Max Supermism, thank you. I got an offer from another company. Can I get a raised version versus the I wasted their time and got some info on them, Chad. I did waste their fucking time. I talked to them for like a fucking hour. Lord Commissar Smart, thank you. I'm not saying what company it was. I'm not saying what company it was, but it was just so fucking memorable. It was such a great moment, chat. It was a loyalty test from Sagada. Yeah. God.
My fellow brothers, in the face of our common dangers, in this winter of our hardship, remember these timeless words, as we can.
That's a good tweet. She thinks she can avoid the curse. Deleting the Sonichu medallion from my inventory. And then you scroll down, you got this. The Pippa Sonichu medallion. Oh my god. And it is made from Crayola Magic. How cursed is this? I don't know. This could be like double curse, or it could be like anti-curse. I don't know. We'd have to get Chris Bors in here to audit. Pipachu cursed as fuck. Okay, I'll go with that. Elden Ring, but with tanks and fighter jets. Mold summoning relic. This is Twitter as well. A neat feature of the golden checkmark is it removes all other bad stuff from your feed and replaces it with gooder content. Yourself. It's just you. It's all just you. It's from a year ago. No, Elden Ring used the same engine as that mech game. So you can actually import them somewhat. Front mission. Armor core, that's what I meant. This is what the journalists mean when they Sorry, I don't know why Twitch just decided to disconnect. Just decided out of nowhere, even though my internet connection didn't drop at all. Twitch decided to be like, hey, your stream got interrupted. Okay, I guess I'll stop and restart, and now it's working. Cool. Radon didn't count on fighter jets. Thanks. Okay, back to this Fratanga video. About this dummy.
Really had to stop what I was doing in Elden Ring. All I would do is exit to main menu, go get whatever bullshit I gotta get done, and then come back and return to game, and I'll be right where I was. I'm not gonna change the entire definition of disability over having to do that. Man, I'm just like, wanting a pause button isn't even really that controversial, but of all the ways you could have asked for one, this is the approach you took?
disability. You may need to pause to stop your kid from putting a fork
can't.
into a socket, a power outlet.
No, I don't think we
an
need a
online
pause
game.
button in Elden Ring. I think what you need are wall socket covers. I mean, anybody who has children at this point needs to have those. And like, what the fuck? Like, if your kid is sticking a fork through a wall socket, no parent's gonna be like, oh, let me hit pause. You're gonna drop your controller and run to the child. Like, we're talking about life problems here that a pause button can't fix. Very strange.
And there are temporary disabilities. You break your wrist, you sprain your wrist, you temporarily have trouble playing video games. You would need something to help you press certain buttons if you're playing Elden Ring.
Well, strange, Alana. I mean, you promote Xbox a lot. You should know by now the Xbox adaptive controller is a thing. I mean, it exists for people who want to play video games with life-altering injuries or disabilities. Like, what? Miyazaki's not going to design a From Software controller just for this reason. I mean, there are options that exist for those people. I don't think this one is on From Software.
The third one, long-term, people who have long-term disabilities. That I do. I have tendonitis in both of my wrists from playing too many video games.
Well, maybe games aren't for you then.
That means any rapid button mashing in any game, I'm gonna have a lot of trouble with unless there are accessibility options to prevent.
So, let me get this straight. Instead of just taking a break from video games and allowing your hands to be in a better place, you think From Software should change their game settings to adapt to you? I don't understand what these folks want when it comes to accessibility.
Controllers
they
exist
expect
for you.
From Software
Go buy them.
to think about each and every single one of them and their needs. There's only so much Miyazaki can do. It's like when Jim Sterling said it's not fair the game should have more accessibility options because Jim can't remember and has trouble keeping track of quests because they have ADHD. These are not valid criticisms of the accessibility options of Elden Ring. These are at times demands that simply cannot be met.
I have a lot of trouble with fighting games. I have a lot of trouble with any game that's really button
don't
mashing.
play them.
If there are too many button prompts, I'm gonna be in pain and have to like ice my wrist afterwards and not really be able to play it.
At the very least, I mean, this is a far more reasonable and less desperate attempt at requesting accessibility options. I think it's valid. I mean, if you're playing so many games that you've basically crippled your hands, though, I think you have a bigger issue than the difficulty of Elden Ring. But I would by no means call it a disability either. I mean, I have a friend who had his entire arm crushed by a forklift, and he has permanent damage in that arm, even after they somehow managed to repair his crushed arm. And he's still playing the game with all of these issues, not once demanding anything be changed to make life easier. It just rubs me the wrong way when people who live with far less severe health issues want to be categorized in the same group of people who do have actual disabilities and are still somehow playing the game.
And here's the thing about accessibility in Elden Ring, where any of those things are concerned. I think there's a misunderstanding that people think disabled gamers, whoever else, want an easy mode. This is not the case. It's that the appeal of Elden Ring being really fucking hard is also appealing to people with disabilities. They too want to play the extremely hard game that is very hard for them to beat. They're not asking you to give them an easy mode and make it easy for them to get through. They're asking for a version of the game that can be played with their particular disabilities, so they can still enjoy really hard games as well.
Yeah, but here's the thing, having children is not the same as being one of those people. I know maybe I shouldn't get so hung up on how poorly you worded that, designate someone and create more handicapped people.
I don't know what the fuck is going on with this connection here. It just keeps dropping it. I don't know. It probably has something to do with Unity. God damn it. Ugh. I hate Unity. I just hate it.
Careful. Wrap it up.
I don't know if it's the issue or not. I'm just gonna assume it is, because fucking Unity.
Because otherwise, you're gonna have way too many parents complaining about how hard Elden Ring is. Although, it does sound quite amusing in my head. What the hell? Don't be surprised if we see that. So like, comment, share, and subscribe if you so choose to. I'll be seeing you in the next one.
Free Congo sucks ass.
Thanks for Tanga. Ah. I have no hands. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. Nothing. Ugh. DSP is upset no one supported the new Street Fighter Chill Vaseline format. Or Visine. Vaseline. Yes, Phil, put Vaseline in your eyes. That'll really help it out. Oh, God. This fucking mentally ill gender freak. Jim Sterling. And people flee his channel, and then he gets all butt blasted about it. DSP monetizing Super Blind Man's passing in a nutshell. Okay, Desert Squiddo. Boogie has massive Twitter meltdown. Let's check out saturated content while I try and finagle the shit.
That's right, baby. We're back. Boogie just can't keep his foot out of his mouth. He can't control himself. So, your boy has to return and talk about this absolutely colossal meltdown he had on Twitter ever since he pulled his rug pull, his crypto scam on his viewers. He's been flipping his fucking shit. It started out with him trying to defend himself, you know, saying things like, oh, you know, it's all the fucking incels. They don't like the idea that I have a sexy ass girlfriend who goes to 4th grade, brother. I drop her off at the bus stop every day. She's so fucking hot, and you guys are jealous of it. And like, Boogie, I get it. I get it. You really don't have anything going for you in life. So you reverted to, you know, prancing around your Arkansas rural country girl who's like a 5. And, you know, the most people probably can relate. You know, I went to college. I went to a city college. So I was able to hang out with, you know, city 7s, city 8s, right? I think that debunks your Slippy the Star Fox Frog a little bit, all right? No big deal, no big deal. He's just deflecting. He doesn't want any of the pain that, you know, he's bringing on his fans. But as soon as people start calling him out and saying, hey man, thanks for scamming your audience, he says, well, this should be a learning experience. Hey, maybe this will teach you to stay away from crypto. Thanks, Boogie. I put up my second mortgage into your shitcoin and now I'm fucking homeless. Shout outs to that. It's so embarrassing, dude. The amount of cope that he went through, and this is all deleted, by the way. So, Optimus has a lot of this archived.
I'm trying to add more stuff into VNyan, like more throwables and more props, but it involves Unity, and that's a program that I don't know a whole lot about, but I'm working my way around it and figuring it out.
I archived some of it myself, and it's just embarrassing. He's also deleted this video that we're going to talk about here pretty soon, but he tries to pose it as, well, why would any of my audience ever, you know, put their money into it? They know that I failed. They know that I lost money in crypto. It's like, Boogie, we all know that you know why, all right? Yeah, and you're trying to convince us that we're the stupid ones, all right? And that's so stupid. It's so dumb. The fact that he thinks that he can manipulate us into thinking, well, actually, Boogie, maybe you're on to something. Maybe I was in the wrong the whole time and you were right. He was just searching for the whales. He was just trying to get, you know, big money to come in and invest in it, not his real fans. Minus the fact I got paid $10K by some shady company that I did no research into because I'm a fat lying sack of shit, as we're going to see here pretty soon. And yeah, so he basically made a response video where he fucking mauls and cries and complains and shouts at his camera and quickly deletes it because the internet is absolutely fucking curb stomping him. And I just want to put this out at the beginning before I forget. If Keemstar had any integrity left, I know those two words don't really go well together, he would fire Boogie off of the Locale Live show. Scamming your fans, you can say all the other horrible shit that he does, but scamming your fans and intentionally doing it, I think deserves him being kicked off the show. Minus, you know, you can include the aspects that He just doesn't contribute
I mean-
anything. He's playing games while.
You think he's got integrity? No. The whole point of Locale Live is just to profit off these people being ridiculous laughingstocks. And the more of a ridiculous laughingstock they are, the better it is for the drama surrounding the show. So of course he's not going to get fired.
What's going on? Fire him.
It's baked into the show that the people who run the show are horrible people.
Make him lose the 2 to 3K that he's making off of that and watch him die on the streets. That's my opinion. All right, that's just me.
If only.
That's just me. Maybe I'm too harsh, saturated, too mean. All right, let's look at this deleted video.
I need this money to pay my
Only
bills.
for crypto bros. If you're a fan of mine, don't you dare try to buy any of this shit. I'm talking to the people that are deeply entrenched in crypto, who've made millions of dollars doing it. I want to remind you, I lost my life savings to the crypto market. You're holding some of my money. I would like some of it back, so let's talk.
I don't understand where Boogie gets this idea that him pumping this meme coin, that these crypto millionaires are going to come swarming in. If they are swarming in, it's probably the guys that you're working with that made the, whatever, 1,000% increase in their money based off of this coin. It's not random dudes showing up saying, well, actually, I see this Boogie product, and Boogie, good guy, really smart businessman, I'm gonna put money into his coin. Why would that ever occur? That doesn't make any sense. They were looking for somebody that, even if the audience is smaller, is against you half the time, they know that they can trick, 100, a couple hundred, maybe 1,000 people to go and buy their coin, pump it up a little bit, and whoops-a-doodle, take some money away from them. It's so confusing because, I'm not well versed in the crypto sphere. I'm doing something that Boogie should do. I don't understand it really, so I don't put money into it. Maybe that's going to make me look like a fool in the future, but I can't willingly put my money behind something that I don't understand how it works. I don't understand how it's traded. I don't understand how it operates. Maybe Boogie can pick that up someday, but even I understand that typically when people are rich, they're more frugal. They think through their investments more carefully. Yeah, there are some dumbasses out there that get lucky every once in a while, but you think the people that made millions off of crypto, do you think that they're fucking morons that are going to invest in your shitcoin? You think that's who your target audience is? If it was that easy, I'm pretty sure that the scammers that bought you and brought you into this project would have already gone after these whales. But no, they have to go after the little people because they're less informed and they're more likely to fall for the scam. Oh, shocker.
The internet lost its mind about this shitty, stupid little meme coin.
The internet lost its mind. No, they're just making fun of you.
That day, hell, probably that hour.
Every single locale does this sort of coping mechanism. They act like fucking ridiculous laughingstocks. Everyone points at them and says, what a stupid, dumb asshole this guy is. And the way they cope with it is like, the internet is so mad, they're so crazy, they went out of their minds. It's like, no, it's just, you're just deflecting.
I took a huge credibility hit, which is really saying something because I had no credibility.
Everyone went crazy for some reason.
To somehow lose more was fascinating. It got so bad, I had people like Mudahar saying they couldn't wait till my cancer killed me.
Yeah, everyone thinks
because
that.
Because of a meme coin. So
everyone thinks
I can do
that.
what I always do, which is tuck my tail, shut the fuck up, and die of cancer. And I'll be honest, before I did this crypto thing, I thought one last time I'd ask the internet and my community for help, but I still have PTSD from the last time I asked for help fighting this cancer shit.
PTSD,
I even have like people like the nicest people on the platform calling me a piece of shit for asking my audience for help. So, fuck it, I'm never doing that again.
I want you guys to all remember, all right, when this crypto thing happened and he made that I need help video.
No, you can curse, of course.
$200,000 that he took out. He lost roughly 50K in crypto. Now, the whole story of, oh, I lost $700,000 or $800,000, that's where the investment got up to. That wasn't realized gains. He never removed any of that. He put in 250K. It dropped all the way back down to 200 where he took it out. And that's what he was left with. So when he made that video crying, complaining, saying, I need money, guys. I need to pay my bills. I got mortgage payments. I got cancer, guys. I need money. He had $200,000. $200,000. That's what he had. Now, obviously, the truth teller in me is gonna be lambasted. Boogie will say, that's a lie. That's just not true. You don't know what you're talking about. And I have PTSD, guys.
All that
Everybody
scripted
was so
shit.
mean to me. So mean to me. It doesn't... Boogie wants the easiest way out with
Isn't
everything
it so
that he
funny?
ever
I
does.
flipped the table.
That's why he does gastric bypass.
This is another
surgery,
one.
because he is incapable.
He has one joke.
of
Is this him
dealing
flipping
with his weight,
tables?
with his mental problems. So I'll try and take the easy way out. Whoops, it didn't work. All right, and now I need some money. Okay, I'll just take 10K from random people I don't know who the fuck they are, and I'll just upload something I know nothing about to my fans, and oh my god, they lost money. Well, that's not my fault. He's such like a conniving piece of shit. He's such a fucking asshole, and he's gonna sit there and act like we're evil. We're the bad guys. Oh, Boogie. Boogie, am I mean because I'm calling out your hypocrisy? Am I mean because I expect a 50-year-old man to have some integrity and stand up and say, you know what, guys? I did something wrong. Nah, instead he's gonna turn around and say, the internet's mean to me, guys, and I wanna fucking live, and they wanna fucking take everything away from me. My life is so hard, guys. All I had to do was live stream and play video games to make money, and I can't even do that. Oh, Boogie. Boogie, where, Boogie? Oh, it's so hard being you. It's so hard. Uploading one video a week must be so difficult, bro. It must be so difficult. I'd hate to be in your shoes. That sucks, man. I had 40 years to try and fix my weight problems and I never did, and now my actions are catching up to me? Oh my god, my life is so hard. And the whole Mudahar thing, that tweet did not say that Mudahar wants you to die from cancer, dude. He's saying that your cancer that you have is a prolonged one, that in like 10, 15 years you'll die from it, and you'll probably die from your weight problems before that. That's what he's saying, you fucking dunce. Stop trying to twist and manipulate the narrative, you fucking asshole.
If you are a multimillionaire holding a giant bag, let's really piss off CoffeeZilla. Right now, the entire YouTube community has its eyes on our tiny little stupid meme coin. For some fucking reason. I think we should use that. They got mad when we had a 30K market cap. Imagine how pissed off they're going to be if you guys decide to get it to 1 million. In fact, we looked up some of the wallets that were trading this stuff, and there's no reason you guys, just the ones who traded it on day one, couldn't get it to a $10 million market cap. CoffeeZilla would have a seizure. Mudahar would be so mad, he would come over here and shoot me with cancer. All these trolls that have been following me ever since you were watching me as a kid and harassing me and sending boxes of shits to my house and showing up at my front door and fucking doxing me and swatting me, they would lose their fucking minds.
You've never been swatted.
You've got an opportunity to get a bunch of autistic incels riled up, and all you got to do is trade a shitty meme coin. And you know what? If we hit 1 million market cap, I'm actually going to sell my coin because I could use the money. Because again, the whole reason I did this is I don't want to lose my fucking house. I'm entirely fucked. Maybe I'm going to jail. Maybe my credibility's fucking ruined. And if it is, well, let's make some money doing it. Because fuck it. If this is the last thing I ever do on the internet, let's make it successful, boys.
Make it the last thing you ever do.
Incels, Boogie. You think we don't remember your history? You think that you wouldn't be parading these mysterious boxes of shits on your channel if people were actually sending them to you? That's weird. I've never heard of this until now. Swatting, Boogie. You remember when you lied and you said that you had an FBI informant tell you, well, actually, what you have to do is you have to expose them. You have to set them up in your own trap. And then people were contacting the police saying, would these pieces of documentation be like hidden from the public? And they're like, no. So there's no evidence of you ever being swatted by Sam and Tolkien online. But whatever, you know, we're just moving past that point, guys. That would be so silly to talk about. That would be so dumb to bring up. And you know what else would be dumb to bring up, Boogie? Is you saying, I want to fucking pay my mortgage off. Hold on, Bookster. I thought the whole point of this was so that you could pay for your cancer treatment. I thought you were trying to pay for your cancer treatment, Boogie. Oh, now you're paying for your mortgage? I'm bamboozled here a bit, Bookster. What's it supposed to be? Is it cancer? Is it your mortgage? Is it to buy a dick that's long enough to fuck your 16-year-old girlfriend? I mean, it's a lot of questions we're trying to figure out. Obviously, he's projecting with the whole incel autist thing. It's like, well, that's you. You're an incel autist. There's no way that she can find your cock, bro. We've seen you naked. You have 40 fat rolls that cover your entire lower half of your body. Well, she got a fucking Mack truck that she's gonna lift it up. We'll get some pulleys.
Yeah, literally everyone who's a Boogie fan in 2024 is an incel autist. So who the fuck is he even talking to? Like, all the incel autists in his fan base are listening to Boogie shit talk incel autists and be like, yeah, I guess he's not talking about me though. He's talking about all those other people.
Lift up your
sure,
stomach so
yeah. There's no way he's talking about me. That would be mean of him.
Happening. Now, there is one thing I want to bring up real quick. And it's the fact
totally,
that
yeah, fuck those guys who totally aren't me.
Got called out by Mr. Medicare. And one of the things that Mr. Medicare saw in his chat while he was streaming was Boogie said that he's on Zepbound and he lost 14 pounds in 3.5 weeks. And the whole reason he did the crypto deal was to be able to afford it. And I'm surprised that I missed this, if I'm being completely honest. I'm surprised that this kind of went over my head because he was making these weight loss things or talking about his medicine, right? And then the very next day, he is promoting a scam that he got paid $10K for, and he had just talked about how the medicine was whatever $500 for the first 3 months and then like $1,000 after, and he was gonna say, oh, we'll just see where we can get with it. Well, now we know he was buying it for his weight loss medication, and he tried to spin this shit online and say, well, actually guys, my doctor prescribed it to me to help with the cancer. I don't think that's true. I think Boogie is all about the clout. I think he sees that things like Ozempic and Zepbound are popular nowadays to try and have a miracle drug to cure you. He sees this as a way to get out, potentially. And I personally think that he's doing it because if he loses the weight, I think he is going to be an even bigger monster than he currently is, because he'll think, I can do no wrong. I can do whatever I want to do now because I'm skinny, and what are you going to do? Yeah, right. Give me a fucking break.
I'm going to give you your first challenge.
God, he's so not funny.
Coin, your coin's value just went up. I had my team burn 50 million tokens. That way you have to work even harder to be a broke, fat fuck like me.
So he was still doing these like promotional videos while the coin was live, and this was one of them. It's just him talking about how he's pumping it up. I own 2%. Here's my prepubescent girlfriend laying on the bed. Isn't she fucking sexy, guys? Don't you wish you were me? Don't you wish you could bang an Arkansas Country 5? That would be so sick, guys. I wish we could all do that. He also had a Telegram. So if you remember from my previous video, he talked about this being a social thing. You know, you join a community, because I'm so bored, guys. I just sit around all day. I don't have anything going on in life. My life is so sad. Well, there was a private Telegram group that they could discuss things, and we'll get to some things related to this a little bit later. But basically, Boogie is in this group. He makes a video, and your boy got hold of it.
I'm just going to be brutally honest with you guys in a way that I can't be publicly. I can trust you guys with this.
You can't trust him with it, Boogster, because saturated content's on the fucking scene. He's here, he's slam doinking on your ass.
Nobody's going to see this.
The reality of it is, I'm fat and weird.
This is never going to get shared.
And I used to be one of the top YouTubers, right? And these people...
I don't think he is autistic. I think he's just a fucking prick.
These people fucking hate that a fucking weird autistic guy was ever successful.
Well, I'm autistic and leave me alone, Tubes.
And I made a few mistakes along the way.
You guys are making fun of an autistic guy. Leave me alone.
When a situation like this comes up, where it's Boogie 2988, the guy they've all been bullying for the last 6 fucking years, And crypto, which is not
Bullying.
understood by
Give
the
me a
normies. I
break.
barely understand it. I'm getting an education as we go. You combine those two things together and they have a rock solid platform to shit all over me and shit all over this community. And I think it's fascinating
Scat
that some of you guys are
fetishes,
fighting
like
back.
every lolcow.
And I genuinely am surprised that the rest of the crypto community isn't joining you and fighting back by buying this coin and getting on social media and getting in the comment section of these videos and setting these motherfuckers straight. Because someone
Train your
fucking needs
dog,
to.
dipshit.
And I hope this coin's success proves them fucking wrong right to their goddamn faces. Not just about crypto, not just
fuck
about
are you
this coin, but
talking
hopefully
about?
me.
Don't you like that he has to include his fucking child, wife, slave, girlfriend in every video that he's doing? Can't tell if she's crying on his shoulder or she's asleep on his shoulder. Maybe he gave her one too many secret drinks, if you're catching my drift, and now she's passed out. You know, Boogie, the famous celebrity. And I think this is where the issue with Boogie arises. He doesn't understand his place in YouTube, right? He was a spectacle. He was not a Tay-Zonday. He was not a Smosh. He was not a General Marbles, right? He was a spectacle. He was a fat guy who fell in a pool. He was a fat guy who made a couple funny rage videos, whatever. But he was not this premier creator. Everybody watched him because it's like, wow, look at that fat freak. That's why they were watching you. They weren't watching you because they're like, I wonder what Boogie has to say about, the political debates. I wonder what Boogie has to say about Magic the Gathering. People weren't really tuning into that, Boogster. And because you can't comprehend that, it makes you look like an absolute fucking idiot anytime that you refer to yourself as a celebrity or some other person that is invested in this sphere, some other popular creator. You're not that, Boogie. You haven't been popular in 15 years, alright? Your ship has sailed, you have been irrelevant since then, and now you're mad because people are exposing you for all the horrible shit that you do. But no,
Oh, he flipped the table. He did the thing again. Wow.
I'm being bullied, guys. Come on.
Was such range.
The girl that's on my shoulder. Girls
Comedic
like me,
genius.
man. They fucking like me. Why can't you understand that? Why can't you understand that? And then he's making this plea. I'm surprised that other crypto people aren't showing up to support this coin. Boogie, it's a scam. That's why people aren't showing up. It's a scam. Why would they throw more money into a sinking ship? That's the same reason that I think that you should be kicked off of Lolcow Live. Why throw more money into a sinking ship that is Boogie? Really makes you think. So I want to finish this video talking about some tweets that are archived from Boogie. As I mentioned, Mr. Medicare did a live stream in front of 15,000 live viewers that went over some of Boogie's transgressions, and Boogie tweeted out multiple times trying to masquerade as like, oh yeah, I'm glad Mr. Medicare is roasting me. I'm glad he's trying to get on our side. We see right through your paper thin fucking invisible wall that you're trying to protect yourself with, buddy. He tweeted out talking about how people are gonna talk about him to their dying breath, and then Mr. Medicare obviously has cancer. Really in good taste, buddy. Really in good taste. So I'm just gonna throw up some of these tweets that he's tweeting around this time that are talking about the crypto, and some of the fans actually understand it. They actually get that it was a joke. It doesn't make sense as a joke. If he was selling merchandise that was fatty coin and there was no physical fatty coin, I'd be like, yeah, that's a joke. That's a joke, that would actually make sense, Boogie. Scamming your fans, maybe not as much. Maybe I'm just missing the point. And lastly, I just want to mention that I took a screenshot from the live stream because Boogie, obviously, he gets really butthurt over Mudahar. Now, I'm confused because once you reach a certain threshold online, Boogie won't block you. He'll let you exist on Twitter. Me personally, I get fucking nuked out of oblivion. I'm not allowed to express my opinions in Boogie's comment section, but on his Telegram, he basically said that Mudahar had a weird hate boner for him, and that you know, if his wife would just have sex with him, he wouldn't be this way. What a fucking disgusting freak. What a fucking disgusting freak. And Mudahar quote tweeted me talking about how it is like insane to reference his wife and his sex life in a scam accusation. Boogie is just a revolting blob. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. The world will be a better place once Boogie's gone. His girlfriend and family go out and experience
Everyone's gonna
true
piss on
life,
this guy's
maybe
grave.
find a job, maybe go to school, maybe go back to her family. And Boogie really just has never contributed anything meaningful to anybody. You know, maybe some people got some laughs when YouTube was fucking 240p and there was nothing else on there. But nowadays he's a plague. He's a plague to the internet, and I won't miss him when he's gone, to put it bluntly. Either way, hope you guys enjoyed. Till next time, fuck Boogie. Peace.
Hopefully all the videos celebrating his death get 1 million views. What an irredeemable sack of shit. Legitimately always hated Boogie, even before this stuff. Basically since finding out that he's not Francis. Stupid fucking autistic blackface, pretending to be a hyperactive Spurg, reviewing the Tuscany demo in VR. Just acting like a caricature. Basically making fun of all the people he's acting like. Fuck Boogie. I don't think we got a whole lot here. Got some Theo vids. Can check Theo out. See what he's up to. Got an awful sewer level podcast to watch. And then he's not streaming tomorrow. Fada Walter putting out more videos about Russell Greer. That reminds me, I need to make the Russell Greer update, the annual update this month. Narrated by Mr. Morgan Freeman. Yeah, I should do that. I think I'll work on that this week. What was this? I saw a little bit of this. My friend Alfred made this. Experimental AI stuff.
Okay.
This could be bad, this could be good. I don't know. It's only 3 minutes. 4 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Okay, so welcome to the Daily Wrap. All right. So we have a lot to talk about. A lot of interesting things, okay, have happened today. Okay, so first, I got to talk about the elephant in the room. Yes, I did shit myself on stream earlier today, okay? But what you have to understand is that Cat is a horrible cook, all right? And sometimes she'll just, you know, like she'll take a glass of milk and she'll, you know, put the milk on the counter and then she'll just leave the milk on the counter, you know, like sometimes for days. And I'll, you know, come in the kitchen and, you know, I see the milk on the counter and I go, why is the milk on the counter? And so I, of course, you know, I make my cereal and then I put the milk back in the fridge, you know, where it goes. And so, you know, I eat my cereal like a normal person, okay? All right, I'm getting it. You know, chat, I'm not going to put up with you banned, okay? All right, anyway, so, like I was saying, it's all Cat's fault. Like, oh, okay, let's play a clip. Oh. Hello, YouTube. This is Dark Side Phil.
I love watching him
welcome
explain the gay love to us.
Wonderful stream. All right. We got a lot to talk about, a lot to be excited about. We have a new members goal, okay? If you give me $150, I'm going to start wearing a vest. Huh. Okay, I know it might sound dumb, but a vest. Anyway, let's talk about what I know everybody is tuned in, all right, to hear about. Yes, I did shit myself earlier on stream, okay? But what you have to know is it's not my fault, all right? So Leanna is a terrible cook, okay? She makes food and, okay, yeah, I say it tastes good, all right? And I'll eat it, but then it really makes my gout flare up and my stomach. Hold on. I think I gotta use the bathroom. Let's play a clip. I'll be back. Okay, so hi everybody. Let me introduce myself. I am Philip Burnell, okay? I go by Dark Side Phil, all right? And welcome to my new channel. First, I want to, address the elephant in the room, okay? Yeah, this is my second take of the video. A lot of people commented on my first take. Yes, okay, I did shit my pants, all right? But it's not my fault, okay? I got fired from my job at the helicopter company, and as a parting gift, they got me some Burger King, all right? And all right, so I ate half of it, and then my
And then it just ends right there. It's just an experiment. It's got to work on it. It ends pretty abruptly. That was my feedback for him. More Star Wars stuff. I dread another episode of Star Wars because I know I'm gonna have to edit the video for it. Maybe 8-bit Eric, what does he have to say? Still learning this this prop. Let me show you. I want to start with a burger in order to be thrown, of course. It's a good looking burger too. Let's see if I can find it. Here we go. Here it is. Here's the burger. It's a weird. The top bun and bottom bun are identical for some reason. I don't know why it's like that. It's a weird two top bun burger. But once I get this working, we can expand it out to a bunch of different models. Because we can basically make models on the fly now using AI. But this is just going to be the test one so I can figure out how it all works. God, I hate that picture of Jim Sterling. Yeah, let's not watch that video. I don't know. Nothing really worth watching in the 8-bit Eric sub box either. Alright, let's check Theo out. Theo does vids. See what it's saying. Persona 3 Reload. DSP tries reporting on the Dr. Dis situation in his own way. Some good long form stuff. Speaking of long form stuff, where the heck is Steve of the Dead?
DSP video. Can you believe it? Another one.
I'm ready for another Steve video.
This is gonna be a wild video to say the least. You know, it's just gonna be wild. I'll just leave it at that. Let's fucking go. Let's get into it. Here we go.
Just so wild and out of nowhere that it's now time to talk about it. I mean, this is something we've been talking about for 4 years, right?
Have we been talking about it for 4 years? Like, we talked about when it happened.
I thought you never talk about drama.
About the Dr. Disrespect situation, obviously. And when it happened, DSP kind of used it as a way to like be like, see, Twitch banned me for no reason. Look what they're not even gonna tell us why they banned Dr. Disrespect and all this other shit. So like he was kind of like mentioning that, be like, oh man, look at this or whatever. But here we are today as the mystery is revealed as to what was going on, and we're gonna have the guy explain it because you're not here to watch me explain it. You're here to watch the guy explain it, obviously.
Okay, let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen,
let's do it.
Finally, in its entirety, the truth about the Dr. Disrespect situation has hit the internet straight from the horse's mouth. All
Look
right?
how much hype this dude has for this, by the way. He's like, I don't cover drama. I don't want to talk about other people's misery. Like, you know, he talked about this about Rich. You know, Rich was going through a lot of shit. Rich is going through a lot of shit right now. Let's just say that, right? Correct? But he won't cover that. But he'll cover this. You want to know why? Because probably in his little piggy brain, he probably thinks, you know, Dr. Disrespect is a bigger entity. So, like, him throwing a little stone at Dr. Disrespect is, like, you know, meaningless, nothing, whatever. But Rich is, like, equivalent. So, like, he's, you know, Rich, he's afraid Rich might fight back with more nonsense, even though Rich is a pushover for Phil. Like, honestly. But whatever, okay.
Right? Let's talk a little bit about what's going on here. 4 years ago, out of nowhere, Dr. Disrespect was outright banned from Twitch TV. Okay?
Okay.
And at the time, there were absolutely no information at all about why it happened. He wasn't saying anything. Twitch wasn't saying anything. They just said, oh, like a violation of terms of service, and that was it. So no one knew anything about what was happening at all. And it was very bizarre that one of their top, you know, streamers and earners would just be banned outright.
I'm just gonna say this. I hate that he says earners when it comes to like Twitch or anything for that matter. This dude gets so triggered when people are calling him a lolcow. Milking me! You're milking a human! He got so like bent out of shape over that, but talking about people like earners, it kind of makes him sound, you know, he got mad at Tricky Tom saying he's a lolcow because it made him look like cattle, man. But saying earners, that's kind of like reductive. You're reducing the person, man. You know what I mean? Come on.
Now, a lot of people started getting...
That's like beside the point.
Worried and afraid. Does this mean that this is the beginning of it? It's going to happen to a lot of people. Well, it just so happens that after that happened, it did happen to a lot of people. But in various degrees of strength. For example,
wow,
I
he
was
struggled
removed from the Twitch partner program. When I asked why, they said hateful speech, and I said provide evidence of hateful speech because
it was hateful slurs, by the way, not hateful speech. I don't know why he wants to keep telling us it's hateful speech, but whatever. Okay,
I never used it. I want evidence, to which they said we don't have to provide evidence. Now
that isn't what they said.
They did not, and I could have sued.
I like Twitch said we don't have to provide. Well, they did have to provide.
And they did.
But
well,
you know,
I mean,
if you go back to
they don't have to.
Got banned
but that isn't what they said. They just didn't reply.
It's in the terms of service, man. They could ban you for no reason and all this other shit. Like he said this so many times. Okay.
Jesus.
Just like Dr. Disrespect went ahead and sued them for banning him. I outright could have sued them and said, hey,
no, you couldn't.
You have to prove that I did something wrong to financially punish me and kick me out of
no,
your program.
They don't.
But I didn't do that. Instead, I came here to YouTube, and I've been here now for the greater part of over, 3 years. And I like, I don't have to worry about walking on eggshells and being falsely accused of things I don't do. Okay?
If that's the case, then why can't he play Catherine? Or whatever. I mean, there's stuff that he literally do because he literally skips.
Yeah, or Stellar Blade. Why are you afraid of playing Stellar Blade, Phil?
Then why doesn't he, do that shit? You know what I mean?
So anyway, this happening to me. By the way, it happened to others. It happened to Wings of Redemption. It happened to a lot of people on Twitch. I almost feel like
aw, poor
the
Wings.
banning of Dr. Disrespect opened the door for Twitch to feel like.
The thing is, Twitch has been banning these accounts multiple times, even before Dr. Disrespect. I mean, LCG was banned off of Twitch before, and again, like, LDG and Wings have a legion of trolls that kind of like send reports, correct? And all this other shit. Like, I want to say it was LTG that people kept like posting dicks in his stream or whatever. Like, there was something he did that amounted to showing dicks on his stream, which got him banned. There's like that shit happened, and other stuff. Like, come on.
They could go ahead and just start having consequences laid out for people that they deemed controversial and who essentially might be a risk to their public image, which is absolutely
This is all unsubstantiated. This is all like coincidental, circumstantial nonsense. Like, okay, they banned 2 people that are lolcows. Oh, they did it because they're controversial. Then what? Like, isn't like well, Wings got banned for copyright strikes though. But I think doesn't he still have his Twitch account? I don't know. I don't follow Wings. LTG I think still has his Twitch channel. Okay, whatever. All right.
absolutely hilarious because then they proceeded to turn the entire site into softcore porn.
But it's to make that point, to say that it's softcore porn again. Bathtub streams aren't
It's just
really
part of
porn,
it,
they're just
and
bathtub
it's not like
streams.
YouTube is any
You're
better.
talking as if like you're seeing like actual fucking on stream, which sure it happened, but again, these are things that should be banned, I guess. But at the same time, you know, you're watching 2 consensual adults fucking, I guess, if that's the case, whatever, right?
Acting
Correct?
like YouTube is
this
any
just kinda
different.
silly, if you ask me. He keeps bringing this up. Like, come on, move on.
So figure that one out.
Figure
right?
that one
I
out.
mean, it really doesn't make any fucking sense.
I did,
There have no
and I
idea how
figured
to
it out
do
more
this.
than you
I've always
have.
been unprofessional. Controversial.
That's
and
just
who
what
What a
essentially
fucking
might be a risk
doofus.
to their public image, which is absolutely hilarious.
YouTube doesn't allow footage of
But-
people in hot
okay,
tubs wearing
you know,
bikinis.
He's acting.
What are
Okay,
you
no, I
talking
remember
about?
what I wanted to say about this. He's acting as if Twitch like orchestrated these streamers to like do softcore porn or whatever, even though that's not the case. They had a website, and let's go with this of his like theory that they want to get rid of the bad image or whatever. Isn't that why they wanted to change the NSFW policy on their site multiple times? Oh, you can now show naked bodies. Then they decided to walk that back or whatever. When the simple answer, in my opinion, could have just been a toggle. Like, just like have a thing where it's like, hey, you can filter out inappropriate streams.
Yeah, I didn't
from
wanna-
the homepage or whatever.
I didn't want to watch the Riven gameplay because I didn't want anything spoiled. So I'm just gonna miss out on it. Oh well.
Or anything. Just have it a specific
I'll watch it after I'm
category. And
done
if they're
playing
not
the
in
game myself,
category,
I
then
guess.
ban them. I don't know, whatever, that kind of shit. But this dude is acting as if like Twitch never even tries to moderate or find a medium with sexual content, because again, artists also stream on Twitch and they may paint and they also draw some NSFW stuff too. So, you know, how is that the same as like porn necessarily? It's not. So why should we ban nudity no matter what the form when it should be only against like stuff that is like actual porn? You know, is this all this stuff that's like an issue with the site that the site has to figure out? And to some degree they've been trying and failing, I guess. I don't know where they land now with adult content, but this is stuff that any website would have to figure out. You know what I mean? Come on.
Core porn. So figure that one out, right? I mean, it really doesn't make any fucking sense.
But it's
obviously
Fruitside
people over
Food
there
coming
have
out.
no idea how to run a business, and I've always been unprofessional. Anyway,
By the way, this dude showed.
It's just a way for him to shit on Twitch because he's mad about them actually holding him accountable.
Twitch has softcore porn and all this other stuff, but there were like 2 DSP versus the internet videos. That
Yeah,
had
he just
porn
hates
in it.
attractive women.
Like, literally,
He just
it
thinks
had
it's
porn.
like it's an unfair
Especially
situation
the
that they
latest
get to
one,
make
where he didn't
content
even record it,
and get money
but
for
He
it.
streamed it. I remember because I was restreaming it on my Twitch channel as I was playing Persona 3, and I was like, "Holy shit, what the fuck happened here?" It was something else, and that's on YouTube. He keeps acting as if Twitch is the only website with like sexual content. The only website, which is not even true. Come on now.
In regards to the Dr. Disrespect situation, things have happened over the years. You know, Dr. Disrespect left Twitch because he was banned and came to YouTube. Continued to be insanely successful here on YouTube.
Insanely
Although he makes less
successful.
money on YouTube than he did on Twitch. That doesn't surprise me.
How is that insane?
Seriously.
You just can't.
Again, he's just like a knee-jerk gaslighter.
There's none of that. Open, you know, look at the top streamers and people coming over. It's actually hard to even find live streams on YouTube. They don't have a section. You know, it's very.
You know.
I don't think it's that hard, but
on
whatever.
YouTube. Now, I still like streaming on YouTube.
Dude's
don't
got
get me
wet
wrong,
brain.
But I could totally see why he says it's less profitable. It is less profitable. Since I've been here full time on YouTube, I have not gotten the level of memberships as.
This is literally Clown World economics from Phil. He told us his money's been going up on YouTube. All the same, whatever. The memberships, even before the Argentina memberships, were still going up. He got gifted memberships. And people still gift him memberships. They aren't from Argentina. He still gets money. But we don't see the membership, so we can't, like, point and laugh at the actual number anymore. So for all we know, he could be having a genuine, legit 800 memberships or 900 memberships, which he had on Twitch. But he won't share that number because he has to do math, and I don't trust this guy doing that kind of math that he'd have to do. I'm just gonna be real. If he has to be like, okay, I'm gonna subtract the Argentinian memberships from the total, I think he's gonna do some Clown World counting, which I don't want to see from him because it would be more annoying.
Says I had subscribers on Twitch. There's no Prime subs here per se. There's no real
isn't there
incentive
no whatever
or anything.
Didn't like Twitch get rid of Prime subs as well now? I remember there was a big issue with like they were changing how this whole thing works on Twitch now, so that may be true now. You know what I mean?
At all to really do things like there's no cheering wars. There's no cheering
wars. Lie. Blatant lie.
There's super
Go to
chat
any of the
wars.
Stardew streams. You see a super duper dented super chat war all the time. It's actually even worse than the cheer wars he got on Twitch. Because at least the cheer wars, it was like people talking like they had a functional brain. But now you have people like cat, dog, cat.
Literally, legitimately, like this shit is what's really going on. It's this fucking dipshit. It's Canadian Kirk. His new name in DSP's chat is Okie Dokie, because apparently he's too fucking stupid to come up with a real name. And Booch, this Rich Review Tech dipshit simp, and they just fight to show up on the screen. They just want to have their name on the screen. So they just super chat $1. DSP has to drop everything, type their name in his stupid manual text on screen leaderboard. And then another one does it. So he has to drop everything, put their name on it. And then the first one does it again. And so he has to drop everything, put their name on it. It is the most dented fucking stupid shit on the entire planet. It's not fun for anybody, for literally anybody. It's not fun for Phil. It's not fun for anyone watching. And I don't know how they get any enjoyment out of it. Probably because they're literally fucking retarded.
And he gets that all the time.
Ugh.
And now he's saying, I don't get
the worst.
I don't get cheering wars. You do, it's stupid.
Cheering trains, you know what I'm saying? All that
cheering
stuff.
Trains means hype train, by the way.
I get it. I understand why it's profitable on YouTube. I'm in the same boat, right? And then guess what he did? He sued Twitch. He did. He outright went and he sued
So
Twitch.
obnoxious.
Okay?
By design.
He sued Twitch. It was all behind doors. It was never publicly disclosed what the suing was about besides that he had been banned. And guess what? There was a settlement, meaning Twitch would have lost.
We know what a settlement is, dumbass. I thought you were talking to adults, not kids.
They had a settlement and Twitch would have lost. How did he know that Twitch would have lost? Settlements can happen for multiple reasons. It's not necessarily even that, like, they would have lost the court case. They either thought that the evidence was
He doesn't even get it right.
or that they were
What a
thinking,
settlement
okay, we
is,
go
and
to
then he
court, the
explains it
evidence is not
wrong.
enough, and then we lose
Hey,
the
Rydrick, how's it going?
the court case. We may not be able to ban him from the site, and the damage may be even more than what it's worth. So they decided to settle it, so that way they could still ban him from the site, and the potential loss would be minimized to a point. I mean, there's a lot of legal reasons that people could do settlements on, and to say that Twitch did it because they would have lost is a very like black and white thing to say that may not even be true. It's too speculative to even say that, in my opinion.
All right, and Twitch paid
All right.
a big settlement of money for the fact that they banned him outright without due discourse, without proving that he did anything wrong. Right? They basically they did something wrong and ripped him off from a lot of money, and he won the court case.
And then,
okay?
No, he didn't. A settlement is not a court case.
The court case. Oh my god, this almost slipped my mind too. So remember this whole thing where he says that Twitch settled because they would have lost, and then says, you know what, let's get a rewind.
It was all behind doors. It was never publicly disclosed what the suing was about besides that he had been banned. And guess what? There was a settlement, meaning Twitch would have lost, all right? And
All right.
paid Dr. Disrespect
No,
a
that's
big
not what that
settlement of
means.
money for the fact that they banned him
They could have won. They
without
just didn't
due
want
discourse,
to
without
go
proving that he
through
did
with it. They
anything
just didn't
wrong,
want to bother with
right?
it.
They basically they did something wrong and ripped him off from a lot of money, and he won the court case.
No, they didn't. No, he didn't. The court case didn't happen. That's what the settlement means.
I think his brain is cooked.
Yeah,
As I said many
his
times.
brain off, mouth on
I think
autopilot.
He forgot a word. Like you know how he complains in Street Fighter that his fight stick drops combos. His brain dropped a word. It dropped the an important word about that segment. Like
without proving that he did anything wrong, right? They basically they did something wrong and ripped him off from a lot of money, and he won the court.
He would have won the court case. He dropped would have because again it didn't go to court, so he didn't win a court case. He got a settlement, correct? But I think in his little mind he thought he said would have and it didn't come out, so he continued as nothing happened. This dude, there's something going on behind the scenes.
In the court case. Okay? Now that's all that's ever been said, because outside of that, all right, it's all legally like behind closed doors, NDAs. You can't talk about it. So Dr. Disrespect has never said anything further. Twitch has never said anything further. And so for the greater part of almost 4 years, this entire process has been completely clandestine, shady, behind the scenes. We may never know.
Clandestine. I don't think that's the right word to use. He could have just said
How do you
it was
define
behind closed doors,
clandestine?
something like that. Clandestine, I think,
Kept
means
secret or
supposed to
done
be, like,
secretively, especially
something that's
because
destined to
illicit.
happen.
Like, there's nothing illicit.
Come on.
Whatever, man.
Never know what happened.
Trying to sound so smart.
Well,
let's buffer a little bit. We gotta load the words. This is very professional, by the way.
I'll tell you, I want to make sure this is still open. Okay.
Due to wait a second, he didn't say that, and he has to load it. This dude says, I am not gonna go back, but I'm pretty sure at the very beginning he said that he just got breaking news, and now he has to find the breaking news. He couldn't have it prepared, Mr. Professional. Oh man.
I did not make a mistake. This chicanery.
I'm gonna read this.
Okay.
But anyway.
Okay.
Okay. I want to make sure it was still there, and it is indeed still there. Okay.
Okay. All right.
So.
Okay. All right. Okay.
In the last week, crazy stuff has been happening in regards to Dr. Disrespect that I have refused to speak about. Why? Because there's been no evidence of anything. There's been a lot of accusations thrown around. There's been a lot of what ifs, and then there's been seemingly repercussions in regards to the what ifs. Let me explain what's going on. Supposedly a former Twitch employee, and I throw that around loosely because when I say former Twitch employee, Twitch has a million people who work for them who don't. There's people who are like community ambassador volunteers who fucking moderate and do shit, but don't actually work for the company. Don't ask me how they think that's professional, because it's not. That's what leads to insane mistakes like, oh, ban an account because they did something wrong. Oops, they did, and unban it later. And
Okay. This guy has legions of volunteers as mods, by the way. Now, he's gonna probably say well, Twitch is a business. It's a big company. I'm just a little guy. But this dude also brags about being professional and all this other. He's the most professional streamer in the world, man. Why can't he pay? Then, if he is the most professional streamer in the world, how come people are gonna be banned for nothing and then be unbanned the same day? There's been so many accidental bans from this guy, and then there's like bans over a guy's name that he doesn't even know, and he's like, I don't know why you're banned. Your name's problematic. I don't know why. And then he bans him again because he spoiled Elden Ring. But it's like, if you're saying that a guy named David Berkeley is banned and you don't know why, I don't think that's a very professional stream you got there, buddy. Now, I think someone mentioned that David Berkeley, I think, is the name of one of his bankruptcy things. Something his bankruptcy had Berkeley in it, and maybe that's why he was banned. And maybe Mod is the only one that gave a fuck enough to know to ban him, and DSP didn't know, and he unbanned him. But it's like,
later in the day, it's bullshit. Their company is awful. Okay, but anyway. Someone who supposedly formerly worked for them put out a tweet, and I'll summarize it here. Yeah, the banning of Dr. Disrespect was absolutely warranted. He was texting or DMing a minor, basically someone who was 17, having sexually inappropriate conversation with said minor, and even trying to like lean towards and get them to go to his room and meet him in his room at like TwitchCon. And when Twitch got note of that, because I guess it was done through Twitch private messages, and it was reported to them.
It wasn't reported to them. They were just eavesdropping, basically.
And that's why they decided to ban him, citing their terms of service would never allow that. Well,
all right.
Apparently they did ban him. Then he sued them years later.
Not defending him,
saying, well, none of this is evidence of any crime whatsoever. Therefore, you banned me outright for no reason, legally anyway. And
this is kind of like. I hate how this dude is talking about this. It is funny to me that like Most Critical talked about it, some ordinary gamer talked about it. I didn't watch his video, I watched the latest one from Most Critical, but none of them mention Twitch's side of it, because it's like, yeah, this dude is like sending inappropriate material to like a minor, and it, and him like in his response to it isn't like, oh, I was just trying to be funny. Oopsie whoopsie, dude. It was more like, oh shit, like, whatever. What happened. But man, him saying something like, well, it wasn't illegal, and this, but it's like, it's terms of service. I mean, you could be banned from any website for terms of service. Like, that's why they exist, Phil.
And you owe me money, and then they had a settlement. So apparently Twitch felt they would not have been able to win the court case. They didn't have enough evidence to prove maybe true intent, and therefore they did screw up, so they settled so they wouldn't lose the court.
That's not what it means.
Now,
but DSP just wants to pretend like he knows what he's talking about.
This is just a former Twitch employee saying this on Twitter. No,
on.
The evidence. Can you show us evidence of what you're saying? No, nothing. So without evidence, you can't hold someone accountable. It's just an accusation, right? We actually don't know if this is actually what happened.
I mean, there's any number of reasons why they settled.
When this happened,
it could just be they didn't want to bother with litigation. It would just be cheaper to.
He said something about like
to give him a payout.
Paid, and I was like, dude, you're being accused of being like a fucking creep, and your response is, I'm still getting paid, or whatever the fuck it was. I don't think that. In the hierarchy of things you want to like clear the air about, I think getting paid is like on the bottom compared to what the accusation is.
Yesterday, it's announced that Dr. Disrespect's game development company, which he co-founded. I think it's called like Midnight Society.
I don't
Is
know.
dropping him.
I think
He's leaving the
something
company.
or whatever.
Basically, and then they put out a public statement on Twitter. So we heard all these accusations. We researched it ourselves and looked into it, and we came to an agreement that.
You know what's funny? DSP did actually respond about this Dr. Disrespect stuff like a day before this. I just remembered because someone brought it up and said that, oh, this guy was using it to hype up concerts, man. Wow. And I didn't think much about that. I was like, concerts? What? That's like so bizarre. And the guy who brought it up, you know, was hyping it. Every concert he was like doing, he was like, oh, come to the concert. I may reveal what happened. And it never happened. And then this happened, you know, but he did respond to that. And then he immediately said that. And then he immediately said, this is why I don't cover the drama.
I'm making progress here, by the
and
way.
He was already ready to write it.
I am making progress here with this object in Unity. I'm watching tutorial videos from weird VTubers who do this stuff. Because who else is going to, right? Who else does this stuff? Wow, now I'm floating. God damn it. There we go. Let me lock that so I don't accidentally grab it again. But yeah. You have to go to these people because no one else does tutorials on these things.
It off.
But I'm learning.
And then like Dr. Disrespect responded and it got DSP to respond. Because this dude
Not like I'm not weird.
Just wants to like jump on the bandwagon that's gonna get a lot of clicks, obviously. Because when you make a video that's based on just accusations, that is a video that has a higher chance of aging poorly. Because if the accusations are bunk and wrong, then you're either gonna have to apologize, which you think he's gonna apologize for anything?
Yeah.
Fuck no. He's gonna kill himself before he does that.
Going down the rabbit hole.
But he would never apologize, so that's why he didn't want to talk about it. Because if there's a chance that he might be wrong, he's not gonna take it. But since Dr. Disrespect confirmed it, he's comfortable talking about it because he doesn't have to worry. Sound good?
That Dr. Disrespect is leaving the company. Now, what does that sound like? That sounds like they're saying we found out he's guilty of this accusation of, you know, having sexual conversations with a minor, and now we've decided that it's in our best interest to part ways with him. Now, immediately what ended up happening is everyone
Starting to make more sense now.
Saying, well, number one, where's the evidence? If you have evidence, show it. And number two, if you're dropping him, just understand no one is ever going to buy or play your game ever again. Like, the only reason we were even involved in your video game is because...
Like, I was having a lot of trouble at first using Blender in order to just make VTuber models in general. Like, even just edits and things. The first thing I started with was adding this occult armband. And that was the first thing I did. And look where I am now with all these freaking 100+ different costumes. But you gotta start somewhere.
Because Dr. Disrespect was the co-founder of the company, and
I feel like this didn't happen because I remember like people were praising the company for acting swiftly about getting rid of Dr. Disrespect. I don't remember hearing people say, "I can't believe you're doing this." Whatever.
We're interested in it. We like him, so you might as well just say goodbye. Your game will never sell. Okay,
but it needs to be like that would happen.
It was the kiss of death to keep him in the company, and now it's the kiss of death that he's out of the company, right?
This guy. All right. Sorry, I had to check on my laundry. Okay. Yeah. I'm doing fucking laundry. Can you believe that? All right. Let's get back into this bullshit.
Now, while all this is going on, guess what else is going on? His other sponsorship deals are falling apart. Apparently, overnight, Turtle Beach, which he has bunch of...
This shit, this guy, man, he's inventing realities at this point. Like, listen to this.
Will never sell. Okay? So it's kind of like, it was the kiss of death to keep him in the company, and now it's the kiss of death that he's out of the company, right?
How does he know that's the case? What if people are happy that happened? Whatever.
Now, while all this is going on, Guess what else is going on?
But guess what? It's a lose-lose anyway, correct? Because imagine if they decided to keep him on. These people would then say, I can't believe they're keeping this guy on. They just want to keep him on because they can't, because they're gonna suck. They're gonna make bad games.
Okay,
So they're gonna
global item
make
exported.
off of his iconic face.
Their
Or whatever the
sponsorship
fuck.
deals are falling apart. Apparently, overnight, Turtle Beach, which he has a bunch of branded headphones with, dropped him from their sponsorship.
Wow.
So the question is, what in the holy hell is going on?
What in the holy hell? He says that all the time. He doesn't say what in the hell anymore. He says, what in the holy hell?
If there was blatant evidence on
The holy hell, you guys.
I like that he says that, like, why are they canceling him off of, canceling him for, no evidence, blah, blah, blah. But this dude will go on and on about how he was kicked off with no evidence.
Burgers.
In a way, this proves that all the shit he says about Teespring and all this stuff is all bullshit. Because think about it. He says all the time, I got kicked off of for bullshit that didn't even happen. And then, like, it happens to other people, and he's like, so you're telling me these people banned him without evidence?
There's nothing. No one said anything. Apparently, again, remember, there was a whole court proceeding, but apparently there's NDAs.
There was not a court proceeding. There was a settlement, which is the opposite of a court proceeding. It's the dismissal of a court proceeding.
Take a sip of drink.
Now we know. Right before I started this podcast this morning, Dr. Disrespect tweeted himself. Are you ready?
Whoa, he tweeted
Are you ready?
I'm going to read it word for word.
All right.
And this was his original tweet. People are saying he's edited it since. Too bad I have the original tweet on my
Too
screen.
bad.
So I'm going to read the original version right now. This was posted like 15, 20 minutes ago on his Twitter account, at Dr. Disrespect. You ready?
You already said that.
Capital letters. Hello, I'd like to make a quick statement.
By the way,
I
was kind of watching this recently. His ears will move like crazy doing this. Just look at his ear. Look at it. It will be wiggling up and down the whole time.
Fucking bullshit. As you know, there's no filter with me. Maybe that's a problem. I've always been upfront and real with you guys on anything that I can be upfront about.
Now, get a load of this.
Word for word, and then he editorializes.
Dr. Disrespect is saying, oh, I don't filter myself. I'm an honest man, blah, blah, blah. But these people tell you all the time that this dude is fake, he's lying, he's a shill, he's not his real self, whatever. He says he is. Oh, maybe he should be, maybe that's the problem. Man, let's just think about that one.
And I'm always willing to accept responsibility, which is why I'm here now. He's always willing to accept responsibility. Okay.
I thought you were going to read it word for word,
Let's
dipshit.
continue. Here's the thing. I'm just going to say this before I read the rest of the tweet. For those who are like shocked at the situation, did you not see the writing on the wall when he cheated on his wife many, many years ago?
Okay.
And then he publicly cried.
This all happened at the same
You're
time.
gonna get a load of this, right?
The messaging, the cheating.
Cheating on your wife.
Didn't you see the writing on the wall?
It's bad and it's fucked up and all this stuff. You could feel that way all day. Sure, fair enough. Correct. I don't think that correlates with you being a creep to minors. People can cheat on their wife and not be a creep to minors. They're not this. They're like that's kind of what this insinuates to me when I was listening to this. I was like, yeah, before I was like, yeah, this guy is kind of shitty because he cheated on his wife. That's kind of like fucked up. And then like he kind of wanted to like be a victim or whatever. Like it was I vaguely remember it, but I just remember like he was trying to make a sad story out of it to a degree or whatever. But either way, even then, it was just he cheated on his wife, and I was like, yeah, that's kind of shitty. That's it. Now he could, change and correct his behavior, sure, because a lot of the times when you cheat on your significant other, there's always like a reason and all this stuff that is a sign that you have to work through something. It's either the relationship you're in now isn't great, or whatever, and that's stuff that you have to figure out and fix, whatever. But again, I wouldn't say, oh, since he cheated, oh, he creeped a minor, that makes sense to me. It's like, No, these are two very different things. One is a potential felony because one can lead to bad shit that could happen. The other is just shitty behavior to someone else that, you know, that can be fixed either by her breaking up with him, getting a divorce, whatever, or whatever, or getting therapy, whatever. Like, one is a fixable situation. The other, you may go to jail and have some fun time in jail with other people who will do a lot of crazy stuff, right? Correct?
People gave him money and liked him more.
Oh man,
he did that one out. 2, he went to a convention and literally walked inside of a bathroom with a film crew and filmed people.
Wow, obviously that means he's gonna sex to minors.
Now with this has the context of like the film crew, and it was like either their idea, his idea, both of their ideas, whatever. And you know, that's just a dumb decision. That's just a dumb stunt.
Where's
that
the fucking
he
connection?
did get in trouble with, I believe. But whatever, you know. Again, these are just like shitty situations. I think the bathrooms may be more, you know, criminal tier kind of shit, because I don't think it's against the law to do that, in my opinion, or I think it is. Whatever. You know, I'm not gonna tell you I'm a genius, okay? See, I'm hitting the mic and everything.
And then he got kicked out of the convention and almost got arrested for it.
Oh yeah, see, he got.
There's
in
always been
trouble.
evidence that this guy.
But, I mean, what do you think a dude? Well, I mean, he did take a camera to a bathroom, but again, like, you know, it's just when you're doing stuff with minors, it becomes very like head, like you're gonna scratch your head a little bit more, and squint your eyes a little bit more at the person. Then, because like, you know, you take a camera to a bathroom, it's like, okay, you're a fucking idiot. Why the fuck would he do that? And all this other shit. And then depending on what was recorded, then it would go further from there. Like if you're seeing dicks in his little in his camera, that's gonna be another set of problems. But yeah, you know, it's still kind of like fucked up. I mean, now in the context of shouldn't you already be disgusted with this guy? Sure, I think that's what he's trying to get at. But to another degree, you could also understand why some people may either be willing to forgive him for these things, because both instances end with him saying, I'm gonna improve or whatever. And then like this being the tipping point, because again, this is involving a minor. You know, to a degree, you could say the bathroom is involving other adults in that bathroom. You don't know if there's a kid in there. I don't want to know, because, you know, it's a fucked up situation, obviously. But yeah, like those two things have like stuff around them that's like, okay, maybe he learned, he grew up, and he grew up. He learned and all this other stuff. Then you got this DM, and it's like, that's a little problematic, in my opinion.
Does bad things, but people seem to like him more. And that's what I don't understand. The guy is someone who dresses up like a knockoff G.I. Joe character. He acts a character on camera like a Muppet.
Now this
People
is
like him.
Now this is stupid to like just say, I don't get why people like him. He does bad stuff, they like him more. He dresses like a Muppet. What? Just because someone dresses up doesn't mean they're gonna do crimes and fucked up shit. I mean, that what is this logic?
Like him for that, and that's okay if you like it, but you understand this is all he does.
That's okay if you like it, but that means you like Muppets.
Some kind of a fucking hero.
That doesn't make it sound like you think it's okay.
Who is saying this? He keeps saying, "Oh, you think he's a pariah and a hero?" Who is saying he's like a hero? I want DSP to find these tweets that say Dr. Disrespect is my hero. This dude is just saying stuff out of like speculation. Come on.
Like, what are you talking about? The guy has had a history of bad behavior, and he makes schlock content, and it's okay.
And you can.
It's okay if you like it. That just means you like schlock.
How can you like, dude?
A fucking hero, a pariah. Like, what are you talking about?
A pariah? Does he not know what the word pariah means?
DSP had a history of bad behavior.
Does he think a pariah is a good thing?
Schlock content. and it's okay to like.
It's
the schlock. I get it. It's a shtick. It's
Why?
funny.
What?
But why would you think that this guy is some kind of a fucking hero to people all over the internet?
Who is saying he's a hero? Even before this, I've never seen anyone, for the matter of fact, any streamer for that matter, say they're a hero. Who, like, he's saying this out of the assumption that, like, when people watch, like, a movie or whatever the fuck, and they say, oh, he's my hero, like, that sentiment, and he's conflating that, saying, this is just average fan behavior. They'll say that about everything that they like. Therefore, since Dr. Disrespect has fans, they clearly see him as a hero. Who the fuck says that? Yeah, people may say that, but that doesn't mean that they're either being genuine or legit about it. If I said, Jolene from JoJo's my hero, does that mean that she's literally my hero? Why not, right?
Where did you ever get that information?
Where did you get that information? Where did you
connection? I mean,
where did you get that information?
I'm at a loss, and I understand a lot of people would say, "Well, the same thing about you." I never said I'm a hero. I never said I'm someone who should be worshipped.
Oh my God! Holy
ever get
shit!
That information or ever get that.
Dr. Disrespect never said he was a hero either.
And I understand a lot of people would say, "Well, the same thing about you." I never.
I am not crazy.
Ugh, I gotta restart Vinian for the folder to refresh.
Think about the choice.
Close.
Damn it.
This chicanery.
BRB.
This dude is unbelievable. When did Dr. Disrespect say he's a hero? I mean, the thing is, I want everyone to get out of this video is that DSP's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
I don't know why. He has the easiest low ball fucking take he could have, and he still fumbles it. It's like, he catches it, he fumbles it once. He grabs the ball again, he fumbles it again. He fumbles all the way down the stairs. And then you're asking, how did he get to the stairs? Well, it's DSP. Like, dude, why are you... Just say, this dude did some fucked up shit with a minor.
Hey.
Inappropriate things in a DM. He shouldn't have done it, and, you know, Twitch and everyone else did the right thing by distancing themselves from him because, you know, it might be a DM now, but what if it continued? You know, these are things that people have to be careful about, you know, do with anything online. I mean, again, it's not even like, oh, you can't say what you want online anymore. It's just common sense. If you're sending a message to someone who's a minor, just ask yourself, if you saw a minor down the street, are you gonna say this to their face? No, because they're too young.
Is
and
it
you don't
like
know how
cap
they're gonna
sensitive?
react to it, and it can like just do a lot of stuff. So you have to be kind of like a normal person and just be like, okay, yeah, these are just people, and you know, whatever. You don't have to like walk the other way or walk away from them or ignore them, but just be like, hey, these are minors. Like, what are we doing here? Like, come on, it's just like common sense shit.
I never said I'm a hero. I never said I'm someone who should be worshipped or anyone should.
And the other thing is, the thing that
Neither
I hate
did
about his
Doc.
podcast and his little segments is that, and this
Oh,
is the problem when he
okay.
does
It's
the
Burger's
podcast channel.
exclamation mark,
He wants
derp.
to relate everything to him
Didn't even
in order
notice.
for him to talk about it.
That's probably why.
That is insane to do for many reasons, because it stifles what you're able to talk about. Because think about it this way: let's say we're gonna just rewind the time for this. We're gonna live in like World War II era, right? Correct? And let's say that DSP has a news channel and he wants to talk about the Nazis. Is he gonna relate the Nazis to him to talk about the Nazis? I hope not. I hope not. I hope he's not gonna say, well, you see the Nazis, they do because you know what, it's like when I want to do this, I want to make sure it gets done. Like, it's just, you don't want to fucking do that shit. Like, just report the news and just be impartial, or just be like, hey, this is it. If you want to talk about your opinion of it, you can say, hey, Dr. Disrespect is a creep for DMing a minor, inappropriate content. But
There we
instead, this
go.
guy is just gonna like make it about himself and talk about himself alongside this, which is a very like weird thing to do.
I'm just a regular dude sitting here on the internet playing video games and hanging out with you.
Begging for money. Don't forget that.
Some fucking multi-millionaire who brings in
Again,
$50,000
money. It all comes down to money.
Fucking knockoff GI Joe. I just don't get it, but maybe that's me because I don't.
He
like that
thinks
kind
if
of
you make
shit.
money, then you're supposed to be seen as a
this whole thing,
hero.
I'm gonna lost that.
Bro, I never
It's
said
like
I'm
a
someone who should be
child.
worshipped or anyone
He's not here. He doesn't say he's
should
this.
love. I'm just a regular dude sitting here on the internet playing video games and hanging out with you. That's
I think
it.
Doc says that's what he is
I'm not
too.
some fucking multi-millionaire who brings.
He's just a regular guy who. But I guess if you're a multi-millionaire, like
$50,000 a fucking stream to dress up like a fucking knockoff GI Joe.
That's not what he gets paid for. He gets paid for being an entertaining streamer, not just because he gets dressed up, stupid fuck.
Again, we're talking about him sending DMs to minors or a minor or whatever, and this dude is using it to talk about the quality of his content. My guy, nobody, and I mean nobody, is talking about the quality of his content now. They're just saying this guy is a fucking creep, and that's the discussion. We're not discussing his quality of content. I don't think that's on anyone's mind.
Why do you think that he's like not going to be doing wrong things when there's a history of wrong behavior?
Why do you think he's going to be like not doing wrong things? What about your history of wrong behavior?
So now let's continue to read.
Yeah, but it's different because I say it is, okay?
First and foremost, I do want to apologize to everyone in my community, as well as those close to me.
Because if it's not different, then I don't have any right to talk, I guess.
A lot of people have been left in the dark about what happened yesterday with Midnight Society.
Hey, we got the sounds. I don't know how I'm going to set it to randomly say any of the other burger clips, though. This is like only an option for one. There's got to be a randomness to it.
Full of incredibly talented and good people that have high career ambitions and families, and I'd never want to jeopardize the culture we have carefully crafted.
Yeah, right.
Everyone has been wanting to know why I was banned from Twitch, but for reasons outside of my control, I was not allowed to say anything for the last several years. Now that two former Twitch employees have publicly disclosed the accusations, I can now tell you my side of the story regarding the ban. So essentially what he's saying is, because two Twitch employees broke the NDA themselves.
Why are you... Okay,
the NDA is broken by them, not him. Okay, here we go.
He just read
Were
what he...
there Twitch
whatever.
whisper messages with an individual back in 2017?
By the way, he
giant?
edited that to change it to...
Oh my god.
By the way, which...
Huge.
The answer is yes. Were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. I'm not even going to continue yet. I'm just going to tell you right now, it doesn't matter.
Wait,
Were there real intentions
gonna
behind
go away?
these messages? The answer is absolutely not. I'm not even going to continue yet. I'm just going to tell you right now, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the actual intentions are. What actually matters is the initial action, right?
No.
If you make a death threat
Oh
to
my
someone,
God,
but you say,
man,
I never
like-
intended to kill them, you're still responsible for the death threat.
That's different.
I know what he means, and to a point, to a degree, he's right about it. But I think I don't agree with how he said it.
Death threats are a criminal action.
It's not that it doesn't matter
For one.
that he didn't act on it or not. I just think it's or whatever. It's just that you sent something inappropriate to a minor that is not like cool or good. Or anything. And it's ironic coming from DSV because he DM'd Panda
Turn up the
Lee
force, it's like
when she
bouncing off
was
you.
underage. And then he decided to date her when he's 18. And I said this every time when he brings it up. And he's going to bring it up in this video, I believe. That, well, I only talked to her when she was of legal age. And I'm just like sitting there thinking, if let's say, I tell you guys, I have a girlfriend. You're probably gonna assume, at least I hope you're gonna assume, that this person is of age, obviously. I shouldn't have to tell you that she is, because why would anyone assume that otherwise, correct? And yet DSP has to tell us all the time. Like, it just seems a little weird. I mean, come on. But again, she's like 18, so it's a little bit more like, whatever, you know what I mean? Come on.
If you make sexual messages to a minor, even if you never intended to do anything with the minor, you're still responsible for those messages. So the intent doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Already performed. He's already 100% admitted to guilt for a wrongdoing action, and everyone on the
Guilt to a
internet is
wrongdoing action. Is that a technical term?
I literally don't have to read the rest of the tweet.
Then shut the
I don't.
fuck up.
I mean, we're done here. But
Good
I'm gonna
God,
read
but
the
of course he
rest
doesn't.
Twitch, he tweeted a ton of shit here, so I'm gonna keep going.
Yeah,
but
keep going.
Yikes!
Ah,
That's
yes.
it. He's done.
Yikes!
Like you have 100% admitted that you fucked up and did one of the most heinous things possible.
One of the most heinous things
go
possible
against
is
that,
talking to a
which would obviously have been
17-year-old.
meeting with this person, right? Okay, let's continue. So here's
Okay,
how
well,
he now
DSP did
tries
one of
to
the
sugarcoat what he
most
did. You ready?
heinous things possible,
These
then.
were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes lean
'Cause
too
he did it
much in the
too.
direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. Yes, there is more. You're doing it with a minor, and therefore there's more to it.
What's more to it? But the thing is like, he's really this, like, surprised that Dr. Disrespect would say this shit, but it's like, yeah, if you're being accused of this stuff and people are saying you're this and that, you're gonna try to downplay what happened, obviously. This isn't like a new tactic. A lot of people do this. Whatever.
But you just don't understand that, I guess. But yes, you screwed up hugely. Nothing illegal happened. No pictures were shared. No crimes were committed.
His ear.
And I never
look at his ear.
You just don't understand that, I guess. But yes, you screwed up hugely. Nothing illegal happened.
Look at the ears! He's like a gremlin.
And I never even met the individual.
It keeps going.
Holy cow.
Arbitration.
I mean, it's true. Nothing illegal happened.
And that case was
No comment on that, though.
Let me be clear. It was not a criminal case against me, and no criminal charges have ever been brought against me. Of course, because it was your case against Twitch. Like, what is he even talking about there? It was his case. Clear. It was not a criminal case against me, and no criminal charges have ever been brought against me. Of course, because it was your case against Twitch. Like, what is he even talking about there?
He's talking about it not being illegal.
The reason why Twitch banned him, dumbass. Like that. Whatever. Okay.
It was his case against Twitch. And
What are you talking about?
He terminated my account and partnership with you, which had all this money coming in, just because you saw some whisper messages, and the whisper messages weren't technically a crime, and therefore, how dare you terminate my ability to make money with your business, which, you know, without actual evidence of any real wrongdoing. I guess what it is Twitch didn't feel like there was enough there to say that they 100% had the right to terminate his account. So they did a civil settlement based on what probably he would have made if he stayed with them. I think it was millions.
Again, just speculation from a complete idiot.
So now that's why they said. I thought they said because they would have lost, Phil. This really comes off as if he didn't know the full story at the beginning, and then when he started reading it, he started to realize, oh, that's probably why they settled. Like it's like something he discovered. Again, a lot of the stuff that DSP does as a segment, it just comes off as like last minute, like he did it the day of.
I don't get it because, again, I don't know the laws. The laws are very
I don't know
Who
anything.
knows what the law would have been with Twitch?
Who knows what the laws are? People who know what the law is.
I don't get.
Who knows?
Again, I don't know the laws. The laws are very weird and different. Who knows what the law?
Who knows what the law
would have been
is?
with Twitch?
It would have been for Twitch.
Is there a law about a certain amount of?
Is there a law about
talking
certain amount of talking to minors?
A certain amount of talking?
I don't think.
Like, if
it's
it goes
a law
over a certain number of talking, then it becomes
to minors.
illegal?
I just think
You're such a doofus.
It is the character in how people talk to minors that is the problem.
Such an idiot.
You know, there's nothing like if Dr. Disrespect DM'd the minor and just said,
Like, this does not make Phil look good, and he thinks it does.
What is like the most
so wild.
normal thing a person
He makes
would
me look
say
like
to
I'm better than he is, because I'm condemning him
Let's
and
say
calling
that
him a
the
bad
minor was
person.
saying, like, hey, can anyone ban me?
I get property, I'm
it
a
was just
good
like,
person.
You know, maybe it was Dr. Disrespect's birthday. He was doing a birthday stream, and then she DM'd him like, "Happy birthday, Dr. Disrespect." Then he responds back saying, "Thank you." Like that's not, you know, bad. But if he says something inappropriate that's more sexual or something you would say to an adult, then yeah, that would be bad. But again, it's not that it's illegal to talk to minors or anything. It's more that how you talk to them and the character and your character. Like, You know, come on now, dog.
Minors and shit. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what the law.
I don't know. Who knows?
This is the
A
kind
lot
shit
of
that
people
of us are like,
do.
yes, you can't do anything you want anymore, and it's like, no, man, you just can't like be a shitty person. Stop being an asshole. Like it's always that kind of shit with some people. Like, you see people who get like called out for sexual misconduct, and they always say, well. I guess you can't do what you want anymore. I guess it's illegal to talk to women, and it's like, no, you just don't be shitty. Like a woman doesn't appreciate how you talk to her. Just stop, cut the shit out. That's it. I can't do what I want now. Wow, I guess I have to walk around on eggshells, and it's like, no, just don't be shitty. Like that's it. And with this, it's like you. Just don't be a creep around minors. You know?
In regards to this, what's legal, what's not, maybe the technicality was technically what he did wasn't illegal. It was very morally reprehensible, but not illegal. And therefore, Twitch
it's
basically...
Not, again, like, I like it's like, oh, it's ambiguous, and maybe it's like, yeah, he literally, it's like not a crime, but it's stuff that makes you scratch your head and like, kind of make you look at it a little closely and be like, okay, we're gonna err on the side of caution and just get rid of this guy.
Banning him for doing something morally reprehensible but not actually against the law was a gray area.
Again, that's
It's
why
not a gray area if it's not.
Well. When it's not a crime, you could just say it's against
stupid.
You don't want that on your site. Like, again, just because something is against TOS doesn't mean it's illegal. I mean, there's also stuff that's illegal that's against TOS, obviously, but that's also the case for TOS. It doesn't mean it's illegal, but whatever.
And that's why he was able to sue them. Who knows? Okay?
Who knows?
Yes, he did these messages. This is why they banned him.
What the fuck do you mean? Who knows?
Win the civil case.
God.
Settled, meaning they didn't want to take it to trial.
Who
Instead,
knows?
They just wanted to get it to go away, so they paid him money to get him to go away and leave them alone. There you go. Now
What
let's
a
continue.
fucking retard.
Now, from a moral standpoint, I'll absolutely take responsibility. I should have never entertained these conversations to begin with. That's on me. That's on me as an adult, a husband, and a father. It should have never happened. I get it. I'm not perfect, and I'll fucking own my shit. This was stupid. This is coming from a guy who already had cheated on his wife, publicly admitted it.
Okay, but like, didn't he own that too in a way? But whatever. Like, again, he always was like he has hung up on this because he has a wife, and he would never do that. But he got her to do it to Superman. But again, Superman was an abusive boyfriend apparently. So you know, it is what it is, I suppose. But this guy, man, he says this because he has a wife, so he's more upset about him cheating on his wife than the DMs with a minor. Now, like, if you want to argue that maybe it's like out of context, it's worse than it is or whatever, that it sure, whatever. But still, like, I would still argue the fact that you made a DM to a minor that other people would say, hey, that's fucking weird. I think that's why you just shouldn't do that kind of shit. Like, you know, like,
Claimed that he was changing for the better.
It's like you can be an asshole and a shitty person doesn't mean you should. You
Still doing this. Is there really anything else to say about that? I mean, this guy's not going to change. This is a guy who just has this kind of behavior and thoughts in his blood, and he's doing it over and over. And this is someone who you're basically making a hero of content on the internet. Okay, let's continue.
Hero. Again,
now, with all
he's
this said,
now a
don't
hero.
get it fucking mistaken. I've seen all the remarks and labels being thrown around so loosely. Social media is a destruction zone. I'm no fucking predator or pedophile. Are you kidding me? Anyone that truly knows me...
I kind of like how he reads this part because he's doing his, like, father reading his son a bedtime story voice. Look at his ear, by the way. It's gonna start wiggling again.
Fucking knows where I stand on those things.
Dude, and it's like, dude, it's specific wiggles. Like, this... Like, I don't think you can see my, cursor. but the top part of the ear wiggles, then like the middle part starts to wiggle too, independently. This dude has a very weird ear.
With those types of people. Fuck that.
Those type of
That's
people.
a different level of disgust that I fucking hate even hearing about.
Even
Don't be
hearing.
labeling me as the worst of the worst with your exaggerations. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Well, my comment on that is simple. He probably had no idea that the person who he was sexting via Twitch DMs was underage.
So he says this, but he says earlier in this that it was a minor. But then now he says, "Well, he didn't know." But then someone tells him he edited in the minor part, so he knew he was talking to a minor, which is like, like, come on.
That's why you don't sext with people on Twitch, you fucking buffoon. You stupid moron. You're a multimillionaire. You're one of
It always comes down to money. Literally, everything is like within the framework of money. Like,
people you don't know on Twitch.
you have money, okay?
I think that speaks to the level of intelligence here.
Okay.
Let's continue. But I think I've said what I
Such
needed
a
to say
stupid
regarding the game
douche.
itself. That's it.
I mean, again, he knew she was a minor, or he. I don't know if they ever said who was the recipient of Dr. Disrespect's nonsense.
Why does it matter his income?
He knew it was a minor.
Hey, Christopher Okun.
And he still continued. You know what I mean?
That's why Twitch made the decision.
I'm using VNyan to add more throw objects, so check this
I
out.
apologize. I wish I could have said all this sooner. You guys have always showed me and my family love and support throughout all these years.
Check that
I
out.
love you guys like you can't imagine.
Now I'm trying to make it so it cycles through a bunch of random
You don't have to support me anymore, but
random
just
sound
you've always
effects.
been greatly
But that's a little bit more
appreciated. But trust
complicated.
me when I say this, to all of my haters and that live and breathe social media with zero real life experience, I don't give a fuck about you. Finally,
It sounds like
if you're
DSP.
uncomfortable with this entire statement and think
I
I'm
don't give a
piece of
fuck
shit, that's
about
fine.
you.
But I'm not fucking going anywhere. I'm not the same guy that made this mistake all
Eat
those
shit
years
out
ago.
of my ass.
But you're the same guy who cheated on your wife publicly. Shit,
Oh,
that's fine.
wait, what?
But I'm not fucking going anywhere. I'm not the same guy that made this mistake all those years ago.
You say that.
But you're the same guy who cheated on your wife.
DSP, you're the same guy who said you were a Nazi and was burning Jews.
Again, see, this is why I'm gonna keep bringing it up. Just because he cheated on his wife, like, again,
Okay, sure.
Let's say that this never happened. Let's say that he was never banned from Twitch, and let's say that he never sexted a minor or did anything with minors for that matter. Let's just assume none of that happened. Would you just assume that a dude who had an affair or who cheated on their wife would be sexting a minor? Like, really now? DSP, come on. This is like an unfair characterization almost. But again, fortunately for Phil, Dr. Disrespect did sex some minors, so he's able to say this and get away with it. But that's the thing that I'm like annoyed with about this, is that his hang up on Dr. Disrespect is mostly the affair or the cheating. Now again, it's shitty he cheated on his wife. Sure, that
Cat
that's
cheated
not,
on her
like,
boyfriend.
cool or great, but that's something that could either be resolved either by getting a divorce or going through therapy or whatever the fuck that may take to get that repaired. But this is like he went actually to sex a minor. That is far worse than the affair or the cheating. The cheating can be like, it's like, hey, you're a shitty guy and you treat your wife like shit. Like, come on, man. And
I
then the
swear.
other is like, okay.
I swear, the reason he hates people cheating on their spouse so much is because Pandali cheated on him, and he just doesn't want to mention it. So he has this vitriol, this visceral hatred of people who cheat on people. Because of course Panda cheated on you, dude. You're a fucking cuck loser.
Okay, you're DMing minors now, like fucking sexual shit. Like, dude, come on now, dog. Fucking get off the internet. Like, it's just two different like degrees of things that are going on. And he's like, well, since he cheated, this was the next step. Like, okay,
right? It's one thing
Right.
if the first time it's happened, then you give the benefit of the doubt. But now you've established a pattern of the same kind of misbehavior. So now
No,
people
this all
act
happened
like
at around the
they
same
are,
time.
and that's the problem here. It would be one thing if it was a first-time offense, but now you got the label for the behavior that you keep making.
And he also like gets mad at people who are just now done with Dr. Disrespect, even though he just said that this establishes a pattern. So maybe that's why they dropped him, Phil. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. But no, he gets like, you know, this is more maddening. Like, you know, I thought, okay, this is just gonna be like just DC saying dumb shit, but it's like he in this segment that should have just been about Dr. Disrespect. He shits on everyone. He shits on Twitch. He shits on Dr. Disrespect. He shits on people who used to like him or whatever the fuck. And it's like, my God, dude, maybe you shouldn't be talking about this if this is how you're gonna discuss the news.
I'm taking an extended vacation with my family, as mentioned on stream, and I'm coming back with a heavy weight off my shoulders. They want me to disappear. Yeah, fucking right. I hate to tell you, Dr. Disrespect, you're not going to be coming back with a heavy weight off of your shoulders. You're going to be coming back to a situation where essentially all of your sponsors are now going to drop you because you have
I mean,
absolutely 100%.
I don't think he's
outright
gonna lose all the
admitted
people who give him
sex
money.
minor. Okay? You're going to come back to a very polarized community.
Now, you know what's funny? This dude always brags how he doesn't get sponsorships and all this stuff, and he wants other people to not get sponsorships. So, you know, Dr. Disrespect is not getting sponsorships, Phil. Like,
I'm sure there's a lot of people who are gonna keep standing behind him.
Repercussions for their actions and consequences for their actions and all this other stuff. And him losing sponsorships and all this stuff, that's the consequence. So, like, what more do you want him to go through then, Phil? Like, oh man, I just wish he just doesn't talk about this stuff because he's just not equipped. He's not equipped for it. If you're not confident in your stance on something, just don't say anything. But this dude will always say something, and then he'll say the next day, I stay in my lane, and I don't talk about other people's drama. But he does it for this because Dr. Disrespect is bigger than him, and he can just be lost in the shuffle of videos talking about him.
All right, you are. Not everyone is going to be backing you anymore because of what you just admitted.
Not everyone was going to be backing him
You're
before.
going to come back to a situation where you're going to have a core community who are these hardcore people who, no matter what, are going to like you.
Yeah, you love that, Phil. You've set that up for yourself.
The land of rainbows, unicorns, leprechauns.
No one said it was.
The internet. There's always
Ever.
new people joining the internet every day, and these people may not even care about the allegations or the scandal or whatever the fuck. I mean, that's the sad truth. People will just not care. You know, give it some time. Like, that's just how it is.
Yeah, DSP wants everyone to forget his past groups because he's not the same person he was back then. He said that he's trying to change. I mean, it doesn't matter that Dr. Disrespect said the exact same thing, yet it's different because he has money or something.
Pattern of bad behavior. People don't want to be associated with that at a professional level. Period. You'll still have your
Okay, well, he doesn't need professional sponsors in order to pay his basic bills.
All of that money from the sponsorships and shit.
Do you?
No company is going to want us to associate with someone who made inappropriate whisper DMs with a minor.
Why does he put it in quotation marks?
And you admitted it.
Air quotes.
Yeah.
So here's the thing about Dr. Disrespect,
Whatever.
okay?
Here's the thing.
He's a shtick. And we
He's
all
a
know this.
shtick?
The Dr. Disrespect you see on a stream is a character. He dresses up like a cartoon character and dances around yelling and screaming like a Muppet. And this is what people
Dances
like about
around
him.
yelling and
I
screaming like a
haven't watched his
Muppet.
streams. I don't know what he does, but DSP is telling me what he does on stream. Apparently, he just dances around and screams. I hate how this guy talks about other people's streams. Just outside of Dr. Disrespect, everyone. It is so annoying because if you do that for him, he's like, dude, it does happen to him. Oh, see, people come to my stream and they see that I'm not like what my trolls say. But DSP tells us every day these other streamers act as Muppets and all this stuff. If I go to their streams, are they gonna do that? Like, this dude, shut up.
Gets money, right? It's a character they enjoy. It's very similar to the early days of PewDiePie and Markiplier, where all they would do is scream like sissies on camera during horror games, and it got them a huge following, right? The problem is...
You can't help but shit on PewDiePie.
Pigeonholed himself into that content. Here's what I mean.
Here's what I mean.
Do you really believe that if right now Dr. Disrespect took all the clothes off and said, "I'm Guy," that's his real name, right? Guy.
Right.
Hi, I'm Guy, and I'm just gonna.
I mean, hasn't he done that before?
Unless he's the character, no one's gonna care, and that's the
What?
problem.
What the fuck does this have to do with anything? Now he's like concerned trolling about, well, now if he tries to do something else, he can't because he has to be committed to Dr. Disrespect. But dude, when did he say he doesn't want to be Dr. Disrespect anymore? He just said he's gonna come back to streams later. That's nothing to like.
I've seen clips of him just not wearing the costume.
Well, what if he doesn't want to do stuff?
Okay,
man?
Phil.
This is irrelevant. This is irrelevant to the fucking point. This is not even part of the discussion. This is the kind of tactic people do to try to distract you from the actual argument you're having. You could be arguing with someone about like, why Yukari is the best character in Persona 3, and someone will say, well, you know, so like Yukiko in Persona 4, she has a cooler sweater. It's like, dude, we're not even talking about Persona 4, and like it's just so disjointed and like not even relevant. We're talking about him like sending a creepy DM to a minor and how he lost the trust of his viewers potentially, and he, you know, if he comes back, he may not have anyone there to watch him anymore. That's it. Okay, you made your point. Why are we talking about what if he doesn't want to be Dr. Disrespect anymore? When did he say that?
Take a look at others who this has happened to, okay? And they tried to change, and people wouldn't allow them to. The angry video game nerd, the nostalgia.
The angry video game nerd. I hate when he talks about this guy because it is the most negative, like the most negative thing that I've heard about AVGN is that potentially his scripts are all plagiarized or whatever. But that's mostly the fault of the writers. Now, the reason why James Rolfe doesn't really have a stronger hand in making AVGN is because guess what? He has a family. Wow. So clearly he just doesn't like want that to interrupt his family life, and he just wants to make videos and just put them out there, and he wants to be more efficient. So of course it's gonna mean hiring writers, and all of this, and just taking a less of a lead on the videos. Now I think he does also work on some episodes here and there. It's more like, you know, whatever. But again, he has a family life. He has a personal life that he's taking care of, that he wants to spend time with. It has nothing to do with that he wants to stop being the nerd. He has done other videos on top of that, and I don't think it affects him because he doesn't really seem to care. He does his own thing. Everyone else, I'm starting to kind of notice something about James Rolfe specifically, that a lot of people seem to really, really care a little too much about James Rolfe. Like not like that they're obsessed stalker kind of shit, but they talk as if like they understand what goes on, and how he thinks, when it's just like he has a family and there you go. Like, you know, he's been pretty honest about that too, because he talked about it, I think, in one of the behind the scenes videos for the movie he was doing. But again, these are all things that are like whatever. And he's like, well, you tried to do this and they wouldn't let him. Like, I don't think James Rolfe was that depressed in his life, man. He has other stuff going on.
Nostalgia critic. These are people who didn't want to continue with those.
The nostalgia critic just sucks. I'm sorry. He just sucks. He just doesn't have the talent to do anything. And if you try to leave doing a character and your talent is not there to back it up, yeah, you're gonna go back to what was giving you the money. And even then, that blew up in his face in a way as well. I you know, whatever.
Those characters, but those characters are the only things people like them for, so they're stuck. Angry Joe outright has admitted, I don't want to do the ginormous reviews anymore. They're too time consuming, they take too much work, they get demonetized on YouTube. but that's all anyone watches, so he has to keep doing it. And that's what's happened with Dr. Disrespect, okay? Essentially,
I'm gonna also just say I feel the Angry Joe stuff is outdated at this point. I don't know what he does anymore. I don't watch him. I only see some tweets about him, and the tweets I see are always are just political takes and stuff like that. I don't see anything else. And I don't care.
Sorry, I don't know why I was
But
muted.
I
sorry. God damn it. Like Angry Joe's whole business model is just like it's outdated. He needs to streamline his shit if he wants to make it profitable. Like the shit where he buys like $100 costumes and just needs to get better at special effects so he can do a lot of the stuff himself and just cut down on his bottom line if he wants to make it profitable. But mostly what he does is he just sits in a chair, has a camera pointed at him and his two friends, and they just shoot the shit. They just talk. But, like, if Joe wants to make the produced reviews, he can. He's just kind of lazy and fat.
I'm just gonna go on a gut feeling saying that I don't think he feels the same way anymore.
you made yourself a character. You literally have to.
His yearly Madden rants are still god tier to me, though. Yeah, I mean, it's fine if you like it. But, I mean, he's gotten a lot of shit. I mean, I can actually show you some of his tweets, because there's a Angry Joe channel in the Tevin Discord.
Dress up as that character forever, because it's the only thing people want you.
But he gets in fights with people on Twitter. Like, maybe if he spent less time on Twitter, he'd have more time to make
now people want that.
skit reviews.
I think that Dr. Disrespect was going to have longevity being a character.
Where is this coming from? Again, all the dude fucking said was, he's taking a hiatus or whatever the fuck to wait for this thing to blow over. And this dude is talking as if he was discussing ending his career as Dr. Disrespect. When did he say this? Again, you're bringing stuff up that's not relevant to the discussion. Like, why are we talking about this? Dude just wants to talk about it because he just hates the idea that people may play a character on stream. But this dude will always tell you he was playing a character on stream, but since he has a negative connotation to it, or a negative association to it, he has to talk about it. This dude is so petty. He only is talking about this because he dislikes these kind of streamers. It's nothing real. This dude couldn't give a fuck about what actually was happening. Because if he really cared, right, why continue? He admitted it. Dr. Disrespect literally admitted to DMing a minor inappropriate content and inappropriate discussions with a minor, and instead of just ending at that, saying that's fucked up and that should not be allowed or whatever the fuck, whatever, you can have any take about it, saying, hey, this is inappropriate, you should not be having this with a minor. That's all he could say. He could just say that, and that'd be enough. But since he doesn't give a fuck about it genuinely, he has to go on and on and on about the other aspects of this guy that
tweets so
no
much.
one's talking about. Who the fuck is talking about his streamer character? Nobody.
10, 20 years, but after a while, the shtick gets old and new characters step up to take over, right? It's not
That's any
because
streamer. That's any profession. Anything in the world. You make movies, right? You're a director. Another director's gonna come out of the woodwork and get the spotlight. That just happens. Shit happens. But this is not relevant. Why are we discussing this?
Because it's the same old routine over fucking and over. And that's the problem is, I feel like what his plan was to make maximum profits in a very small amount of time. Like, let me do this for 10 years.
Now we're talking. Now, oh my god. This is projection. Because you want to know what? This dude was going to do this. Remember the 10-year plan? Remember the 10-year plan? His 10-year plan was to phase out of streaming and get a real job, which I don't think was going to happen anyway. But now I think the 10-year plan has morphed into, I'm just going to game for a bit, then I'm going to stream less, and then I'm going to do political content here and there, and all this other stuff. The stuff that he's saying Dr. Disrespect is doing, that's the stuff he's doing. exactly what he's doing. He's trying to get as much money. And you know what? That's what's going on even now with his content. That's why he wants $50 a stream and all that stuff. He wants to get as much money out of his audience up until the meme retirement age, and then stop and just kind of do it a little less seriously. Because that's what he's doing. But he's saying, oh, this is what Dr. Disrespect is doing. Like, how do you know what he's planning? Like, this is so fucking dumb, man.
Bank as much money as I possibly can, so then I can live the rest of my life not having to worry, right? But now,
and also, like, whatever, you know, whatever.
It's coming out, he's about to lose all those big money opportunities that he essentially needed to make to do that, right? All of the product placements, all of the fucking, you know, the headphones, the peripheral accessories and shit. It's all about to go away. And because of that, I now predict what's going to end up happening is he's going to have to keep streaming as Dr. Disrespect for a very long time.
This is the kind of shit that Angry Joe just tweets out. These people tweet is way too fucking much, man. Just give up your Twitter and just sit just for a week. Just try and observe how much more free time you have in your day. Devote less time to tweeting and devote more time to making content. The amount of content you put out is just going to skyrocket. You're going to be like, what the fuck have I been doing this entire time? Look at this shit. What the fuck was the point of this? Why would you post this? Why? You didn't have to post this. Ugh. But anyways, these are some of the more embarrassing shit. Even more embarrassing than that. Like, someone's pointing out all the reviews that he didn't do. You're skipping Tekken 8, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Prince of Persia, Dragon's Dogma 2, and more. Then reviewing X Defiant, and he says, I've been kind of down. It's been a kind of down year for games. And, let's see, what are the one, like, he's just reposting these. This is one that he replied to. Take a break, LMAO. Joe has been taking a break since 2018. He's gone from 18 angry reviews per year to 3 in almost 6 months. And he's like replying to these people, just spending all this time just... If I've been taking a break since 2018, why have I put out so many reviews in 2019? 19 reviews. 2021, 2021, 2022, 2023. Could it instead be that you are an entitled prick who doesn't understand how much work goes into these 40 to 80 plus hours to each? Well, then reduce the amount of hours that it takes. Dumbass. And then I'm just one person. No, you have a team of people who is old as shit now and has things that happen behind the scenes in my life. We also have 27 ongoing different series that require work, in addition to angry reviews to keep things fresh. If I can make it to where you never see another one, but everyone else does, I would. Bro, that's so toxic. 2019. No, 2009, 12, 2010, 13, 2011, 17. Like, 2020? Fuck you, you fucking prick. If I want to fucking take a fucking break at the start of 2024, I goddamn will. Dude, you don't have to do this. If you took this time and used it more productively, then people would complain less. This isn't going to make people complain less, what you're doing. Ugh.
To maintain the lifestyle he has for himself.
What if he wants to? Again, you don't know what this dude's thinking. Because
fucking social media, dude.
He sent the minors. If he knew
social media doesn't give a shit.
Then he should have known about the DMs at this point. If he's so prophetic and I know what he's thinking. Wait, hold up. Ah, yes, I'm back to hell. Let's get back into hell, guys. Here we go.
Either that, or he's gonna have to accept I now, because of my fuck ups and publicly admitting to them, I'm now going to have to completely downscale my life, sell off anything expensive that I have, any big ritzy house I have, and essentially cut it all out and just say, I just gotta live on, you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't, Phil, because you didn't finish your fucking sentence, idiot.
Here's the thing, because, right, for example, Maximum Turbo in chat says that he's already rich, he could stop working right now. You're right, except I guarantee you his lifestyle is set in a way of his expectations.
You know
is gonna
what?
keep making
Okay.
big bucks.
You can't guarantee shit. You don't know anything.
How many times has he told us? Oh, these people, they can go away whenever they want. They already made their big bucks. And now he's saying, well, he needs to keep making money to pay for these things. Wow, it's like this dude is a child.
You see?
You
have
see?
to understand, when you own a big house, you have to pay property taxes on that big house, right?
Right.
When you own luxury vehicles, you have to maintain all of that. That's what people don't think about.
Finish a
right?
sentence.
So I guarantee
God
you,
damn.
right now, he is
Getting
sweating
me so
fucking
heated.
bullets. He says he's going on a vacation. Why are you going on a vacation right now unless you realize what's
Because he
going on
wants
with
the heat to die down.
right? There's a
Yeah,
serious problem here.
He should keep streaming, and that way he'll be like miserable, right? Correct? Whatever. Like, come on.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
I guarantee you what's going to end up happening is there's going to be big changes.
What if you're wrong? What kind of guarantee are we talking about here?
Just know if something's going to happen to Phil, he just wouldn't like stream. Like in a way that kind of happened. But Twitch helped him because he banned his account so he couldn't stream. Correct? Whatever.
Essentially, change from what his plan was.
That's not
all right?
necessarily true.
That's
either.
my take on it.
I swear
Now
there was
listen,
something.
Your
else
take
happened.
sucks.
Here's the thing.
You like Dr. Disrespect for his content, right? You like the character he portrays. I'm going to say something outright that a lot of you probably would not expect me to say.
Keep watching.
Keep watching his content.
What a weird thing to say.
This dude, just before this, said, this guy's gonna have, like, supporters and all that stuff. Like, they're not gonna care. They're not gonna fucking care about this.
Oh yeah, Angry Joe getting
Whatever,
humiliated
like,
at the Game
chat on
Awards.
him. And now he's saying if you like him...
Trying to call out Jeff Keighley, being like, this game didn't get nominated for Best Music. And he was like, we have a Best Music category. What?
Support him. Which I don't think is a good take to have. Like...
Yeah, it's so weird. Stop watching Keemstar. Keep watching Dr. Disrespect. Those two statements don't really go well together, Phil.
If at most, if people are a little bit like, well, these are just DMs and, you know, whatever, and you only care about if it went further than that, you know, that's one thing. And you can have that opinion. It is what it is. But I do think that, you know, look, I think it's just inappropriate what he did, and I think that he, you know, should be called out for that, because I don't think anyone should be sending inappropriate matters to a minor that they shouldn't, like, have to sit through. You know, like...
Keep supporting his content. Because the stuff he's doing behind the scenes has nothing to do with his content. Do you understand that?
But
like, the guy...
It has nothing to do with that, okay, but the minor was presumably, I'd assume, was a fan of Dr. Disrespect. Now, again, if none of this happened and no one caught this and it kept going on, who knows where it would have landed? And the fact that he did this to an assumed fan, who's to say he wouldn't do this to other fans? And then you start seeing the problem.
Is morally reprehensible for these actions that he has publicly admitted to. But his content is something different from that. You understand? It is. It's very different. It's a character he portrays. It's something that he worked on to make entertaining. I'm sure he puts a lot of work and hard work into it, right? I don't see why you wouldn't still
I thought you said he just ran around and acted like a clown, but now he puts a lot of hard work into it.
Art from the artist is like... It's a case-by-case basis, in my opinion. Like, some people can do it, some people don't, but I don't think that it's a go-to. Like, you know, the Kevin Spacey shit, I don't really, like, when it comes to older movies, it's like, okay, you know, maybe I could watch, like, Usual Suspects and not really, like, feel whatever, but I just don't want to, I just, you know, don't want to see this guy again. And you know, all this stuff is just very fucked up. And I think how he acted after the allegations did not make him look any better to me. Even if he wasn't, let's say he was even innocent, I still would not like this guy. The way he acted was just fucking shitty. Like, how many Christmas videos do we need of him pretending to be fucking Frank from House of Cards? Then there's Woody Allen, which is even more fucked up, because he he married his stepdaughter. That is really fucking. I did not know that. Years ago, I did not know this, and when I found that out, I was like, I fuck this guy. That's just really fucking weird, and I don't care for this guy anymore. So. But that's just what happens. I mean, and some people may be able to look past that, I guess. But it's like, you know,
Make it sticky.
The art from the artist, and if you like the art, just because the artist has done morally reprehensible things, why would you not still like his content, right?
You know, since we're talking about the art and the artist kind of shit, right? Type in comments if you guys are watching the new Rurouni Kenshin, because I know that fucking guy had some fucked up shit on his hard drives. Because that is the one thing I saw. Everyone was like, "Yeah, Rurouni Kenshin's good. Just don't look up the author." And I was like, "Oh." And after that, I was just scared to even give it. Like, I remember watching it as a kid, like growing up, on Toonami, and now it's like I am just scared to even bother again to rewatching it. But then I hear there's a new one, so it's like, you know. But yeah, guys, hype for that or nah. You don't need to go into the specifics. Just hype or not hype for Rurouni Kenshin. Whoa.
Never watched it.
But then again, maybe not, because some people can't seem to make that separation, right? So at least these companies are not. These companies who
Because like the thing is, it's like the way he acted was unprofessional. So these professional companies don't want to deal with someone that's unprofessionally DMing minors. Or whatever.
Agreements with and stuff. Right? Absolutely not. They're never. They don't want to be associated with something like that. You know what I'm saying? Because people will say stuff like, "Now listen."
Not really.
The same thing with Chris Benoit.
Just kind of meandering.
Chris Benoit was.
I always like when he says, "Listen to this." Like he's ready to shit on the dude. But this goes into weird places. But I just want everyone to remember, this dude rage quit on a Cammy player who had the name Chris Benoit, and refused to play him because of the name alone. Supposedly, I guess. And I just want everyone to just remember what he just said, and even back when he was playing the Harry Potter game, separate the art from the artist, and all this other shit. But then when Chris Benoit shows up on Street Fighter 6, change his name. How can he have a name like that? Oh my god, this guy's a piece of shit. Celebrating Chris Benoit. What if he's talking about the wrestling moves he did, not what he did in IRL?
Separate the art from the artist, dude.
He had an amazing body of work, but it was tainted by the fact that he became a murderer when he snapped and killed his whole family. The work is still there. You can't forget it, but it sucks.
Yes, I
that
can.
He lost his fucking mind and did an insanely reprehensible, heinous action. You know. Again. Here's the question is.
You
draw the line. And at what point does the personal and professional...
This dude is an idiot.
Right? It's a good question.
The
bullshit that happens in life, at what point do you say, well, I draw the line and I absolutely can no
Having to play a random sound
I mean, people
each time
filmmakers, right,
is
over the years, things that they felt
pretty complex. It shouldn't be that complicated.
I quote, definitely correct me if I'm wrong.
Man.
Wasn't it Woody Allen?
Woody Allen.
He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Very well respected director, but then I guess he started dating.
I say, it's. I was thinking about this too when I looked up the Woody Allen situation with his stepdaughter. I kind of was looking back at some of his older movies, and I was thinking about it. And I was like, every movie, this guy always has a romantic interest with a very young actress in any movie, and I guess in real life too now. And it's like,
so does Tom Cruise.
This dude is fucking weird as fuck, and I started to kind of
But the difference is Woody Allen wrote his own scripts.
I just got tired of listening to his fucking dialogue. I kind of hated almost everything about this guy. Like he kind of devalued the more time went on. And it's like, you know, that might be the first time I've experienced a thing where once I learned something fucked up about him, everything else starts to like lose interest, because you start to see like a lot of like weird choices.
Like the daughter of
someone
who was like
the daughter
underage,
of?
but then
I
she
mean,
became.
You know, it's funny. It's a double whammy, because these people like really talked about Dr. Disrespect having an affair, right? Or cheating, but he seems to be very clueless that Woody Allen cheated on his wife with his stepdaughter. Like,
Good God.
think about that.
That's pretty scummy.
He gets married with Mia Farrow, and then they adopt a kid, and he gets into a relationship with the stepdaughter. Well, no, they didn't. I fucked it up. He was a stepdaughter. That part was true. But regardless, you know what I mean. Like he fucking married Mia Farrow, then cheated on her with the stepdaughter. Like, that's kind of fucked up and really fucking creepy. It's so fucking awful and shitty. And I think there's also other shit that went on too. That is also not very cool.
Came of age.
To put it
I can't
lightly.
remember. I used to know this story, but it was something like that, right?
Right.
But people still watched Woody Allen movies. Was it Roman Polanski? Is that who it was?
Well, Roman Polanski has other fucked
I
up
always
shit.
get story confused. Was it Roman Polanski?
I don't know much about Roman Polanski, because I don't think I've seen any of his movies, and that might have been before my time, I guess, whatever. But even then, like, after I just cursory, like, kind of knew what was going on with Roman Polanski. I was like, oh man, no thanks, and that was it. Didn't want to look up anymore. I was like, especially when Woody Allen and Roman Polanski share a sentence, pretty much. It's like I'm out. No thanks.
There was someone who, like, they got involved with an underage person. The person became of age, and I think eventually they married them when they were of age. But it was always like a taint on their record. Yet they continued to make movies that people kept
It's a little
watching.
hard, you know. Honestly,
right?
like, it's a little harder for Woody Allen to even make movies now, because I think he made a movie and it's not coming out anywhere. Because I remember he made a deal with Amazon, and then this whole thing with his daughter happened, and stepdaughter, whatever, happened, and then that kind of made it harder for his movies to be distributed. I think I don't know if France banned him. But anyways, you can't really find Woody Allen's new movies anymore. Not like it matters.
BRB.
His movies are all shitty anyway. It's always like someone complaining. And he makes all the actors talk like him, and it's like, I don't like, shut up.
Right? Polanski and Woody are both creeps. It doesn't matter. Wow. See, I don't know the full story. But anyway, the point I'm making here is there's many, many people out there who essentially don't really have a very good personal lives, but they've made artistic work that people really like, and then they still get credit for it. It's not like they're completely blacklisted and forgotten and erased from the community. Here's another one. Michael Jackson.
Whatever.
Was essentially known as the king of pop, one of the biggest pop musicians of all time. And then when the accusations started hitting that he might have had relations or was trying to have relations with children. Right? All of a sudden
I'm not sure
everyone hates him.
They said he
and all his
tried. I
music is
think
completely
these whatever.
meaningless. And it's a fucked up situation, is it not? You know?
Again, why is it fucked up? This dude goes on and on about people should have consequences for their actions and this and that. And these are presumably consequences for their actions. And he's like, it's really fucked up, huh? It's so fucking weird. This dude is weird. One day he says that people should be held accountable. He then says the next day, these people were held accountable. That's kind of weird. Okay.
So I guess the question is where you draw the line. What do you do? Like, what will really happen in regards to Dr. Disrespect? He's going on vacation, which is absolutely hilarious.
I mean, to a degree, this may be a somewhat different situation in the sense that he's doing it on his own and he's streaming on his own and all this stuff. So you know, people can have this, can be like, okay, you know, whatever about it, you know, like
that. If anything,
whatever.
that's the worst thing he could possibly do right now. If he really felt strongly about the fact that he did nothing wrong at all, it should be business as usual.
But again, if he read the fucking tweet, he would have realized that he's not saying that he did nothing wrong. He just said that he didn't actually sleep with the minor or whatever. Like that's all he said was, I did DM him, but I didn't do more than that, guys. Don't worry. That's all that happened. That's all that was said. So yeah, that's why he's taking a hiatus, dumbass, because he's trying to, like, it's gonna sound cynical or whatever, but he's trying to look like he actually cares what's going on, so he's taking time off to let it cool off and all this other shit, and then he can come back because he doesn't want to look like he's now reflecting on what just happened. Like, that's just the nature of it. But this dude is saying, well, if you thought that you did nothing wrong, he didn't say that. He just said that he didn't do anything illegal or whatever, but he did do this, and he did see that is bad on his part, which is why he's taking the hiatus. Like, again, if he read this, he would have known. Now, in my opinion, I don't think it's a great response to it, because he literally just kind of said, like, I feel like when that allegation dropped last week, it kind of hit, and then, like, over time, people was about to leave. Like, people were just kind of like, okay, you know, it is what it is. And then Dr. Disrespect made the comment, and then everyone's like, wait a second. They all started to look at him again. Like,
it shouldn't be, oh, I've decided I'm no longer going to work right now. I'm going on a vacation.
It is still kind of shitty anyway. It's still a shitty response because he just kind of wants to shit on people too while he was doing it. He was like, oh, I did do this, but you know what? I'm not like these other people. But it's like, yeah, but this is how it always starts. Like, come on, man. Come on now, dog. Like, you should have just known it was inappropriate. You shouldn't have done it. But no, of course not.
100% that tells you this is the end. This is a huge changing point. Or else, if he didn't believe
Yeah, like, personally, I don't think Michael Jackson did anything to those kids. Like, he might have slept in the same bed as them, which is still weird and creepy. But, I mean, the reason he did it is because, like, this was a guy who didn't have a childhood. And he was trying to live out his childhood as an adult. I guess he figured, like, better late than never. But I don't think he molested any of them or had sex with any of them, or else there would be more credible allegations. Yeah, he just had Peter Pan syndrome. I mean, he was a weird person, definitely. Weird, creepy, but I don't think he was a chomo. But that's just my opinion. You can disagree.
that, he would still be on fucking stream right now doing his thing, saying, fuck this bullshit and the haters and nonsense. I'm going to be here. I told you I'm innocent, right? So, yeah, for me,
I really don't know what DSP thinks happened.
I do feel this is the end of his career as he knows it. I do think he'll still be successful. Being honest, I think he's still going to have
He'll be successful
a
at the end of
following.
Okay.
I think he's still going to have people who support him. It's just not going to have any professional backing whatsoever. He's not going to have any companies who are going to want to sponsor him whatsoever.
What if you're wrong, though?
Solely based on...
What if in a few years he does get corporate sponsors?
I mean, whatever.
So, yeah.
Is he gonna, like, what is he gonna do? Like, what is backing this guarantee?
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Exactly.
I'm absolutely shocked he just admitted to it on Twitter. 100% shocked that he admitted that on Twitter.
I mean, do you want to give him credit for being honest and being forthright about it? No, of course not.
He actually outright came out and said that he did that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you know?
Ha.
Someone said he edited the tweet, and I'm trying to look at it again now.
We're gonna, like, fast forward a little bit.
Yeah, hold on. Individual minor back in 2017, the answer is yes.
Now, like, he reads that and says nothing about it. Doesn't realize what he just read. Like, because before he said, well, I didn't even know the person was a minor. And then just read that he knew it was a minor. And he had no reaction to it. This dude has such weird reading comprehension and reactions. It's like bizarre.
He added one word, minor, to the post.
Yeah. Okay. Huh.
Huh.
All right. Yeah.
So he
Come on.
edited the word minor
Come on.
out. That's the version I read. Then he edited it back in.
Okay. So what does that tell you, Phil?
By the way, a lot of people in chat are being completely stupid. They're saying, I'm defending Dr. Disrespect.
You're telling
I'm
people to keep
defending
watching
Boomer
him.
and a child predator. I'm not doing that whatsoever. Did I not say at the very beginning of this podcast, this guy has a history of absolutely heinous behavior?
That's different. That's irrelevant
This is
to
the
what
problem
you're
with his
saying.
little segments like this. It goes clarification of non-defense. That's a great summary of it. Wow, the AI just bodies DSP a lot for some reason. It says a lot when the AI just fucking bodies you this badly. Like, man, that's rough, buddy. But that's the problem with him. He goes on this big ass tangent about Dr. Disrespect.
He contradicts
to the point
himself
where,
so
like,
much.
You're going all over the place, and then it's like you're mad that people are accusing you of being a defender of Dr. Disrespect. I just think maybe you should have been more concise. Like that's a problem with every pre-stream, every piece of dialogue he has. It's never concise. It's always like filled with filler words and nonsense, where you'll start being like, wait, huh? What do you think? Like, this dude literally starts off by shitting on Twitch for banning Dr. Disrespect, and then says, well, he did this other thing, but we don't know what it is.
And we need to
But he's
separate
just
art from the
dumb.
artist, but he's a heinous person. It's like,
Okay,
wait,
but then he's like, well, he's still gonna make money and he'll be fine. Like,
so you want people to give money
if you
to
wanna
heinous
support him,
people if they
continue to
make good
support him.
art?
And then he's like, yeah, I'm not defending it, man. I'm not telling you to support a pedo. Come on, man.
I mean, he's not
But
a
it's like,
pedo,
you literally just told
even if it
people
was talking to a
if you want to keep
17-year-old.
supporting them because
Big
you know,
difference.
it doesn't matter what they do behind the scenes. But this dude could potentially commit a crime, and you're telling him to support a person that could potentially commit a crime, which is another thing DSP would say is stupid and people should not be supporting criminals. But again, this guy just talks in circles to the point where you just kind of lose the point, and you just kind of wish all he said was, DMing minors sexual shit bad. That's all he needed to say.
Never going to change because he now has a pattern of heinous behavior. He doesn't learn from his mistakes. He repeats the mistakes. In fact, I'd argue the mistakes are getting even worse now. Correct?
No, that doesn't make any sense. How is he repeating them if they're getting worse? Either they're the same or they're different. If they're different, then it's not repeating.
Any kind of popularity outside of being a cartoon character. And
If it's repeating, it's not the same.
A level of respect that
I mean,
they
if
do
it's repeating, it's
at
the
all.
same.
I just don't understand it. I'm at a loss. The
It's
first
no
one,
good.
If you really have issue with this right now, because this is coming out now, why did you not have issue when it was absolutely proven he cheated on his wife and he publicly admitted it?
Again,
Because it's different.
see, that's his hang up is the cheating. But that is something that is more like between him and his wife and stuff like that, which can easily be repaired or fixed or whatever in many different ways. This has a potential of being a crime. Because again, like, you want to be involved with a minor. He sent a inappropriate DM. Now, surface level, yeah, it's just a DM, but it's always what it comes after. Like, what's gonna happen after that DM that people are having issue with, and it's that behavior that people are like,
I'm adding new throwables.
what are you gonna do?
Just
Once
learning,
you have this interaction with a minor, like,
learning the
where's it gonna
Venian
go?
stuff.
And it's inappropriate a lot. Like, you shouldn't be having inappropriate conversations with minors. Like, no one should.
It's a
do
more
that.
detailed burger.
And it's like,
It's a more higher res burger. The only problem I have right now is it's only playing one sound effect, and I'm trying to learn how to have it randomized between a bunch of different sound effects. But it's difficult. Seems like it's not really natively set up for that. Might take some coding.
You know, like that's why, like, you know, there was a time on Twitter where I was really confused. I'm not really confused. That's a little exaggeration, but there were
4K
accounts
burger.
that would just say no minors, and they would just block if they see someone that they perceive as a minor or whatever. And I didn't think much of it, but then I realized, well, it's because this guy posts a lot of stuff that may be inappropriate for minors, and you just don't want minors to see that, so they're just saying, hey, don't follow. Which, on one hand, it's like, okay, I mean, it's Twitter, like, it's pretty much an honor code at that point to say that. But I understand, at least they're like being straight, saying, hey, look, you know, I'm making tweets only for adults or whatever, and that also may be why people protect adult accounts as well, whatever, that kind of shit. But again, this dude DM'd a minor, like that's a problem, and it's a little like head scratching. And this dude is like, you have a problem with that? What about when he cheated on his wife? But that's like, you can disagree with that, and it's shitty, but that doesn't mean that I'm gonna automatically assume that person is gonna start DMing minors. Like that's a leap. If I did not know this happened, and I only knew that Dr. Disrespect cheated, I wouldn't assume this happened. I would have to be told this happened for me to be like, oh, it happened.
And why was that not it for you? Why was that not the tipping point? Why is this the tipping point? That should have been the tipping
Because
point.
it's different.
Right?
No, wrong.
Convention where he's a guest, and he walks into the bathroom with a full film crew.
But again, he says this, but when people are trying to explain to him why
He literally
like J.K. Rowling,
he's literally too stupid to understand differences in extent. Like, how dumb can you possibly be? No wonder he attracts the stupidest pay pigs on the planet.
and all this other stuff.
Fucking people like Timbo Slice, who could just go bankrupt multiple times over this dude.
He just said, no, man, support the art, not the artist, and all this other nonsense. Okay, cool.
And he's filming people pissing without their permission, violating their personal privacy.
He didn't film people pissing.
Blames the crew, saying it was their idea.
You didn't see any, but
At
okay.
what point do you say?
He's such a
You know
retard.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny though about that? That's something DSD would do. He would definitely do that. If he was called out for something, he would blame everyone but him. That is a DSP tactic. I mean, he would have a better point if he just focused on the bathroom thing than the cheating thing, because the cheating thing, again, as I said, it's more between two adults, and that's like its own thing that you can disagree with and all that. The bathroom thing is a little more problematic because it's a public space, and again, I don't know what was filmed. I don't want to know what was filmed, but it was. I do think it was fucked up that he did it or whatever. And then, you know, sure, you can kind of like hopscotch your way to this, but it's like, come on. I'm not going to sit there and assume everyone that cheats on their wife or their husband is going to immediately text a minor. Like that is a massive leap.
Maybe this guy's kind of a creep, and we should probably not like him anymore and pay him $50,000 a stream to act like a fucking weirdo, right? At what point does this happen?
Act like a
With these fucking
weirdo.
people, no, we're going to keep going, right? Just keep going. Until he finally murders someone, we'll still like him. Okay. I mean, whatever you say.
How
I like that he
extreme
says
can
this,
you
but this is
get?
what trolls have been saying about DSP, that he's doing all the stuff that I don't think, you know, people should be watching DSP for or whatever the fuck. But it always comes down to, well, I'm not doing any crimes. I'm not like killing people. But you know, like, again, you could say the same like defense about anyone. Like, come on, man. Come on now, dog.
It doesn't make any fucking sense, right?
Yeah, what you're saying doesn't make any
I don't
sense.
understand this at all, right?
Right?
So, for me, that's my take, is I don't understand why the moment that he started doing wrong things, people supported him to begin with, and he publicly admits to
You
all
do
of it.
wrong
But what if he-
things.
if
Like,
he
what the
Support
fuck?
the artist.
all proven that it's all true, and he just keeps fucking up over and over. Oh no, keep tossing this dude money. He's amazing. He's a hero. We really
No
stand
one
for that.
said he's a hero.
Again, see how fucking much whiplash you're getting? He went from, well, you support him, man. You know, separate the art from the artist. Okay. I'm gonna do that, Phil. Oh, I don't know why you're giving him money. He's doing fucked up shit. Wait, what? You just said it's okay, but now it's fucked up. Which is it? It's both, depending on who's listening.
For it now, he literally admitted publicly. You know what I'm saying?
No!
To all of this. You know what I'm saying?
You're contradicting yourself, you idiot.
I don't even know what else to say.
I don't even know what else to say. I guess I'll take like a completely contradictory third position.
If you were already okay with all that shit and you still watched his content and you still supported it, then why is that changing now? You must have already separated the art from the artist, right? So then, just keep doing it.
As I said, like it depends on the shit that goes on. Some stuff is easier to overlook than others, and when you do inappropriate stuff with a
God,
minor,
no wonder
a
this
lot
guy
of
has
people are
no
gonna start
friends.
turning
Nobody wants to
their
talk to
heads
him.
and be like,
Imagine trying to just sit
start
there and be
thinking
like,
a little
Phil,
bit.
there's a difference.
Like, come on.
He's gonna need it because he's not gonna have any sponsorships anymore, right? His life is about to change in a very dramatic way because of this. So why wouldn't you? You know?
He won't get invited to award shows for at least a couple years. Wow, what a huge life change.
The moment you found out that this guy was being a scumbag, you know, and abusing it, abusing his celebrity, because that's exactly what this is a case of. It's literally over and over and over. Someone who has gained celebrity, gained fame.
Yeah, Rambo had to explain to him that wrestling wasn't real.
Did this say,
And Rambo had to explain like how apologies work. And I don't think DSP even understands to this very day how apologies work. Apologies isn't just a word. It's a promise not to do the thing that you're apologizing for again. And he'll just belch right into the microphone and say, oh, my apologies. And he'll just do the same thing the next day. Or the same day.
Oh, it's because he's a celebrity, dude. He's a guy like anyone else, and he did some fucked up shit. Like,
no actual way to control himself with that power. He's abusing it again and again.
Cheating on his wife is abusing his power? People with no power cheat on their spouses.
Fool me once, shame on me. Then you see it the second time. Oh, fool me twice. You know. What
You know.
what I'm saying? Like, how many
wait,
You know what I'm saying?
saying wrong.
So once you've seen it the first time,
Fool me once, shame on me. No,
Fool me-
once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, down to hell I go.
okay, fool me once.
Won't
shame
get
on
fooled
me.
again.
You see it the second time. Oh, fool me twice. You know.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
No,
how do you need to be
Phil.
fooled?
Get the expression right, you fucking buffoon.
I'm curious, is this it for you, and why? Is it because now he's
Wet-brained
admitting he
idiot.
was sexting a minor? Did he know that it was a minor? Does it matter?
He said
my
he
God,
knew.
Listen to this. This dude is so brain dead. Listen to this chain of thought.
Is this it for you, and why?
Why?
Is it because
Someone already answered this, by the way, saying it's because kids are involved.
now he's admitting he was sexting a minor?
They admitted he's sexting a minor.
Did he know that it was?
Did he know? He just read the edit where it says he did. And he's saying, did he even know? Do you see what I mean when he reads corrections and it's just like, oh, he added minor. Huh. He just saw that and just out of his head immediately. Just moved on. Already, because this dude is like, it's funny. He describes 8 people with ADD that kind of way, and he acts the same way apparently. So maybe he has it. Maybe that's what he needs. He needs medication. But I've been hearing it. ADD medication's been hard to come by these days because of all this stuff going on with the drug companies. It's kind of something else. So maybe that's what's going on. He ran out of medication and he can't get a refill. Oh shit.
That it was a minor? Does it matter? That's the point I'm making.
Does it matter? My guy, like, I said it wouldn't have mattered if it was like, if it had no risk of continuing or going anywhere. But since this was an ongoing discussion, and people are like distancing themselves from Dr. Disrespect, I think it kind of paints a picture that it does kind of matter. Because again, you send DMs inappropriately to a minor that you know, by the way. It's not like, oh, this person was this DMing a random person online and had no clue. It was just he knew it was a minor after, and then did it. Like, and he admitted that. I kind of don't think, like, come on, like, and again, if he said, I did have inappropriate conversation with a minor, and I apologize to the minor, to the person, like, thereafter or whatever for my actions, and I've decided to not, do, or whatever, just apologize or whatever. That might have gone a completely different direction. But the dude just said, yeah, I did it. Yeah, it's fucked up, but, I'm going to take a break, and that's it. Like, okay.
Does it even fucking matter? The guy already
Yes.
knew about the wrong behavior from the past, and he continued the incorrect behavior.
The incorrect behavior.
Legal or not, doesn't really matter. He
The moral absolutist and such a weird fucking doof.
Think about it, if you are.
Dude, they just said kids were involved. How were they supposed to know before? We didn't know why he was banned in the first place, dumbass. How was anyone supposed to know? Oh, he must be texting minors because he had an affair. What kind of logic is that? With that logic, like, think about it. Kat cheated on Superman with DSP. Does that mean she's gonna start texting minors? No. I'm not gonna assume that. But DSP apparently says it's okay to assume that. Like, again, these kind of accusations and situations are really heavy and big. I don't think we should be normalizing the jump in conclusion to cheating on someone with talking to minors inappropriately. Like these two things are not related, like, at all.
Are a supporter of his. Why did you keep watching, and why did you keep supporting? I'm just curious, because I would have dropped him ages ago. That was my case. If I was going to have a moral problem with this guy, I would have had it 100 years ago.
But what if my moral is like, well, he cheated on his wife, and maybe...
But just think about all the wrongdoing that's happened within the WWE, and DSP continues to drop tens of thousands of dollars on a WWE-themed mobile game, where much of the money that Scopely gets off their mobile game gets kicked back to WWE for the licensing. And like, give me a break.
Maybe they can...
What about Blizzard? What about Activision? All the money Phil gives them. It's like, dude. What if they were just separating the art from the artist? Like you tell people to do.
Work things out, or they're gonna get a divorce. Hopefully she divorces him, or whatever the fuck. Blah, 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 blah. But I draw the line when you start being inappropriate to minors, or whatever. Like, how is that, like, why isn't that, like, okay, understandable? Because again, one is involving another adult. Like, I guess it depends on who he cheated with. Like, okay.
Not all of a sudden today because of a tweet. Right?
Again, because kids were involved, but
that's my
But
take.
again, he's weighing the cheating higher than sexting a minor. Now, again, as I said, if it was just a DM and it went nowhere and all this other stuff, that's one thing, which is a different case altogether. But the fact that it just kept going, in my opinion, it just kind of... It kind of is, like, a little problematic, because that's how a lot of things start. It starts off that way, and then before you know it, something's gonna happen. Like, who's to say that it wasn't gonna progress after?
You could disagree, but the way I see is, this is
The way I see is,
change in a very bad
what?
way. Now that this has all come out,
You just say you wish him the best.
What's
funny? He says
The way I see it is,
I wish him the best. I wish him the best. You should say that about this guy, right? Correct?
Our topic here is essentially, some people are saying, now wait a minute, why didn't Twitch just say all this publicly back then? Right? Why didn't they? It's a good question.
It's probably because they either wanted to do Dr. Disrespect a favor, or just like, look, we want you to leave, and look, we won't tell anyone about this because it may hurt your image, so we'll just give you the settlement and all this stuff. That's probably what it is, because it's probably...
I don't know, I guess the settlement was part of the NDA.
Over because it was just DMs.
Or vice versa.
I mean, again, there's a lot of, like, things at play here that it's just like, that's probably why they settled in the first place. They probably were just like, look, he probably could technically win the lawsuit if it continued, but they also understood, hey, if these DMs do go out and we tell this, he may lose his career. So why not just, hey, we'll pay out the settlement and we will not discuss what happened. That way he gets the money and he walks off and they don't have him on the site anymore and he gets to have his job after the fact. It could just be as simple as that. Because again, if it was just DMs, like it's not illegal. The legality gets into play when you start to like get a little more involved or invested in the person you're talking to. Like that's kind of when things start to like move. You know what I mean?
Which really felt that they were in the right. They should have just outright said everything that was going on during the ban, right? 4 years ago. Well, I guess it's almost 4 years ago, right? Like, why didn't they? Why did they keep it under wraps, right? I don't know. So it's a weird situation for sure because a 4-year thing now gets exposed and now we're all like, how do we deal with this?
How do we
right?
deal
And what
with
does this mean
Where
for content creators moving forward?
Now?
In truth?
What does this mean for the content creators going forward? I don't know, DSP. Maybe they should just
Not text minors.
make content, stream, whatever the fuck, and then just be normal and not like slide into people's DMs. Like, again, that's what people accuse him of doing all the time, and he just slides into people's DMs and fight them out. Like, it was more problematic with Panda Lee because she was like 17 going on 18. Kat, she was a little bit more older. Because she was like in her 20s by the time that DSP got a hold of her.
She was still a
But
part
it
of
was
his
still,
fan
like,
base.
He got in contact with fans, and that kind of is a little alarming there. You know what I mean?
No, Doc did not win the lawsuit. That is completely incorrect. Doc Disrespect did not win the lawsuit at all. It was a settlement. Twitch did not want it to go to court. They felt like it was going to be too
You
much.
said he did earlier in this rant.
Go away. He did not win. That is
He did not
incorrect.
win.
He's such
But again, so this is what I mean.
so
Earlier,
insane.
he literally said Twitch settled because they would have lost. Twitch would have lost. That's why they settled. Now he's saying that he didn't win. But then he said also later on that he did win, even though I think it was a dropped input. He was supposed to say would have, but instead he just said he won.
All right, I'm going to get rid of this idiot who says I'm defending a pedophile. I'm not defending a pedophile, you fucking idiot.
You did say if you like Dr. Disrespect, keep watching
Dude,
him.
This is like a rerun of the show with EDP. Like, I just can't believe that EDP had like all this evidence that just came out that showed him doing shit with kids, and DSP is just like,
He was set up.
He was caught being accused of being a pedophile, man. But it's like, no, he wasn't caught being accused. He was caught doing stuff that.
TSP said he was set up.
Actions, man. Whatever.
Also, just an aside, speaking of EDP, when the fuck is Mike Klum gonna put out another documentary? Like, is this just like a one-hit wonder? We did the Boogie documentary and everything else is just gonna be failure after failure? This guy's not even a one-hit wonder. A one-hit wonder is someone who puts out one good song and every other song is bad. Mike Klum just put out one documentary and nothing else. What the fuck is this guy doing?
Pedophile. You're a fucking moron.
Okay.
Like
Anyways, I digress.
He's also like low-key kind of scared to talk about it. But if that's the case, again, if you're not comfortable talking about a certain subject, just don't talk about it. Like if you don't have the knowledge or the confidence or anything about the subject, like this is the perfect example of this was during the Side Scrollers interview when he confronted Keem about the Minecraft stream or whatever. And he did not know, he didn't remember any detail at all. And was like, yeah, Keem, you did a video on the guy, but the person with the hands, and he like, you said he did bad things, but like he didn't, but it was like, but it ruined his life because you said he did bad things, but like, and he was like, what are you talking about? And he's like, you know what I'm talking about? It's out there, man. There's things online about you, Keem. You know that, right? They're saying that you did stuff about this other guy who did other stuff. And it was like, what kind of like, why bring it up if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? Like, this is stuff you learn from, like, doing, like, just hang out in social circles. You talk to people and you realize, and when you get that reaction of, like, what? You're like, oh, I should have known a little bit more. Okay. But since he has none of that, because, you know, Kat, I don't think has any pushback on any conversation they have in that household. He is not used to it, so he didn't feel like he needed to prepare for anything. And then when Keem showed up, he just decided to throw that out there without anything. So it fell off a cliff. The whole thing, the thing that he tried to catch Keemstar with, it just fell off a cliff. And even I only know vague things, and I'm not even gonna bother because I don't know enough. Because why would I fucking talk about it? I don't know enough. I'm only talking about what I know, or I can, like, know what I can point you to. If I can, like, the Dr. Disrespect thing, I could point you to the tweet, because, like, he tweeted about it and it's pinned or whatever. And all this other shit. Like, you can find that. But I'm not gonna sit there and start saying about something that's, like, 10 years ago, and, like, hope to God you remember what I'm talking about. Unless it's, like, very specific. Oh my god.
So I don't know.
I don't know. Well, then shut up.
Wrong. He did not win. Boy, you guys don't understand the United States legal system.
And then he mocks them. Do you?
You do not at all, do you?
I love he says this, but he bragged yesterday or one day, whatever, how he has an international audience and like 50% or whatever are in Europe or whatever. So maybe they don't know Phil. They're European.
Here's how the legal system
Or
works.
they're Jade.
Okay?
Or Derek.
Someone is going to sue someone for a civil reason. Okay? So what ends up happening is
I like how he
starts
saying civil because Dr. Disrespect said civil, so he's now saying it.
It goes to a court, and the court reviews the case and says, okay, there's a legal precedent here for this to happen. All right? Then the parties get together to talk about it. And two things.
God, he's trying to so hard.
Trial where each side has to prove either innocence or guilt with a reasonable doubt.
Wait, I thought you don't need to prove your innocence because you're innocent, and they have to prove you're guilty. Why do you have to prove your innocence, Phil? I thought, isn't that how he says all the time happens in court, is that you don't have to prove your innocence, you have to prove you're guilty, which is like, that's not true. It's you have to oh my god, I had it earlier like a second ago, and that
Civil cases is a preponderance of evidence. Criminal cases is beyond a reasonable doubt. Or
he thinks that applies to like lawyers, when that saying is applied to like people watching the trial and the jury, because they can't just assume they're guilty and then make a verdict. They have to like assume they're innocent, and then they can look at the evidence. Like that's it. But he keeps conflating it with like everything. And then, like, with this, it's like, well, now they prove they're innocent, but they don't, Phil, according to you.
And that determines a verdict, and the verdict says guilty or innocent, and what the repercussions are of that, you know, the sentence.
You know.
Or if it's innocent, it goes away. Or if you don't want to go through that incredibly lengthy process, that could be very expensive and time-consuming, you can just say, we go away, let's just do a settlement. Twitch, being a giant company with a ton of money, said we don't want to go to trial and have this entire thing go drag.
Look how the tone changed. Literally in the beginning of this video, he said that, oh, they settled because they were gonna lose. Now they settled because they don't want to deal with it. And this is like the other underlying problem with this segment is that he both hates Dr. Disrespect and Twitch. He hates both of them. So he cannot, like, rationally look at the events and say, okay, well, I could see why Twitch did this. Twitch probably did this for that reason, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Instead, it's just, Twitch sucks, Twitch is stupid, they suck ass, Dr. Disrespect sucks ass too. You know? And it's like, what the fuck is this take? Like, again, this is why he shouldn't talk about this kind of shit, because he lets his biases control him.
Through the mud, it's going to probably be bad. Even if we win, it'll be bad for us overall. Too expensive, too time-consuming. We don't want to be in the public eye in that negative way. Let's just pay this guy some money to make it go away, And that's exactly what they did. They said, here, we'll just pay this money and leave us alone. And Dr. Disrespect said, okay, I agree, and took the money. Now, I want you to think about this.
Think about
If
this.
Dr. Disrespect really was so fucking upset with the fact that he was wrongfully terminated from his contract with Twitch, and he felt that it was a moral problem there and they need to be taught a lesson, wouldn't he have just gone to trial anyway and said, I'm not in this?
Because he knew that he was talking to a minor, and they can departner him from any reason
because
they
he
want.
just kind of like just said a lot of shit. This dude acted like, I said it before and it keeps being proven. This dude is only reacting to news as he's like in real time. Like he's not like, he didn't read the tweet and then come up with an idea to talk about. It was just, I'm gonna read the tweet and talk about it and all this other stuff. So he can say dumb shit and then later on be contradicted in the same video, which is embarrassing. You're not gonna like fucking think about what you're gonna respond to. He reads a tweet on the air, and then like suddenly his stance on Twitch changes. He changes his stance on why Dr. Disrespect got the settlement, and now he's saying, they said, oh, does it matter? Now he's saying, well, if he's innocent, then why didn't he go to court? As if he knew this, but then why didn't you start off with this? There's so much filler in this fucking segment that it just dilutes his point to massive damage, to the point where it's just like, you can't even listen to it. And this dude had the gall to say, oh, watch my podcast, I talk about the Dr. Disrespect, and it's like very thorough. No, it isn't. It is probably the worst, like, explanation of the situation I've ever sat through. Like, honestly, you probably had a better understanding of it from me than him, and I don't even give a fuck about Dr. Disrespect. I just know it's kind of inappropriate to send minors fucked up messages. But this dude is like going on and on about all this other shit where you just get lost. You get lost in what he's talking about, and he thinks this is a worthy segment to hype up to tell people to watch. And guess what? I watched a little bit of today's podcast because I was doing laundry, and guess what he said? I got the end of it. He did a follow up. This dude had to do a follow-up.
In this to win a settlement from you, I'm in here to prove that you guys fucked up and to change your system. But he didn't. He took the money and he ran and stayed on YouTube. Why? Because he was already printing.
He took the money and ran and stayed.
Sponsorships anyway.
Okay.
So what was the actual real reason for all of it? Exactly right. Nothing to do with them doing the wrong thing. Or
he's calling himself exactly right.
Money, 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 money. And he got his money.
Man.
And that's why he took the settlement.
I don't want to hear
Jesus
him ever saying that way of saying money ever again.
Yeah, but he didn't win any case. You're completely wrong to say he won a case. He did not win a case.
But
right?
I mean, again, the fact that Twitch couldn't say why they banned him, I mean, I think that's probably why he took the settlement, because I don't think Dr. Disrespect wanted the DMs to go out, and he probably realized when the settlement was offered that the DMs would be made public, and he's like, oh, I should take the settlement. I mean, I can only assume that's what happened. But okay, whatever, sure.
Crazy.
Anyway.
So, yeah. So there you go.
There's you go. In a nutshell. There you go. There you go.
A career ender.
Could not be more clar.
To legally even say a word.
Clar is Crestral.
Quiet forever.
Jesus, man.
Crazy to me that he outright said that shit.
Slow down.
Right? Correct.
Sarah says, do I wish that I took Twitch to court when they banned me? Well, let me put it this way.
I have the money.
Okay. Is to be rich. So you
There it
already
is.
need to be rich, money to do it. You know, that is really the problem in the United States, is the only way you can have to be a transformative work.
But like, that's why you sue, though. Like, you can maybe make whatever. I don't think he says anything else. I'm just gonna check the AI. Reason for the Twitch ban revealed. Separating art from the artist. Shock over tweet legal. Analyzing Doc's past wrongdoings. Okay, let's.
Anyway, that's what's going on with the Dr. Disrespect situation.
No, it isn't.
If anything else happens, all right, we'll talk about it again. But the way I
Will
see
you,
it
though?
is there was already a history of wrongdoing. The fact that people, for some reason, kept giving this guy the benefit of the doubt, and now they're shocked that he's admitting even more heinous wrongdoing is pretty stupid and hypocritical. Maybe you should have seen the writing on the wall ages ago and stopped supporting.
Because he cheated on his wife, he should have assumed that he would text a minor.
So dumb, you just kept fucking going back, and now all of a
Sure,
sudden,
Phil. You're a retarded idiot.
that's the kind of person these people are when they show this stuff. You know, there's
when they show this,
they can deal with their celebrity fine. They don't go crazy. They don't go over the top. They don't do heinous actions. And then there's some who do horrible things, right? And so why are you supporting those who are doing the horrible things when there's tons of other people out there who can deal with it fine? I don't get it.
I don't know. I don't know.
Liking what's popular for popularity's sake. Okay, whatever you say. I mean, really, that's how
no one does that.
This attitude of like people support
you don't even know what else to say.
Whatever.
Keeps fucking gifting fake memberships, accusing me of being a pedophile.
Oh,
my ex-girlfriend was 18 when she messaged me.
No. Leanna actually admitted that they were messaging when she was 17. Like, come on.
Even spoke to her or knew of her existence on planet Earth until.
And this is also weird to say. I had
eyes closed
until she was 18. I mean, that doesn't make it sound creepy at all. Like even like outside of the age thing, the fact that like you just kind of it's kind of like these accounts that count down until a girl turns 18 to then start like sexualizing her. Like it's that level of creepiness from DSP that I get from him saying shit like this that I find is problematic from him, because again, these are people, dude, and he's like, oh man, she's 18. Okay, like that. You don't think that's a problem? You don't think that maybe you shouldn't be acting that way? Okay.
Until she was of legal age.
Of legal age.
Incredibly stupid mouth drooler.
Yeah, man. I only waited until she was 18.
Go to Mars.
How did you know she turned 18? Like, you know what? That's a very good question. How did DSP know she turned 18? How did she know she was 17? Did he go into her DM when they were talking and was like, hey, are you 18? No, not yet, Phil. Okay. Next year. Are you 18 yet now? Yes, Phil, I'm 18. Okay, good. So you want to fuck? Like this dude thinks it's like a win to say I waited until she was legal age. That just sounds creepy. Like you wait till she was legal. I mean, good for you, I guess. That at least you have standards of waiting until the legal age. But you didn't want someone that's, I don't know, closer to your age. I mean, I always thought it was weird. He was like in his 30s, and it was some random video that he was like, I'm celebrating my girlfriend's 21st. I was like, dude, you're not even like in your early 30s. Like he was like 34 or 33 or whatever the fuck. Like regardless, he was in his 30s. And I was like, you're gonna celebrate your girlfriend's 21st? That's a huge leap. And then when the reveal was when she was 18, I was like, holy shit, this dude is fucking creepy. So he's not defending himself from the creepy allegations at all. Like if he's not a pedo, then he is just a massive mega creep. So come on,
burn up, leave us alone, you fucking idiots.
You fucking idiots.
People are just so dumb.
I wait till she was legal. I'm cool.
By the way, that's been factually proven for years and years and years. But again, because so many people say something and they're so dumb,
man, he's so lucky Leanna moved on with her life.
They just start to convince themselves of it with absolutely.
I like to imagine someday, in some timeline, Leanna's gonna open a stream again, and she's gonna just air out everything, because she's gonna be like, I want to stream and I don't want people to bother me, so I'm just gonna air everything out and then just say everything. I just want to imagine that.
It's the same thing as, well, Phil was never good at Street Fighter. Oh wait, except that there's actual factual evidence of him winning multiple tournaments, beating top players like Justin.
The best
Long.
you got was 4th place.
We'll ignore all that. He was never good at Street Fighter, right? Because we said it.
Good.
Street Fighter anyway, so you know.
And you suck ass. Detractors beat your ass up and down the block.
More developments happen, in their right mind.
Okay, I'm over this. I want to see. Let's do a vibe check on his fucking stream.
Like really reflective top. It's almost like a layer of glass.
I think someone did the math.
What if I have a fight stick? I mean, a hitbox.
They compared her date of birth to the day that they confirmed that they started talking.
I kind of had a big head. Being a
Oh
good human.
God!
Always conversations with other women.
No.
Sexual misbehavior. It's just
Oh
it all
no.
happened. Then there was this thing at the convention. Now,
oh no.
Does that mean that all the musical work that he did, now they're re-releasing it as a?
I think Shinko made a video on it.
On PC, and I think I might start it this week. I'm actually very interested in it. And that would be a good late night chill stream. We could leave it open. Opening out on the React show couple. That's pretty cool. It's funny they have the mist area turned into a tourist attraction. Everyone dumps their garbage. Wow. No, I've never heard of that. Compared to a mist called the Pissed. He says.
No.
It's funny they have the mist area turned into a tourist attraction. Everyone dumps their garbage. I do want to get through the topics, and we still have the Dr. Disrespect Keith standing medium kick with the M by stuff.
Oh my God.
Or was it 2021? It was either 20 employees of Twitch started speaking out about. You know, because it had been under wraps and behind NDAs and court hush orders and stuff for years, but former employees of Twitch started speaking out about it, saying the reason that he was banned from Twitch was because he was basically sexting a minor.
I guarantee. Okay, I'm doing a prediction. I'm predicting he only is doing a follow-up because he wants to damage control how we talked about it, which is dumb because the information was all done yesterday, and he could have just spent time thinking.
Get me sidetracked now.
Doesn't have time to think. He's a very he can't form sentences sometimes. I just think at some point he should just learn. Maybe he doesn't need to talk about everything.
Via Twitch Whispers, and they called him out for it, and then basically banned him from the site, and then he felt that was wrongful termination of his contracts to stream and have a partnership on the site. He sued them in civil court, and Twitch decided to just settle for several $1 million, and that was that. That was the situation. However, no one ever publicly talked about it because I guess they felt it would have hurt Dr. Disrespect's, reputation, but also probably Twitch's as well.
Wow.
Who knows, right?
I said this.
But anyway, that's
okay.
What's going on. He publicly admitted yesterday on Twitter that yes, he did all this stuff. But his claim is that he never intended to ever act on the messages. He knows that they are inappropriate and he apologizes, but he's not a pedophile and don't bring him into that category. And he basically swore a whole lot because he was so angry about the situation. I don't know what he's angry about.
I don't know what he was angry about. DSP, if you're accused of being a pedo, I don't think you're gonna not be angry. I'm just gonna say that, right? If you don't think you're a pedo and someone's saying you're a pedo, I don't think you're gonna be like, oh, you. You're probably gonna be a little pissed about it. But whatever. Okay, let's continue.
He was the one who did it. What is he so pissed off about? I don't know.
February 12, 2012.
So anyway, the reason I'm bringing it up again today
because he didn't think this. I can't believe how stupid this guy is. I just don't know how his brain works. If it works at all. He can't think for a second that, okay, yeah, Dr. Disrespect was probably upset at people accusing him of doing things that he didn't act on because he just made inappropriate DMs to a minor. But people are just like, hey, look, this could lead to other stuff that's also fucked up. Whatever, all that shit. I've said this thousands of times at this point. But of course he's gonna say and then he's gonna be upset about it because he doesn't want to be accused of a criminal. Because technically, he didn't commit the crime. It's just that he made DMs that people were like, hey, this could lead to something. And all this other stuff that's inappropriate. Okay.
Yesterday, as I was talking about the story, I had a common thread of thought, and the common thread of thought is that this guy is a repeat offender. And what I mean by that is, if you follow his history, you would see that he has a history of misconduct. So why are people defending the guy? Why did people continue to watch the guy when you know that he has a history of bad misconduct? And we even debated the idea of separating the art from the artist, right? When Michael Jackson was accused.
All right.
Right? When Chris Benoit still liked the guy and when you still watch Ice, he's going to lose all his sponsorships, all his partnerships. No one's going to want to associate with this guy. And he's going to have a very limited viewer base because a lot of people don't want to be associated with someone who was sexting a minor. Okay? Now, I made a mistake. Here's where I made my mistake.
Oh, God.
I said that this guy has a pattern of misbehavior. Okay? I basically said, number one, he's openly admitted to cheating on his wife. Correct? Like, we already know
I'm getting scared. I'm scared of what's gonna follow. I don't know. I don't know what he's gonna say. I'm scared to find out. This dude has found ways to like strike fear into me.
Openly admitted it publicly, apologized for it, said that he was going to change and become better, and to our knowledge, he's still with his wife. His family's still together, so maybe he has changed for the better. But he publicly admitted to doing this. That's number one. Number two, in a convention, he literally walked into a public bathroom with a full film crew and started filming people pissing and doing things in the bathroom, thinking that it was funny. He violated everyone's privacy at the convention. They kicked him out and banned him from the convention, and he almost got arrested for it, except that he basically blamed it on the crew, saying it was their idea, and so he got it pinned on someone else so he wouldn't get into trouble for it. Okay? So that's just two examples. There's more than that of things that he's done over the years, but those are kind of the two most egregious examples.
All right.
And what I said is, so you've got a pattern that's established. He cheats on his wife. He does this thing at the convention.
Can we get
now
to the point? We've heard
thing
this.
Thing after thing. It would have been one thing if this was the first time that he had done something wrong. He admits fault. Says
This is like the like when you get a vaccine and you get a shot. It's like the anticipation of the shot is what's like you're on edge a little bit. It's like, when are they gonna do it? Let's get to the point!
Yeah, it reminds me of that.
Correct? But in this case, it's a pattern of misbehavior that continues.
Okay.
So you know he's probably not going to change. He's just the kind of guy
What's
he
the
is,
mistake?
Okay? Well, actually, guys, I was wrong. And I am willing to admit when I am wrong. I was absolutely wrong about the pattern of misbehavior, and I want to clarify because I feel like that misrepresents the situation. And that's information that I didn't have at the time, but people have looked into the situation, found more information, and I want to share this information with you. Okay? So this is an update to yesterday's story. It's actually a pretty big update. You ready? All right. So here's where I made my mistake. I said there was a pattern of misbehavior, correct? I said he cheated on his wife.
Oh my God! You said this
now
3 times! 3 times! I'm like so annoyed at his redundancy. It's like obnoxious.
And
I would be more forgiving if this dude just learned the English language. Like, but he was born here. He was born in America. He didn't just learn English. Like, oh my God, dude, come on.
Comes out that he's sexting a minor. Well, people investigated the timeline. All right? Here's the
people investigated the timeline. In other words, it was in the initial tweet.
Bad stuff apparently went down. Ran from October 20th to 22nd, 2017. So almost 7 years ago. All right? And basically, that was the TwitchCon where Dr. Disrespect cheated on his wife. Okay? The woman in question was 24 years old.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Right? I believe Dr. Disrespect was like...
Are you serious? Because, dude, the point that he was making in that stupid podcast was that he did two things that was fucked up.
Okay.
And you're surprised
Let's
that
get
he did
to the
this?
point! Rewind a little bit.
Because you see
on his line of events.
Dude, come on. He was born in America. That would be more of
now
3 times.
So here's where I made my mistake. I said there was a pattern of misbehavior, correct? I said he cheated on his wife.
Oh my God! You said this
now
3 times!
I said he cheated
That
on
one?
his wife.
Oh my
Then there was
god!
this thing
You
that
said
prevented.
this
Now,
3 times! 3 times! I'm like so annoyed at his redundancy. It's like obnoxious. Like I would be more
Just the
forgiving
oh my
if this
god.
dude just learned
Nothing
the
after.
English language. Like, but he was born here. He was born in America. He didn't just learn English.
Okay.
Like, oh my god, dude, come
Not
on.
that one.
Comes out that he's sexting a minor. Well, people investigated the timeline. All right? Here's the actual timeline of events.
Oh my
Right?
god!
This-
Yeah, it is like LTG.
Where all this bad stuff apparently went down, ran from October 20th to 22nd, 2017. So almost 7 years ago. All right? And basically, that was the TwitchCon where Dr. Disrespect cheated on his wife. Okay? The woman in question was 24
Are you
years old.
serious? Are you
All
serious?
right? I believe Dr. Disrespect was like...
Are you serious? Because, dude, the point that he was making in that stupid podcast was that he did 2 things that was fucked up, and you're surprised that he did this? Like, whatever, okay.
Was like either in his late 30s or early 40s at the time. So he cheated on his wife with a 24-year-old, so it was legal and everything, right, to do it, but pretty awful. And then he actually publicly admitted 2 months later on a stream in December 2017 of his wrongdoing. Like, that was when he came out and said, I've done this,
You know.
and I apologize for it, and I promise you I'm gonna do better. Okay? Fair enough. So for me, that was like the first outright evidence of misbehavior from this guy. I was wrong. Because, ladies and gentlemen, people have investigated this situation. This sexting that he did with a minor actually happened right before that TwitchCon. Okay? Now, this puts a whole new wrinkle on the situation.
No, because
all right?
DSP, if the minor that he talked to is obviously not the same person he was cheating on, stupid. Is that what he's saying? Because again,
Why?
if it was a 24-year-old, then why would Dr.
There it is.
Disrespect say it was with a minor? Please tell me that's not what you're going with.
Why?
Oh my
Because
god!
that would be
Really stupid. I hope you're not that stupid.
All right, for 2 reasons. Number one, basically, it's the same misbehavior. Basically, at this TwitchCon,
Oh my god.
he was looking to get laid, right? And he was basically probably talking to a lot of different women. This minor was one of them, but apparently there were more of legal age, and he ended up hooking up with one of them actually at the con, and that's how he cheated on his wife. And then
How does that make it better? How does that it actually makes it worse then? Because if he was fishing for women and all this stuff, and he talked to a person he knew was a minor, what does that tell you? I don't know. I don't know what this guy is going on about, but this is a scary route he's going down.
Okay?
Let's
I
get
was
to the
wrong about
point!
timeline. It's basically all happened at once. So honestly, is there actually a pattern of misbehavior? Well, yeah, but all the misbehavior kind of happened all in one really...
I hate the pattern bullshit. Stupid. He was with his wife. He has a wife, and he's cheating on other people, on multiple women that he was trying to get with, to have sex with. Whatever. Okay.
Short period of time, right before then that TwitchCon. So it very well could be that all happened then, and then he really did apologize. His wife forgave him, and maybe they actually have been faithful, and everything's been fine since then. Okay? I don't know. I don't live with the fucking guy, nor do I care. This is all just coming.
Sounds like you do care.
Talk about it, right?
Or else you wouldn't be talking.
That's what he's talking about. This is the bullshit with this fucker. He only wants to talk about it because everyone else does. And then this guy will say, I'm different from everyone else. I'm so different. I don't do what other people do. But he's talking about this because everyone else is. Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ. And he mocks other people. Oh, other people should make videos about me because other people do it. And they do it to fit in. Oh my god, man. I can't with him.
That's the time. So I was wrong yesterday. There actually is no real pattern of sexual misbehavior. It's just it all happened during that one TwitchCon, and perhaps since then everything's been fine. There's been no evidence past that anything bad has happened after that. Okay.
Oh my god, man.
However,
however, and
I
then
don't
he gives
necessarily think this makes the situation any better because here's why.
Okay, at least he says it's not better.
Dr. Disrespect on Twitter yesterday when he admitted sexting this minor, he said it was just words and there was no intentions behind it, and I had no intentions of ever doing anything with this minor.
All right.
Except he did sleep with someone at that TwitchCon. So he did have intentions of actually having sexual activity with someone other than his wife at TwitchCon.
All right.
And it was someone who probably he was talking with with Twitch DMs, just like this minor. So it might just be that he like dodged the bullet.
You know what? You know what's really bullshit about this though? You know what's really funny about this? That's so funny. He brought this up on yesterday's podcast. That he tried to get to meet with them in TwitchCon and all this stuff. He said that, and now he's saying this as if this is a new discovery. But DSP, like, as I said, people were just looking at what the DM said and said this is problematic behavior because that's how it always starts. They say this shit and then what follows is the issue. Usually, this dude is so dumb. I just don't think he should have even mentioned Dr. Disrespect. He should have just kept his mouth shut. Like, man, I will give everyone freedom of speech, but Phil. He should not have the freedom to talk. He's the only one. Like he is the guy that people will use as an example to get rid of freedom of speech. He is the guy. He's the one.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he just ended up with the girl.
No, Phil, I don't know what you're saying.
But this makes it absolutely look like he actually had intentions to cheat on his wife at TwitchCon.
But that's
but not with the minor.
People were telling him yesterday. People were saying this yesterday. Even last week when the accusations dropped. And this guy is like, I just learned this. Oh, man.
And now, him saying, oh, well, it was no intentions. Well, there were intentions because you then did those bad things with somebody else.
That doesn't mean that there were intentions to do anything with the minor.
I just... you know?
No, I don't know, Phil. You're not making any sense.
He never should have done any of this. You are one of the biggest, most prominent video game content creators. You are riding the gravy train. You're getting rich.
Of course, money.
You're making tons of money.
You have money.
Sponsorship deals.
Money means you're not allowed to do bad things.
Why are you on Twitch in whispers and DMs?
I can do bad things because I don't have money.
Because he's a creepy guy. I mean, like,
when you're married, and then why are you cheating on your wife?
There's a lot of problematic people out there. Come on.
This is a key example of someone who is not set for fame, has no idea how to handle it, and completely misuses that power that he gets when he becomes
I just don't think
100%.
this is I just don't think that that's a good excuse, in my opinion, because again, how the fuck do you go through life? You learn, hey, don't like be a shitty person to other people, don't, whatever, right? Treat people the way you want to be treated, etc., etc. How the fuck do you go from that to then saying, I'm not gonna fuck that, I'm just gonna be a creep to everyone? Like, dude, come on.
He had no level of maturity or anything in him. But let's be honest. This is a man who literally dresses up like a knockoff G.I. Joe and screams at a camera all day.
He doesn't scream at a camera all day.
He got popular.
You don't know anything about his content.
With this logic, you could say, well, Pee Wee Herman was not, I don't know his actor's name. Sorry. Wasn't mature because
Jeff
he
Rubens.
rode a big tricycle and made noises.
Right?
But this dude also makes noises and like does fucking clown shit too. There's literally streams of him doing screams and shaking his jowls and all this stuff. He really has no room to complain, no room to talk. He even calls putting on a hat and glasses as playing dress up. what's he? What am I? 4 years old
Yeah.
playing dress
ALT
up?
wants me on that being said tomorrow.
And now he's saying this. DSP, fucking shut up. Fucking shut up and
Paul
play the
Rubens.
game.
I said Jeff.
You're an idiot. So of course he doesn't have
Paul
any real
Rubens.
maturity in his body at all. But the thing is, maybe he did learn. Maybe he has changed. But does it matter that 7 years later it came out and he's publicly admitted to having these explicit, wrong conversations with a minor, and then he actually cheated on his wife at that same convention that he was talking to the minor to possibly hang out with? You see? Yeah.
Yeah.
So my correction is my timeline was wrong. It's not really a pattern of misbehavior. Possibly it's only one time of misbehavior.
Wonder if I can do anything interesting for that.
This is so lame to sit there and say, "Oh, it's not a pattern."
Okay,
So in order for you,
I'll skip
for you
the
to be a
randomness
bad
with the
person
burgers right
and
now.
all this stuff, you have to do it multiple times, more than once.
All right, I'll just do the best thing. Moving on from throwables to props.
I don't know. This dude is an idiot,
right?
Right?
He sure is.
Talk about this after today. But
I agree. I hope you never talk about. Yeah, you feel bad. Fucking find some bleach. God damn it, dude.
So one of my major points is actually incorrect. So I've now.
And it's a minor point.
I've now corrected it.
And like, you know, as I said, it wasn't even the timeline that mattered. He was saying, "You're surprised? Look what he did, man." And that still stands true because you can still argue. Whatever. Okay.
One more thing has come out.
Oh, God.
Not about Dr. Disrespect particularly. All right? But I do want to mention this, and then we'll get on to other game news. I promise you. I don't want to talk about this all podcast today. Another
First I have to make the
employee of
best.
Twitch has
I'll
come
do
out.
that in Blender.
All right? This person is...
Let's see. I did find a good
At Relum714 on Twitter. And they posted
vest.
this up yesterday afternoon. The Dr. Disrespect situation. I don't think most people have an idea of how bad things were behind the scenes at Twitch. I literally worked in the department that had access to the most data and information. I saw private whispers, etc. It was literally my job to investigate daily. I saw things every single day that I wish I never had to see. I always advocated for being a good human. Always expressed with heavy emotion on my streams how Twitch let pedophiles run free every day. I signed an NDA, and I'm afraid to get in trouble.
Okay.
But I have to say something. It's been bothering me for so long. These sick fucks don't deserve to be free. Sorry that this is pretty vague. I'm literally afraid for legal and safety reasons. I wish I could explain more, but I wanted to let you guys know half the shit you assume is probably true.
I'm just gonna say this. It might be a hot take, but if all you're saying is there's other people that are fucked up or whatever, I mean, do you really need to make that statement? I mean, that could be true about anything. Like, he has no backing source. He's not willing to name names or anything. I mean, he could be telling the truth, but I've never heard of this Relib7 as a Twitch employee, but whatever, you know? But again, like, it's probably safe to assume there's other creeps out there. I mean, you know, this isn't a first time thing, you know? Like, okay.
So essentially what this guy is saying is, I was in the department where you could see everything. It's not just Dr. Disrespect. Tons of these people on Twitch who are celebrities are doing this, and no one does anything about it.
Well, good thing nobody does that on YouTube.
Why doesn't he do something about it?
I'm gonna be honest
whatever. I
here.
mean,
All right,
it's
to be honest with you
complex.
guys.
It is a complex
When
situation.
I started out on YouTube, and I was
Because
at,
again, like, if a victim comes out and says this person does
Let's just forget about all the shit that Minecraft YouTubers
the
do.
person who may have
Very convenient.
that she's accusing is her assaulter may, like, you know, fucking barrage her with, like, insults and, like, all this other stuff to make them, like, it's all this other stuff that happens. And it's also why a lot of people who come forward about harassment or whatever may not do it immediately, because they're afraid of being embarrassed, being humiliated, being discredited, all this stuff. This is, like, very, like, serious stuff that goes on, which is why I think, you know, I do think that people should, like, hold their judgment for when things are settled or whatever. But I also think that you should not necessarily write off someone who says that maybe she was assaulted or something. Because
Whoa, Theo, you sure you're a
we never know the
leftist?
truth
Uh
by whatever
oh.
means. But I don't think it's right to go after that. I mean,
We're gonna get disowned by the left if we keep talking like
well,
this.
what if,
You're supposed to believe all
if
women,
someone
Theo, don't you
pretending
know?
that they were assaulted to extort someone or whatever. I mean, that does happen, but there, again, as I said, like I think it just needs a very calm reaction to things, because again, you don't want there to make it an environment where nobody should be confronting people about misconduct, but you also shouldn't be believing stuff immediately. But it can go both ways. It's very tricky. Again, this is why it's very it's a very tough situation.
You're saying don't believe women?
The prominence of
Theo, hashtag canceled.
Oh God!
When you start to feel like your shit doesn't stink, you're some kind of a special fucking snowflake out there, right? You get ideas in your head that you're high and mighty, right? And yeah, I totally get when you get people coming at you and they're kissing your butt up, right, left, and down, telling you that you're their fucking idol, and you know, oh my God.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
I can get it. I get it. It gets to you.
Are you kidding me, dude? If a 13-year-old came up to you and was like praising you, you would understand having sexual urges.
That's what he says.
Don't say shit like this, DSP. Just don't.
Superhero, like you're.
That's what he says.
What the fuck?
I'm also debating.
Believe people when they tell you who they are.
I made bad that everyone was rooting for to actually. One thing is, I was in the department where you could see everything. It's not just Dr. Dis dominance of my popularity, right? And yeah, I totally get when you get people coming at you and they're kissing your butt up, right, left, and down, telling you that you're their fucking idol, and you know, oh my God.
Guess that's how he got with Panda.
I get it.
That's what she said.
It gives you a big fucking head. It makes you feel like you're a super.
He said he gets it.
Now, though.
Right?
He already
You
has
can go
this
back
now.
to my time, my early days at YouTube, when
This dude is so
I went from being the
delusional.
underdog that everyone was rooting for to actually one of the more prominent gaming YouTubers for a couple of years there, right? I argue the years of 2011, 2012.
You were never an underdog. You were just a beggar. From day one, you showed your face on camera.
My shit didn't
You were a
stink.
beggar.
I would just keep doing things. Even when people said, Phil, you're saying things that are irresponsible. You're doing things that are bad and toxic. You're making content
Bad
that's
and
not even up
toxic.
to par with what everyone else does.
You're toxic
You're
now, though.
expecting to get insane amounts of views and support when everyone else is surpassing you. They're going faster. They're doing direct capture, live streaming. You're not doing any of that. You're just sitting there with a camera pointed at your TV, expecting that people are just going to keep giving you this adoration.
He
and
does
attention.
this now.
But
People
you're
tell him he
falling
should get a
behind,
green screen,
right?
and he's like, "No, I
You
need a
wanna know
green
what
screen."
My headset was back then. It was what the
My
fuck are you talking about?
headset.
Yeah.
His headset.
Celebrities.
You heard this 1,000
Didn't know how to
times.
handle it.
Sure, his headset.
I made
Dude,
bad.
literally, this is not. He says this, and he's like, "Oh, there's a guidebook." But the thing is, stupid man, you don't need someone to tell you, "Hey, don't be an asshole." You know, whatever. Like, he can't just judge on his own how he should respond to people. He hates when people are shitty to him, but doesn't think, maybe I shouldn't be shitty to others. No, this guy has to be shitty to everyone, because this guy's a fucking idiot.
Bad decisions. A lot of bad decisions during that time period early on. It was nothing.
Was that a pattern of behavior that people should have seen writing on the wall and expect you to murder people like you say about other people? Of course.
I literally worked my ass off.
He literally worked his ass off. He no longer has an ass.
When the, as they say, when the
He literally worked it off.
right? That's what I was
Pretty
doing.
cool.
I wasn't.
But he
talking
said
to
he-
anyone. I wasn't getting into any
he said he
inappropriate
was
shit, nothing like
behind
that.
from
I stayed
or
away
whatever,
from that
okay.
shit because I didn't want to be involved in that. I just wanted to make content, make money, make content, make money. But my mouth would get me in trouble from time to time saying dumb shit, right? But it seems like these people. I mean, can we be really honest here?
I don't know, can
You're a
you?
fucking person who's probably a lifelong gamer. I'm gay. Kind of antisocial. Who knows? Maybe you never really even had a lot of social interaction.
And
before,
now we're
and
shitting
all
on
of a
people who are
sudden-
antisocial or introverted, all this stuff. Like, this is a shitty attitude. Honestly, if you're antisocial, I don't think you'd be having problems DMing minors. Because you're probably gonna be too nervous to do it. Does he even know what being antisocial is?
I'm gay, totally gay.
Okay.
Within a very short period of time,
Fuck
you
is
find
going
yourself
on?
as a prominent person on the internet. Everyone likes you. Everyone says you're
Ludwig
great. Everyone
World,
likes
something
your
like that, right?
content.
So he rolled up.
All of a sudden, people are raining adulation and stuff on you. So now when people start to reach out to you in kind of...
I hate this I hate this shit right now.
You know what I'm saying? Like
He's
you
really
can't-
acting like it's
oh
a
my
fucking
God,
cartoon.
I get that, but at the same time, that's
Like
why
he really thinks life is like a sitcom where like you get it big, you get sponsorships, and then you just lose sight of the little things that you become like a hot shot. But it's like that's not the case. I mean, people are just it's just how they're raised. And all this other stuff, all these other things that go on that may or may not even be related to their career. Whatever. Okay.
you don't fucking do this shit. But you know,
No, because you haven't said anything. Stop saying you know before you've actually said something. Please.
talk doing this stuff, and that they weren't eventually
Goes
gonna
to
get
everyone.
insane. That's not even secure. You know,
You know.
I don't condone the behavior. I condemn it. But I mean, even if you have an iota of intelligence in your fucking head, why
Where
would you
else would the intelligence be but in your head?
to communicate with people like this?
Why would you cheat on your wife?
Idiot, right? Which, yes, Dr. Disrespect is literally one of the dumbest fucking people on this planet to have done it.
I think the guy who went bankrupt playing Candy Crush is even dumber than Dr. Disrespect.
Good idea.
And I think literally 100% of the population agrees with me.
That's really all I have to say about it now. So the
get caught
follow-up here
out.
is the timeline was
Whatever.
wrong. He actually was texting this minor before he went to TwitchCon and cheated on his wife, meaning he probably had intent to sleep with her too, just that he didn't end up with her. He ended up with a different woman who happened
That's
to be in LA.
quite a slanderous allegation. But it's okay, he said probably before he said it, so he's immune from legal ramifications.
Man, all this because of the pattern shit. Like, dude, just fucking find a bridge already. Just
but
take
a
a
Twitch
nice
employee is
walk.
essentially saying this is just the tip of the iceberg. If you look under the water, there's a humongous Twitch misbehavior iceberg, and it always gets
Whatever.
signed away under
Okay.
NDAs, and no one can ever talk about it. Isn't that great? It's interesting, huh?
I'm sure if YouTube had a DM system, you would find the exact
He
same
says this,
thing.
But like, you know, we have Hollywood. You know, like Roman Polanski, as he said, Woody Allen, all these people, right? Like, I mean, it's just like, come on, man.
Great it was at Twitch, how professional they are, right? I mean, I've only been saying this for how many years? I don't know why
But see,
people...
this feeds his hate boner for Twitch, but because obviously YouTube has no problematic people at all, right? Correct? Even though, like, come on, and I hate that he blames websites for this when it's like the issue has always been like moderation inconsistencies. Some people get moderated harder than others and all that kind of shit. You know, whatever. But these are like, you know, it's just the usual thing.
People, no one listens to me except, you know, everyone wants to make me the meme.
Because you
So
suck.
just
You
because I'm the
fucking
meme
suck,
means
dude.
obviously everything I say is...
I'm sorry, Phil. You suck ass. You're the worst person to even discuss this kind of shit. Like, man, imagine you're trying to expose like some sexual misconduct. Oh and my this is the God! guy you tell the information to. You're just shooting yourself in the foot at that point. He is the worst person to go to. The worst person to report on anything. Imagine if this dude was your your news reporter. You would get the worst news. The worst. You would probably be radicalized into like thinking that like you should like do shit, and you'd be wrong because this guy is an idiot.
Say is wrong, right? But I've been telling you guys for years how unprofessional and fucked up that place is. That no one should really be streaming there because it's completely unsafe. It's a fucked up, immoral environment.
But Twitch banned
Seriously.
Dr. Disrespect though.
But it is what it is.
Whatever.
It is what it is.
You know, there you go.
You know.
All right.
We're just blaming this random guy on Twitter all wholeheartedly. Like as I said, you can think about it and be like, okay, you know, maybe there is. But at the same time, who's to say this person's not writing the attention and just saying, oh yeah, there's more guys. Like, you could be cynical about it a little bit, but you just have to be more critical about the information. This dude is not critical at all. He's a dumb fuck. He's a fucking drone that goes back and forth and is like confused where he's going. He needs directions on how to fucking breathe.
Let's continue on. Let's get to other news stories because I'm tired of talking about it. And I'll be honest with you guys, again, unless there's another major and his behavior, so
Okay, we're just
I don't
gonna
need to
move
keep
on.
talking about it.
We're gonna
Unless
unwind
there's
with
something else
gamer
that comes out
news.
that updates this again.
Maybe
Okay?
now
Then
we'll
then,
be
you know, it
relaxed
has to
and
be me.
and
That's what I
really
mean. Like, if I
positive
correct myself
again.
again, I will. I'll correct my stance.
All
But
right.
I felt like I kind of really. I
Let's
felt really
get
bad when I
positive.
read that, and I was like, shit.
Okay, let's move on. Let's get to the gamer news.
All right.
Yes.
So.
All right. Here we
Game
go.
news, everyone. First of all, there's been some interesting news in regards to mobile ports
Oh man, this is dumb.
of full console games.
I heard a
What
little bit
mean
of
about
this.
that.
I'm
is
just
that-
gonna say this. He's gonna talk about the news article saying that games like Resident Evil 4 Remake, Death Stranding, and Assassin's Creed do
Resident
not sell very
Evil
well on
7
iPhone.
is going to be on iPhone.
And I
Cool.
just want to say, I don't know what they were expecting sales wise. I think as a tech demo, like, hey, look, the iPhone 15 can handle Resident Evil 4 Remake. That is cool. Like, that it can handle that kind of workload. But these are like games designed to play on like at home or whatever for long periods of time. I don't think anyone's gonna be waiting in line anywhere and say, I want to play Resident Evil 4 remake. Let's go. Like, or
Yeah,
anything
people
like that.
buying an
They're
iPhone for
probably gonna wanna
gaming,
play, like,
they should get
shorter
a
games
Switch
and all that,
instead.
in my opinion. I think the iPad is the only exception because I think that would be a good idea to play like Death Stranding on or whatever because it's a bigger screen. You can also AirPlay it on the TV, whatever, and you can also connect a controller to it. So you have options at least. And I think the iPad makes a little bit more sense in the case of like, let's say that you want to watch something and then game, you can do that. I think it works in that kind of setting. But yeah, I'm not very surprised these games didn't sell very well because again, no one is buying an iPhone to play Resident Evil 4 Remake or Death Stranding or anything like that. I just like, come on. I don't think this is news. This just seems like a doomer article. Like, guys, oh my god, guys, it didn't sell. Oh.
I remember it was last year. There was like this big announcement at one of these digital events. Oh, there's
It was
now
Apple because they were selling the iPhone 15, which had better innards apparently, and all this other stuff. It has USB-C and all this other shit.
mobile versions of all the games you want. Remember, they announced the new iPhone can now fully play like games that you play at home. And some of the games that they announced, Resident Evil 4 Remake and Assassin's Creed Mirage, and I guess another one that I wasn't even aware of is Death Stranding, right? I remember they announced this last year.
Well,
Like
these
a
were
big announcement
whatever.
during one of the digital conventions. Now on your new iPhone, you can play full-fledged versions of console games now on your iPhone as if you're playing on a PC or console. And I said at that time, if you remember, my response was this simple. Who the hell wants to play those games on iPhone? If I can play
People
it
who
on
have
my TV
iPhones,
or my computer monitor,
it's pretty
with a
simple.
proper controller.
No, this is
comfortably with
dumb.
Great audio.
Again, you can add a controller to your iPhone and iPad. You can use the PS5 controller. They even sell PS5 controllers at the Apple Store for that very reason.
Quality and all of that. Why do I want to play it?
And
on
there's
my
all these other accessories that can like make a controller, but whatever.
touchscreen phone fucking around with
This
these
dude is so stupid. He doesn't understand the current state of phone games. Like you could literally you can make your iPhone a Switch in a way where you can just kind of have controllers like this. You slide the phone on. Like there's all these
What
options,
color
and this
vest
dude is,
do you
like,
think I should start
acting
with?
as if these doesn't exist.
these motion controls with my thumb.
I can show you the ones that I have. All the ones I can pick from. These. So we got green, whatever this is. This, like green with flowers on it. This, bunch of different ones. Plaid, yellow, red, blue. pink, black, white, this brown with squares, white, red, platinum. I don't think there is a platinum. I mean, it would be the white one, right? Light blue. Like this one? This is about as platinum as you can get. I'll pick this one because it's like, it's bright and striking, easy to see. Okay.
Which probably aren't going to play well with a little speaker shooting out music out the side over here, or
No, it would be in your
No.
earbuds.
The iPhone has like speakers all around. Like not all around. That's a lie. It has it on the top and bottom of the phone, right? And they're pretty good quality in my opinion. But you can also use other headphones like these, or you can just plug one in or whatever. There's all these options. And he's acting as if there's no option, and you only have shitty earbuds, but earbuds have gotten better over time. This dude's an idiot. He doesn't know anything.
Earbuds, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Nope.
why would I want to do that? And why would you even pay to play those on there when you know they're going to charge you top dollar for those games? Like, you're going to pay $50 for those games on the fucking phone?
Death Stranding was $20 even at launch on the iPad.
Yeah, they
And
don't
I don't know
charge
about
full
Resident Evil
price.
Remake or anything like that because I don't think my phone can even handle it, unfortunately. But they probably don't charge 60. They probably charge 20.
And then on top of that, phone batteries aren't even good. The iPhone running one of those games would probably last 2 hours than the phone battery.
Well, if your commute is less than 2 hours,
does he
then
I don't want to look it up, but the iPhone battery has gotten better over time as well. But whatever, okay.
Right? So,
and that's
why
sufficient.
In the holy hell would you ever
Why in the holy hell? That fucking thing again.
Well, guess what?
The holy
Here are the
hell.
announcements, and guess
What a
what?
Catholic.
The iOS ports of 3,000 copies and shit.
Wow, man.
It's on the phone. Okay? Very repetitive.
Very repetitive.
Graphical fidelity so they can run easily.
I just
and not
think
kill your fucking
good iPhone games should be like fun games like Dr. Mario.
phone battery. That's the whole point. And
Yeah.
by the way, the reason
He's
that it works on
he
the
plays a
phone
lot
is
of
because of
mobile games.
microtransactions. Let me get that.
I don't think you need microtransactions for a good mobile game. This is so stupid.
That's how it works. Okay?
This
No
dude
one
loves
is looking
microtransactions.
for full-fledged PC or console experiences on their phones. If that were the case, then all we would do is
No, they're looking for the mobile version on their phone.
What does work well on a phone is a movie or a TV show. Reason
A TV show.
Stupid. Like, they're good options if you like are on the train or on an airplane or something, sure. But if I want to watch a movie, I kind of want to watch it on at most a TV.
being that you don't have to interact with. There's no intelligence that you just hit play and you just let it play.
There's no
Fucking, oh, I missed a part of it.
intelligence.
Just replay it. No big deal.
It's a weird way to put it.
This dude literally just said, "The iPhone has shitty speakers, and like, why would you want to do that, man?" And now he's saying we can watch a movie. You know, the thing that utilizes sound probably better than video games. Man,
In a video game, you have to be actively paying attention when you play the game. No one wants a control-intensive experience with revolutionary graphics on a tiny fucking screen with
Revolutionary graphics? No, they want the mobile version of the game that's playable on their
Oh, you can
device.
sync the iPhone with your TV. Oh, you mean like a console? Or on a PC?
dude, he doesn't understand the marketplace for this. Like, that's why I think this article saying this is really stupid. I think these are for people who just either share a TV or, you know, or whatever. Like, it's for a very small audience. That's why I kind of feel the company that put these games out, they probably, I don't think they were expecting them to be blockbuster hits. That's why you're not seeing Death Stranding 2 day one on iPhone. I'm just gonna say that.
See, you see what I'm saying?
Do you see what I'm
You already
saying?
have. You don't need it on the phone. You already have it. See? Oh, you can sync those things to make it like something that already exists and is superior. You're right. That's what the point I'm making. You don't need these on the phone. And they've sold so poorly.
But you can't bring your PS5 with you on a train.
Initiative to fully port full-fledged video games to phones is actually going to go away relatively quickly. So, there you go.
It's gonna be really funny when it's not.
Continuing
because
on.
Apple's gonna do another keynote in the fall. A new iPhone's coming.
Even when it does, he won't acknowledge it. Just like motion controls with.
Oh, we're not listening to this. It's gonna be using
Change that. I'm happy for quality of life improvement.
He just ignores that it's a big part of VR still.
Okay, next news story.
No, the one that I would have loved is X-Men versus Street Fighter. Computer. So weekly games for July have been announced. They are Borderlands 3, NHL 24, and Among Us. And now try it out for yourself.
Time to shut on all of that, even though like
in a
whatever.
surprise announcement this morning,
Surprise
Capcom
announcement.
announced Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. It appears to be a full from the ground up remake of Dead Rising. The announcement was made via a teaser video released on YouTube.
Remaster,
and it basically shows Frank West saying, "Hello, is this thing on? It's Frank. Anyone out there?" And they said, "Grab your cameras and prepare for the big scoop in Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster." And they showed head-to-head comparisons, and basically it looks like they designed it in the Resident Evil engine. So basically, it's Dead Rising 1.
In the Resident Evil engine, it's already I'm gonna.
It's not the Resident Evil. Yeah, RE is not Resident Evil.
I get it, but it's
It's not what it stands for.
Reaching the moon or reach for the moon, whatever the fuck engine, which is why it has a hand reaching for the moon. It's not Resident Evil. He only says it because they use it for Resident Evil 7, but this dude is just... And I think they corrected him on this, and he doesn't give a fuck because he's fucking stupid.
With insanely good graphics. Same game, it looks like same...
I kind of wish, like, I like the
really
RE engine and all this stuff, I just kind of wish you went back to, like, style.
Those graphics are sick.
Like, I'm tired of, like, let's
really,
make
really
it
good
look
proprietary
like
engine that Capcom
human.
has for all their games right now.
Let's make them look realistic.
And it just looks so fucking good. Yeah, it's cool, but the one questionable thing about it, they already remastered the game in 2016, right? And it was basically a graphical upgrade, but I played it in 2016, if you remember.
But this is a remake then. If it's rebuilding the game, it's a remake. Remaster is just you're taking the original file and just making it look nicer, and then just re-releasing it. They're remaking it. Okay.
I liked it. Remember, the first run's difficult because you don't know everything. You don't have all the upgrades or items. Are they actually going to do anything to update it or whatever? Because
or
it
whatever.
looks like exactly the same game, like shot for shot, except with better
We already know that they will.
Just a
They're adding like
graphical
auto
upgrade.
saving and a lot
Same
of
game from 2016, right? I mean, you're basically
a lot of
paying for
QOL.
better graphics, which is kind of silly. The 2016 game is fine. You can play it right now. So I'm curious what they're gonna do.
They're adding RTX,
How much
like
do remakes remake the game and change stuff? I think the only thing they should fix or work on
environmental
is making
effects,
AI
day-night
look
cycles.
I don't know if you guys want me to play it again. I already played it in 2016. Did 2 runs of it, by the way. So
It
I
could
don't
be
know
a
if I would
chill
play it
game.
again, but
Whatever.
I guess we'll see. I don't think there was any
I guess we'll see.
information yet on it. They just said that there's more information coming later this year, so I guess we'll have to keep our ears to the
I
ground
guess
on
we'll
that
have
one.
to keep our ears closed or open or whatever.
Okay.
And then,
Okay.
All right.
Epic Mickey Rebrushed
man.
is coming to the Switch on September 24th. All right. I don't know if I put that on my calendar yet.
All right. We're just gonna move on.
Number 1, you get 3 skins. Game you can't remember having it. It was him with.
I don't give a fuck about Epic Mickey.
Because I don't know how many people, quite honestly, are going to care about Epic Mickey in the modern this. Let's jump into shoutouts.
All right, we're done. We're free, guys. But let's do a vibe check on. I pressed that button by accident. I was able to go to live. Whatever. Oh man. The dumb. Oh wow.
That's crazy. It's invincible.
What a cool name. Anyways. I get why. I get why now because of the head. I guess. And, in this resolution, it looks like he just has a mustache. So, Alright. Thank you for watching this stupid video.
Thank you,
I
Theo.
hope you enjoyed it. This was, 3 hours of hell. So, you are now free from hell. You are free, everyone. You can now play Among Us on Xbox. Or play a good game like... SMT5 Vengeance. It's out now. You can play it. Fuse Jack Frost. Then get Black Frost, the best boy. Black Frost. He's cool. I mean, look at him. You're telling me this dude ain't cool? Look how cool this guy is. He has a little Jack Frost in his hand. He's ready to throw him. He's ready to fight. Anyways, thanks for watching. Hope to see you next time. Bye-bye, and as always...
Time to skedaddle on out of here.
Thank you, Theo. DSP is going to start in a little bit. Of course, we don't want to go watch him live because we want to be able to skip ahead when he's being...
Seeing you around then. Bye-bye.
God, the sound effects get screwed up sometimes. When I got too many things open. Oh, sorry, I interrupted that. Let's see. No, I don't think there's another Theo video to check out. But yeah. Let's see, is even talking in chat? Yeah, he's on. Blah 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 blah. Definitely check up on him later. How about a Kiwi Tapes video about Nova Online?
Last time we discussed Gabriel Gage, he had been featured on the news for his infamous French onion soup clip. He was still doing his food reviews, still doing karaoke, it was all business as usual. Of course, Nova would still receive backlash for the Discord incident that had occurred some time ago. None of this mattered to Nova as he would continue to make his regular content, until the first big event since the last time we covered him happened. His main TikTok account, the one that he had been building for years now, was hacked. Nova would claim that this was all due to a phishing scheme where he clicked a link stealing all of his information, but many speculate that he simply gave it all to a troll that he trusted. Here is Gabriel explaining the situation.
My account will be mine again. If it's even if it's tomorrow or in a few months, it'll be mine again. Anyways, trying the kind of new Cantina Chicken Power Bowl from Taco Bell.
It might not be a surprise that Nova has still not retrieved this account as of the recording of this video, and that he would now have to use his secondary account to post the majority of his content. But this wasn't Nova's only problem, because the trolls had now discovered his address, and would begin to send him false DoorDash orders much like they do to King Cobra JFS. A popular conspiracy theory amongst Nova commenters is that he is simply DoorDashing all of these items himself and blaming it on the trolls.
Hey, to whoever called Hawaiian pizza from Domino's to my house without paying for it, the guy gave it to me for free, so since we've got this pizza that I've never tried, we're gonna do a food review on it. Oh yeah, and by the way, massive shout out to the manager at my local Domino's. She's actually a longtime fan of the TikTok, so if you're watching this, thank you for being a fan.
You know, I'm beginning to believe the conspiracy theory as well, because there is no way that the local Domino's manager is an actual fan of Nova's. And how the hell does he know all of these restaurant employees? Half the time he's not even in a restaurant, he just DoorDashes it to his house. Another thing that I noticed in this video is the hoarder-like state of Nova's home. There has always been clutter in the background of his videos, but the kitchen is something else. And I am beginning to believe that Nova exclusively eats food that has been prepared by other people because it is so hard to make addition there. I'm pretty sure you're watching right now, Nova. Prove me wrong. Go cook something in there and put it on your TikTok. But I'm getting way ahead of myself because we are nowhere near the time when he starts beefing with me, Smokey, and Sensitive Society. At this point in the timeline, Nova is trying to build his second channel. Of course, he's trying to retrieve his main, but it never seems to work out. And during this second channel arc, Nova would begin to experiment with new kinds of content. They were still reviews, of course, but now over new and interesting items, not exclusively restaurant food.
A new bookstore recently opened up in my town. This is my haul for my first ever time there. Now, many of you know that Sarah J. Maas is one of my favorite authors of all time. So, the first thing that I got from this new bookstore was her second book in the Court of Thorns and Roses series, A Court of Mist and Fury. The lady at the bookstore told me that the third is her favorite, but I'm in progress on book 1, and I cannot wait to start book 2. Next up is also another Sarah J. Maas thing, but it's more coloring book. I know I'm going to be dropping bans on this new bookstore. Nova Universe, signing off. So I was at my local shop recently, and I found this Dr. Pepper beef stick. Let's give it a smell. It smells nothing like Dr. Pepper, it just smells like pepper. Anyways, bone apple teeth.
Bone apple teeth. He thinks that's so funny.
Nothing like Dr. Pepper.
I think I'm beginning to understand why Nova's house looks so cluttered. He is constantly receiving items to review on his TikTok page. He will even claim that some of them are sent to him. I'm also very happy to see him reviewing more Dr. Pepper products. I mean, that is the golden standard to which all food should be graded, according to Nova. It is legitimately the only thing I've ever seen him give a 10 out of 10 is Dr. Pepper the drink. Well, either that or Pizza Hut.
Trying the cheeseburger melt from Pizza Hut. It's brand new, at least at the time of filming this. And if you know me, I'm not a huge fan of Pizza Hut's melts. But it's brand new, and I figured maybe I should try it. I decided to get this with no bacon, which is surprising for me. I think bacon is its own food group. I replaced the bacon with tomatoes. Little cross section here, we got beef, onions, and tomatoes. Let's try it by itself first. Bone apple teeth. Let's try it with the included burger sauce, which smells very, very pickly. Tastes like Big Mac sauce. All in all, it's not bad. I think that actually might be my favorite Pizza Hut melt. Is it better than a personal pizza? In my opinion, no. But I probably would try the cheeseburger combination on a normal personal pan pizza. Maybe that'll be a video in a couple weeks.
I don't know what it is about someone legitimately reviewing Pizza Hut foods that is so hilarious to me. If Nova hadn't done such horrible things, then he could be a review bruh-like character, because these food reviews never fail to get a laugh out of me, especially the Pizza Hut ones. But one of my favorite ones of most recent time has to be the sushi review. Nova would go into the sushi restaurant, record himself eating the sushi, and not even record the audio until after he had left the place. But it was not a good review. Nova talked so much smack on the establishment and even refused to name it. Meanwhile, Pizza Hut is getting all of the praise.
What is good, y'all? It is Nova Kadri. I am doing this video as a voiceover, and this is finally that sushi review that I recorded about 3 weeks ago. I got this from a place called Redacted in Riverstone. I'm not going to give the name of the restaurant away because I got food poisoning here. Now, first off, let's try this miso soup.
Okay, well, wouldn't you want to warn people?
I tried the broth and I was absolutely stunned by how good it was. And this was with no soy sauce added.
I'm not gonna tell people at the restaurant because I got food poisoning from it.
I do not like tofu.
Idiot.
It's just a texture thing for me. Next up, we're going to be trying this 2-piece Ora King Salmon Nigiri with wasabi and ginger. I'm getting a little soy sauce. Let's try it out. Now, I absolutely loved the flavor of this, but I would regret it later on.
How do you even effectively review a piece of food that you ate 3 weeks ago? I can't even remember what I ate 3 days ago. And then he goes on to say that the place made him sick. It's probably for the best that he didn't mention the name, because 1000% their Google reviews would have been filled with trolls. I am still baffled by the fact that a place like Pizza Hut gets more leniency than a sushi restaurant or a shawarma truck. He certainly isn't afraid to give his opinions. And when it comes to food, Nova considers himself somewhat of a connoisseur. He thinks that his TikTok page is a place that people go to actually get legitimate reviews of new foods. But when you're reviewing something called Uncle Sauce, what do you expect to happen?
Mila teamed up with Uncle Roger to create the creamy chili crab pasta. This is also called the Why So Weak Challenge. And today, we're going to be trying level 1, the nephew sauce. Alright, the noodles are done. I cooked everything off camera because
Cut.
yeah, I cooked everything off camera so I could
No,
focus
of
on the
course
food.
not.
Let's add the sauce. And just like that, level 1 nephew sauce is done. All right, here it is, level 1 nephew sauce. It smells pretty good. I do smell like a little bit of like peppercorn, a little spice, maybe some Thai chili. Let's try it out. Bon appetit. Okay. It's a little spicy. Damn, Uncle Roger, that's spicy.
So the way that this Uncle Roger's dish works is that level 1 is nephew sauce. It's not very spicy, but then you start working up the chain to Uncle sauce, and that shit's acidic. Sometimes Nova will review some pretty weird things. One time he chugged an old Coke that he found in the back of his fridge, assuming that it was 18 months old, and he thought that this was some kind of big deal. But Nova has began to review things that would put an old Coke to shame. Recently, Nova posted a video of him outside at night, covered in a cape. As Nova slowly emerged from the darkness, he would show us what he would be reviewing tonight. One of the classiest foods known to mankind, packaged tuna.
I feel like the Walmart equivalent of Windows 95 man when I'm wearing this thing. But hey, anyways, today we're going to be trying the most unique flavor of tuna that I have ever seen. Whole grain Dijon mustard. Yes, I got this at Walmart. 12 grams of protein, 80 calories, bon appetit. I hate homosexuals! Immediately no.
He's
Taste ain't
aggressively
bad.
gay.
Texture, god awful. It's a texture thing for me. That taste that you get after you swallow it, that little aftertaste, not bad at all. But the texture really throws me off. I'm sorry, Starkiss, this is a no-go for me. I'm gonna have to give this a 3 out of 10. But if we were just counting taste, 6.5. Anyways, Nova Universe, signing off. I am so disappointed in this.
Finding Nova's food reviews and general attitude pretty hilarious, me and my co-host Smokey MCC would begin to watch his content on our podcast. It's called Too High for Stupid, and I run it here every Wednesday at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. We would watch Nova content for months before he even caught wind of it. And for a while, even after he had discovered that we were watching his content satirically, he didn't seem to have a problem. That is, until one week. To be honest, I think it was our review of the Uncle Sauce video that did it. When I first saw that, I could not contain my laughter. And whether Nova assumed that we legitimately liked his food reviews or not, I will never know. But what I do know is that he now hates us with a burning passion. Even going so far as to one day posting a call-out video, where he claims that he will not only destroy myself and Smokey MCC,
I will destroy you,
but also Sensitive Society, a popular commentary YouTuber who has made a couple of videos over Nova in the past. Nova claimed that it was the beginning of the end for all of us.
Hey y'all, it's Nova Kadri. If you guys have seen my Instagram, you probably have an idea of what I'm going to be saying. But due to an excellent idea from my social media manager, I'm gonna be launching a podcast. And this is going to be primarily for fun. I do not intend to make any money off of it, but yeah, I just intend on doing this new podcast for fun. So the name of this podcast is going to be called The Hour of Joy, and the name does not imply what this podcast is going to be about. Everyone who has wronged me, the hunter becomes the hunted.
Yikes.
The hunted becomes the hunter. Every single person who has wronged me. Kiwi, Smokey, Sensitive Society, everyone who has made these false fucking accusations about me.
Like what? You're a creepy weirdo?
The hunter becomes the hunted. And the hunted,
I'm gonna call you a creepy weirdo.
Kiwi had no right to say what he said about me a few days ago.
What did he say?
He just fucking trashed me with Smokey, and they fucking laughed it off because they were fucking on redacted. Your days are numbered, Kiwi.
They were on redacted.
Talk. Tick. talk.
Nova would claim that he would start a podcast to rival ours
stupid idiot.
called The Hour of Joy, and that his new social media manager had come up with the idea. So me and Smokey had an idea of our own. We reached out to Sensitive Society on Twitter and invited him on our show. We wanted to discuss everything that Nova had said, and of course, watch the most recent food reviews. But the funniest thing we saw by far was the karaoke session Nova had done right after calling us out. While I can't show it to you here because it includes copyright music, he would sing Let the Bodies Hit the Floor while screaming at certain points, presumably out of sheer rage. Nova would frequent this bar quite often, and he would sing karaoke there. Nova, who isn't allowed to drink, would often buy a soda and set up with the microphone, entertaining the guests. But this time was different. It was much angrier. And for that reason, or the trolling, maybe a combination of both, Nova was banned from this establishment, giving us no explanation but this post I have on screen right now. We do not know if the ban is permanent, but it is at least temporary, and Nova has not made a karaoke video since, so he has turned his attention to other things, like the promotion of his Instagram. Nova would recently create an Instagram, and it quickly became a hotbed of controversy. A lot of posts would begin to pop up alluding to Nova being part of the alt-right, discussing how proud he was of it, and that liberals like me and Smokey were gonna get what's coming to us. I want to make it explicitly clear, I have never taken a political stance on this channel, and I have absolutely no idea where all of this is coming from. And as soon as his fans caught wind of this, his Instagram comments section would begin to fill with racist comments about myself, Smokey, and Sensitive Society. Some of these comments were pretty crazy, and honestly were not something I expected from Nova or his community, and neither did Nova, because there would be so many of these comments piling up on his Instagram that he would have to make a video addressing the situation, and it is by far one of my favorite videos he has ever made.
Hey, I'll say Nova Cadre, and while I fucking
here.
Smokey
Okay.
and Sensitive Society, just please don't make any racist comments about them. Just because Sensitive is Mexican and Kiwi and Smokey do drugs, that's just no excuse to say racist shit about them, because one, that's not cool. That doesn't
Thank
make
you,
them
Deathcore
any better
Lover.
than they are. And
Appreciated.
and two, making up shit about them, you go as low as they do, because they have made up false shit about a lot of people. So guys, if you're seeing
I don't know
this,
why the confetti
please stop
goes off.
commenting racist shit about the three people that I'm trying to stop using my name for. They're just using my name as cash cows at this point. Anyways,
Using your name as
stop
cash
being
cows.
racist in my comments, guys. I don't condone it.
There were so many of these comments that this was not the only video he made addressing the situation, stating that no matter how much he hated myself, Smokey, and Sensitive Society, that comments like this were unacceptable. And it all couldn't have come at a worse time for Nova, because he was about to debut his new podcast. Truth be told, I didn't think this thing would actually ever come out. It was already a couple days late when I started making this video, and just as I was about to finish up on it, he dropped the first episode. And some of this is pure gold. From discussing the recent hate towards me to talking about Tofia Chew, Nova covers a lot of things in this show, pulling absolutely no punches.
What is good, everyone? It is Hey Nova Cadre, also known as the Nova Universe. We are here with the debut episode of Hour of Joy. And joining me is my social media manager, Sia.
Hi, guys.
But I'm pulling up Smokey's Twitter right now.
Alright, I'll do the same. Hold on.
So the most recent tweet that he has messaging me is retweeting a comment of someone that cited me near the bus stop.
Someone on his Twitter seemed to have edited the video of you, like, telling your fans not to be racist. Like, if you scroll down...
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and head over to Kiwi's Twitter, see if he's posted any new bullshit. Oh, yeah. The last thing he posted about me was on the 24th, called Average Hour of Joy Listener.
Yeah. It appears as like one of your fans said something like racist about you being like the supreme race.
Oh yeah, did you hear that Sensitive Society appeared on a episode of Too High for Stupid?
I think that was not last week. Yeah. I noticed there's been like a lot of YouTubers just like clowning on your name. Like for instance, the Leaping Lemur.
Oh yeah, I f***ed that bitch.
Yes. Yikes.
I gotta make sure not to rage too much. Oh yeah, anyways, have you heard of the Poop Squatch Andrew Ditch?
I have.
The motherfucker watches my videos, and I'm scared of that.
Back on the Too High for Stupid podcast, some people in the comments were like saying that you guys are like similar and long lost brothers.
Oh my gosh, no, we are not similar in the slightest.
Many people say that you and Jupiter the hybrid are like look alike and like behave in the same manner. I'm not sure if you know who that is.
I know who Jupiter is. We live in the same state.
Do you want to go in depth about like why you like are like making a podcast? Like what prompted you to do
Oh
so?
yeah, basically I'm making a podcast basically so I can clear my name of these awful accusations that have been roaming around.
So do you want to go more in depth with like Kiwi and Smokey and same with Sensitive Society? Because I think that's what like a lot of people really want to hear.
About what?
Like Kiwi and Smokey.
Oh yeah. Speaking of Kiwi, Smokey, and Sensitive, let's go over to Kiwi's channel.
Okay.
Let's see, the last video, he hasn't really uploaded like many videos about me.
Yeah, but the ones he did upload about you got like over 1 million views. So I think that's why people like really like flooded your comments with like hatred.
Yeah, if we go to popular, if we go to popular, you can see his 3rd and 8th most popular videos are about me.
But like on their podcast, he talks about you like consecutively.
Oh yeah, the podcast, definitely.
Once like this video gets uploaded, I'm sure like Kiwi, Smokey, and Sensitive will probably respond to it. So then like we'll make like a response.
Yeah, they're probably gonna end up responding it, which will give us more content for Hour of Joy.
True. So I guess like.
But anyway, that is going to wrap up the debut episode.
The Hour of Joy, though only 39 minutes, most definitely did not disappoint. And the cherry on top for me was the terrible audio quality. I know mine's not always the best, but the echo off of Nova's mic, as well as the copious amounts of fan noise, had me laughing all the way. As well as all of the shade that they threw at myself, Smokey, Sensitive Society, and the Leaping Lemur. All amazing channels that have covered Nova in the past and cover him today. I highly recommend you check out each one of these. It seems like the Hour of Joy was created to counter all of the allegations against Nova, that he would use this podcast to throw shade at anyone who had ever criticized him. From Tofiachu to myself, no one is safe from the Hour of Joy, because Nova and his social media manager are on a quest to destroy us all. Nova claims that we are simply using him as a cash cow, and that it has nothing to do with the things he did in his past. Despite the numerous differences between each side involved in this, I think we can all agree on one thing, that Nova Online hates me.
Okay, well, just in time. Let's check out the Shitty Level podcast, and I'll see if I can get this vest prop to work.
Schedule
Okay. The pre-roll, the cold open. Wah, 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 wah. Dead air, Phil. This is bad to have in a podcast.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It is time for my final
crop
consecutive
this,
streaming day of the week. But it's only Tuesday. Well, my week this week is a little bit different. We'll talk about that on the show. In addition, we'll have some chill updates, some news. If you can believe it, I'm actually looking forward to engaging in a relaxing session, a less stress session of Elden Ring than of what I played yesterday.
Yeah, because
in
he's
Street Fighter 6.
completely cheesed the game.
When Elden Ring is more relaxing than something else,
You know, something
That
is
says
something. It
Anyway,
says
we
something.
will
Whatever it
discuss
says. Cool. Good job,
many
Phil.
other topics.
Nailed
in
it.
this episode
Knocked it out of the park,
of
man.
One podcast.
Because he's completely cheesed Elden Ring to the point that it isn't even a challenge to him anymore. Because he's just gone around and gotten all. He's just over leveled. He's just completely over leveled. Which you can do in Elden Ring, but you have no right to make fun of anyone who's using crutches when you're just completely inarguably over leveled. Bong, ding,
Is
ding,
the
gay.
Level 1 podcast on DSP Gaming. Today is Tuesday, the 2nd of July, 2024. And yes, indeed, this is the last consecutive streaming day of the week for me. Normally, I would be streaming through Wednesday. Thursday would be my day off, and I would return on Friday. But this week, things are a little different due to personal appointments and things that had to be aligned a certain way.
Whatever that
I found
means.
myself changing my schedule. I mean, I had to do appointments and I can't do them on July 4th. A lot of things are closed. So I was like, oh, I guess I have to change stuff around this week. So it is what it is. A short.
Is it really what it is?
Has still been a good one, right? I've still had a great time this week with all of you, albeit a little bit on the shorter side. Next week, I'm not sure what the schedule is going to be. I wish I could tell you, but I'm in one of those points again where things are fluctuating, things are changing. I don't know what things will be like next week. It could be a normal 6-day streaming week. It could be an extended 7-day streaming week where we go back to having Thursdays off. It could be a 5-day streaming week, and I
T-pose
through Monday. Like, I have no clue at this point. I'm not the kind of person that wants to overpromise and underdeliver, so I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Schedule throughout the entirety of the week next week. What I will say is this: it'll be a balance between Street Fighter 6 and Elden Ring DLC on the day streams. There'll be a balance between Stardew Valley and the Riven remake on the night streams. The only exception will be Friday Night Fights, which will still be Street Fighter. There will still be a whole React day on Sunday between DSP versus the internet on DSP React and the continuing retro replay event of Dark Souls 1 on DSP Throwback. So all the stuff that's going on right now shall continue. The actual length of the week and stuff like that will be determined as the week makes progress through it. And so I'll have updates for you, as soon as I can. But what we're going to do is, after tomorrow being my day off from streaming, when I come back on Thursday, it's going to be a major daytime stream of Street Fighter 6 where I once again attempt to take M. Bison to master rank in Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll go great.
Will be more Riven remastered. And then Friday will be the Elden Ring DLC, and Friday Night Fights will be more Street Fighter. Saturday then will be more Elden Ring DLC.
Wow, what variety. What a variety gamer.
Now, and I'll discuss more as we get closer to it. Now, what I was alluding to here in the intro of the show today is very simply that, man, Street Fighter 6 has become so stressful to play at this point.
Aww.
Right? It's gotten to the point
video
where I
games are
feel like
stressing
I
them
wanna
out,
make a
man.
video about this, because I
Why do
actually
video
feel
games have to be
like
so
fighting games
stressful?
have seriously changed in the last 10 to 15
You
years.
should just put Legos together.
In some cases, I would say for the better, but in a lot of cases, I would also say for the worse. And I think I have a unique take on this because I used to be around back in the days of growing up in the arcades in the 1990s. Yes, I was around playing fighting games competitively before some of the epic names like Justin Wong were even around. And I was there as games were being discovered on a daily basis. What's competitive, what can be used in a match, what's a combo, what's a strategy to use, and how different the fighting game world was in that era versus the 2000s era, when it became a lot more grassroots, but the competition started to grow in size and stature, but they were still kind of relegated or limited to in-person tournaments, right, to get competition. And then how things changed during the Xbox 360, PS3 era as games like Street Fighter 4 went online and people started to play competitively over the internet. And now, of course, the modern era, where before a game even comes out, there's videos on tech on how to play it, breaking down the characters and the game's meta. Within a day of a character being released, here's how you beat the character and completely dominate them. Videos on the internet. So I think one of the things I could definitely do is make a very unique video about this. My take being that, my history of fighting games and how things changed, and why, and maybe what the future may hold.
He's gonna make a video about...
Just to give you guys some perspective here, right? Like, M. Bison hasn't even been out in Street Fighter 6
Street
for a
Fighter?
week. Not even a single week. Tomorrow would be the 1-week anniversary of when this character has been out in Street Fighter 6. Within 1 week, people already know the absolute best tech and combos. People already know the ways to completely shut down this character. It hasn't even been a week. And here I am, you know, trying to learn the character, studying these videos of top players playing and everything, and trying to figure stuff out. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just scratching my head. This is what
Maybe
Street Fighter
stop
is.
scratching your head. Your hair is falling
already
out.
A week in, it's as if the character has been in the game since the start. You know, I'm trying to learn slowly and adjust and I'm just trying to get timing down. I'm trying to get muscle memory down for combos and the like.
Oof.
Because I'm not very good at it right now. And every
This
time I play
needs
the
to be
game, I end up
scaled up.
dropping a lot of my inputs and everything, and it leads literally dropping one input in Street Fighter 6 at this point leads to a loss. It's not even like, oh, you made one mistake, big deal, you can recover. It's like, oh no, then they hit you with a 70% combo, and now the round is over unless you get incredibly lucky. And it's like, what happened to fighting games?
What happened to fighting games? Where'd my fighting games go?
Learn anymore. It's just you better go into it at top level. And it's funny because there's people.
It's
in the
funny
chat
because
who come by my fighting game streams who said, I just
get
tried
ready
to play
to
a fighting
laugh.
game and I can't even play. I just wanted to try Street Fighter, so I bought it and I tried to play. I literally haven't won a match in 2 days that I've been trying to play. I can't win a single match, even though I watched some videos, I did the tutorials, I go online, and everyone just spanks
I don't know,
me
man. I'm not laughing.
patterns. Yeah, like that's what fighting games are now. It's not like it used to be. There's not even like a window of.
I was
discovery
promised it
anymore.
would be funny.
Oh, something new is in a fighting game. Everyone's going to jump into the game and try to learn it, and we all learn it at each other's pacing. Instead, it's already completely blown out, explained, extrapolated. The meta is already determined, posted all over the internet. So if you weren't sitting there days before something new hit, studying, you might as well not even play. You know, there's so many.
I don't
Where
know.
studying up and understanding mechanics before you play the game makes sense. Like the FromSoft franchise, Elden Ring particularly, Dark Souls, the games don't really do a great job of explaining everything. If you look into those games online and you kind of like research everything ahead of time, you absolutely will have a much better time playing through them. There's almost like a moment of ding, the light bulb hits above your head. Oh, that's how that works. This is how that works. Cool. And then you start to really appreciate the game more, right? And man, in regards to fighting games, at this point, it really does feel like it's like there's a window of maybe 3-4 months when a fighting game first comes out, right? Where everyone's kind of exploring and enjoying. And once that initial kind of honeymoon period is over, you might as well not even play unless you're going to be serious about being competitive in the game. You will not have fun. You're just going to get spanked by people who play constantly. And there's all reasons for this. You know, now that there's teams and the idea that you can make it big and be a pro streamer or a pro player and get signed and get sponsorships, this could be your career and you could blow up on the internet and get views. That's way fucking different than when I grew up, when there was nothing to it at all. It didn't matter if you were the best Street Fighter player on the planet. It was still your hobby. No one was making a living doing it, so we all did it for the fun of it. And to some extent, that made it feel a lot more genuine than people who just sit there try-harding the fucking game out to try to get some kind of milking it for something for themselves.
Sounds like
rather
he's
than
just mad
enjoying it
that he's getting his ass beaten in Street Fighter.
The truth is that I feel
And he's just got to make
it's
excuses
just
for
not
it.
as fun anymore. Playing fighting games. By the way, this does not mean that I'm not enjoying them and I'm going to stop playing them, especially with my year of Street Fighter 6.
It's not fun anymore, but that doesnson mean
It's
I'm
been awesome.
going
But
to
there's
stop
also a ton of
enjoying
stress.
them.
Like yesterday, I
As
went
he
into
says,
this
it's
Street
not
Fighter
fun
6 stream,
anymore.
Day stream yesterday with M. Bison, with the mentality that I was going to play casual play for like an hour.
Sure.
I was going to relax with the audience. Every 2-3 sets, I was going to relax, have a conversation with the audience, do shout outs and the like, and then go back into the game with a fresh mindset. I wasn't going to allow myself to get tilted or anything. For the most part, that happened.
got
until the very end of the
tilted.
stream when I actually didn't have time to take a break because I only had like 15
Definitely
minutes left,
got
so I just kept going.
tilted.
And that's actually the time when I got really, really tilted. All right, at the very end.
I thought you didn't.
But, man, let me tell you, I'm just like playing the game. I'm like, I want to get better with Bison, but if I get a single dropped input, it's like the end of the world. Like I might as well not even have booted the game up. And that happened many times.
That doesn't
where
make
it's in the match,
sense.
It's like, okay, here's the combo: standing medium, low medium, standing medium. EX says, oh, my third standing medium dropped completely. Even though it's the easiest sequence, it's not even a tough timing. It's super easy. So now they punish the fact that the scissors came out and their whole round is over. Oh, okay. Oh, look, I'm about to win. Double jumping medium punch. Only the first medium punch comes out. The second one completely drops. So now I land next to the
Okay,
opponent,
well,
and it's
whose fault is
advantageous
that? I
position,
thought you said that
and
was
they
all
take advantage
fixed.
by putting me in the corner and the game's over.
I guess it's not fixed anymore?
You know?
Yeah,
And that's what
no,
mean. Back
I
in the
don't
day,
know.
You made one mistake. Okay.
As
maybe
always.
In some cases, that would be it. But in modern games, the fact that the damage potential is so high and it's not hard to do those combos. Like back in the day, okay, maybe you could destroy someone, but it was like an infinite combo that took a lot of execution and practice to do. Today it's like, oh, look, 3 hits, drive rush, 3 hits, super cancel. Oh, look, you lost 70% of your life. And anyone can do it.
Okay, so you're
Oh,
saying you're
all
going to
gotta
make
do
a
is see someone do it.
video,
I mean,
I
there's
guess,
5,000
reiterating all
tutorial
this?
videos on YouTube about how to do it. So you just watch a few, you practice it a few times. Here you go. So for me, you know, just trying to learn Bison, and not someone who's sitting there studying, watching endless videos. I have watched top videos of Bison, but I haven't
Okay, so
studied
you
these fucking
do
tutorial
the
videos.
thing
I'm not
that
sitting
you
there
complain
labbing.
about,
Yes, this
as
is what it really
always.
is. Labbing. Literally people saying, Phil, I don't get it. You don't sit in training mode endlessly practicing your combos and your timing. And so when you're playing online, you drop stuff and you get frustrated. Why aren't you labbing? Labbing.
That's
Because
the
in real
word.
life, people don't have time to sit around labbing. Even when I was a former pro
How does
fighting game
Justin
player,
Wong do
I
it?
never labbed.
How does Maximilian
What the
Dude
fuck
do
are you
it?
talking about? You play the game. That's how you learn. You don't learn by sitting in training mode ad nauseum. Practice combo, practice combo, practice combo, practice combo, practice combo, practice combo.
Autism.
You're just a fucking bot. You're just someone who's regurgitating a formula that you programmed into your head with muscle memory, rather than someone who's intelligent.
That's not what
Why
bots
do you think there's so many
do?
people online that can actually do these crazy combos or a mix-up pattern in the corner, but the moment you rattle them and you get them out of that flowchart, they don't even understand how to play fighting games. So
Just
they're
sounds like
stuck
projection.
eternally at like the 4 to 5 star diamond level. They can't ever push into master.
All right,
or
here's
if
the
they
vest.
do, they completely die and lose every match. And those are the people who have 1,300 master ranking points because they can't win. They don't know how to play fighting games. They
Eh.
just labbed all day.
What do you
So they have
think?
the muscle memory, but they have no fucking knowledge of how to play the game.
I don't know. I'm kind of
So anyway,
anticlimactic about this.
That's what I mean. Like all this shit.
This
is
isn't what
so
it
different
almost
from
like
back when
vests
I
are kind of
played
lame.
fighting games. I kind of feel like I could make a whole video about it. Maybe like a half an hour video that would kind of explain, and it might open some eyes. I'm certainly not saying that modern fighting games are
No,
terrible.
Phil.
by
Nobody
any means.
new
I'm
watches
saying
your
it doesn't
videos.
feel very welcoming or friendly to anyone who's not going to be committing endless amounts of time. There is
Almost
no
like vests are
casual
corny
play
and dumb.
in modern fighting games. It just doesn't exist. The moment you jump online, you're facing tryhards who fucking play so much and lab
Yeah,
all
oh
day
well.
that you can't even fucking try shit. Like, oh, my first time playing a new character, let's experiment. Oh, I just got completely dominated in 10 seconds. I didn't know what I was doing, and they just completely destroyed me. I didn't even have a chance to press a button.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
that's a
suck.
fighting game,
You're
right?
not good at the
No.
game.
And that's the online experience in Street Fighter 6 and others as well, but Street Fighter 6 is pretty bad. Anyway,
Sure,
so
dude.
the point I'm making here is that yesterday in Street Fighter 6, here I am approaching it. I'm going to be cool and calm. I'm going to approach it in a new way.
No, you weren't.
It's
You were
like, in
being a
casual play, I go,
rage
all right, I
baby
think
like
I won,
always.
like, 13 matches and I lost like 8 or something like that. So I won way more than I lost in casual play. The moment I started playing at ranked 5-star diamond with Bison, first of all, I only fought 4 fucking characters. Now, that's an exaggeration. I think I fought 2 Kims, maybe
Okay.
1 Aki, maybe not. I think I fought 1 JP, but it was like an army of fucking Camis, M Bisons, Ryus, and Akumas. And that was it. It was like cycling 4 characters. That's not fun. That's boring as dirt. Only fighting against the same 4 characters. You just don't want to play anymore. Like, dude, it's the same shit again. I'm fucking bored of this. Give me any other character. Like, I would take a fucking Jury. I would take Ken's. Give me any character, even a top tier character. Just give me something for variety so I can have fun. No, it's the same fucking 4 characters in a circle. They're fucking tryhards. All they do is they want to pick the new hot top tier character and just fucking, oh, I want to get wins. I want to get the master. It's fucking lame. It's a bad mentality,
Okay.
you know. So what I find
100
hilarious
bits
are
or
these Camis that are
more,
eternally stuck at 5-star
you
diamond
get the
and cannot get the
vest.
fucking master. I mean, Tammy's a launch character. It's been over a year. If you didn't get her to master yet, you're probably never getting her to master. It's time to try something different. Like maybe try to learn how to play the game instead of just learning the one fucking pattern that got you to 5-star diamond, but will never get you to the next level because you have no actual
Okay,
knowledge of
Phil,
fighting
we
game.
get it. You
Maybe
hate
stop
Cammy.
labbing and actually
You hate her
fucking learn
because
fighting
she's
games
good looking.
instead. Just saying. Anyway.
Anyway,
So
you
yeah,
hate
like,
Cammy
yesterday was
because
not a good
she's
session for
good
me.
looking
I
and your wife
genuinely
is a
was
fat
going with a
horse.
fresh mindset that I was going to play it differently, and by the end of the day, I was just as frustrated and pissed off, and I felt like it was a waste of time. I think I gained all day 150 master ranking points. At least I gained points, but still, I'm playing 3+ hours, right? And I'm absolutely like ridiculous. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do to enjoy the game when it's the same 4 characters in a loop. If I drop one move, I can't. That's it. Game over, right?
Game
It's-
over,
oh my
man.
God.
Game
It's like
over.
mind-blowing. It gives you a headache. Makes you feel like this is what the game is now. I can't even have fun. It's not even like I could jump online and wow, in 3 hours I played like 12, 13 different characters and it was good variety and we had good matchups. No, every matchup's played exactly the same. It's like you're playing the same thing 17, 18 times. It's like sitting in a photocopy. You're just photocopying the same thing over and over for 3 hours straight.
Then
It's
you
not
should
fun.
be good at it.
That's not
Then
good.
you should learn how
At
to
all. But what's happened is I feel
master
like
it if
everyone
you're doing the same
decided
thing.
that they were going to put all of their tech online. Meaning, I'm going to make this video. Here's how you do the meta with fucking Cammy, right? Well, guess what? Now everyone copied it and everyone plays it exactly the fucking same. So now there's no.
He's gonna make a
originality, there's
video
no
where he
discovery, there's no
pretends like
anything
he's
that's going to
knowledgeable
be
about
in the game.
Street
It's just the same
Fighter.
pattern
Okay,
over and
Phil,
over.
we get it.
Put me to sleep.
We get
Right?
it. You
It's
don't
not
have to
what
keep
the spirit of
explaining
fighting games
it.
even is supposed to fucking be. That's the Street Fighter 5 mentality. That's why Street Fighter 5 was a terrible game because there was no creativity. It was literally
Okay,
everyone
let's see if
playing
it
exactly
carries
what I'm
over
saying.
with a new
Now, when you get
costume.
out of certain characters,
If I change the
like,
costume with a
I
vest,
very rarely see a Dalcine
stay.
that's played identically across the board.
Yes.
Zangief, I rarely see a Zangief that's played.
We got Reptalia with a
Blanca
vest.
is like really unique. Every Blanca seems to play a little different. That's cool. And
It
that's what I
looks
like about
silly.
Street Fighter 6. It does have that variety to it. Thankfully, it's not just the same thing. So it has the best of both worlds. You got your shitty pattern play of Street Fighter 5 for those who suck at fighting games, and then you've got actual unique.
I think you
play
suck at fighting
with some
games.
Ingenuity and imagination to it with certain other unique characters. So it does have that balance. But I hate this pattern shit, and that's what the game is becoming online. Almost every person now has just memorized the pattern, and this is how I play, and that's not how you play fighting game. But they think it is, because they're squeaking out wins, because that's how the game's been
They're
designed.
squeaking out wins.
Anyway.
Anyway.
I'm so stressed out, because my whole intention was to try to get Bison the Master, or at least get him.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to learn how to
Literally, again, play for 3 hours.
execute
It won't sound like
combos effectively.
at that rate, it'll take me another 7 streams, you know? Well, okay, that's another exaggeration. It'd probably take me like at least another 3 or 4 streams of playing to get him to master. I don't even want to do that. Like, I really don't. I don't want to play these same fucking people, these same fucking matchups. They're boring. They're very boring to me.
Then go to a tournament.
So I'm wondering what's gonna happen.
Oh, you would get destroyed.
You know, when Thursday, when I come back from my break, the mainstream of Street Fighter 6, more Bison. I'm going to do some casual again. I'm probably going to try to reduce the amount of casual play I do because I kept going. I went almost an hour and a half of casual play. And then I realized, oh man, now I just don't have enough time to get as far in rank as I wanted. I kind of screwed that up, and that's on me.
Man, I love being able to play him at a 1.5
confident
speed.
enough. I was playing, and I was like, dropping input.
Or
bad
1.25.
execution. And why? Because I don't play enough to hang with these
He
fucking
talks
people.
so
I play
slowly
Street Fighter
normally.
once every 3 days, and I play it for only a few hours.
This
A lot
is
of
pretty
people
much
are
how
like,
normal
they're
people
laughing
talk.
all fucking day. Then they jump online, they play at night. It's like, dude, this is all they do. Yet they're stuck at 5
Piece of Peace was gifted a membership.
So again, so in some cases, it's not just about time.
Congrats,
invested,
Piece of
it's about
Peace.
level of ingenuity and intelligence and understanding rather than just pattern play ad nauseum. I think that's what a lot of people are missing in Street Fighter.
Congrats, Piece of Peace, for the gifted membership.
Anyway, so the point I'm making here is, no exaggeration right now. Today we're about to play Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, okay? I'm excited for it. We're in a whole new area we unlocked. I'm going to check out this whole northwestern area of the map and see what's there and see where it goes from there. And I'm excited for that, but it's like, I'm actually realizing playing Elden Ring today will likely be less stressful and more enjoyable than when I played Street Fighter yesterday. I'm actually going to have more fun, more discovery, right? Because we're going to see new stuff. You see my point? You're playing Street Fighter 6, you don't even get to see anything new. It's the same fucking patterns over and over. I'm playing Elden Ring, we're going to see new areas, new bosses, new dungeons, right? I'm going to enjoy this a lot more
It's an
today.
open world RPG versus a one-on-one fighting
It really
game.
does say something. One of the most challenging games out there, crushing difficulty.
Are we really
I'm going to enjoy and
surprised?
be more relaxed to play this today. But it's just the fact, okay?
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm excited for Elden Ring today, and I'm actually like wondering what the hell's gonna happen when I play Street Fighter 6 again on Thursday. All right. Anyway, like I said, I'm strongly thinking about doing like maybe a half an hour video. The question is, where should I put it? Because I was thinking I would put it on DSP Reacts, but if I put it there, that channel doesn't get very much views or traction. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I put it on this channel, but I almost never do a talking style video besides my podcast on this channel. So I don't even know what to do to put it somewhere that people would actually see the video and care.
No one will.
That's the problem. I have too much. All my channels are like squared away to be this formula of what you're expecting on it, right?
No. You can
Anyway,
put it on a
so,
TV on top of your car, and more people would see it.
Well,
Your channel's dead,
I
bro.
already did. Yeah, we don't even have to do that. I already kind of told you what the next 3 days of schedule are.
Okay.
Can I put it on all 3? I mean, I could, but isn't that kind of diluting the message when the same exact video is on 3 channels, right?
I don't know, man. It's gonna be dead
Oh,
either
no.
way.
Lord X Law says, so the main issue is that fighting games are too competitive now and it's hard to keep up. No, the problem is that today, due to factors that are very different from back in the day, meaning by spreading the competitive information about a fighting game to the masses right away, you get personal gain from it, right? You make money, you get views, you get notoriety, right? Then all of a sudden
What?
you can immediately adopt that, you get noticed. Oh, maybe I get signed for a team, maybe I get a sponsorship, maybe I can make big money on my stream. Because of all that, there is literally no time of discovery anymore in any fighting game. The moment a new character is released or a new DLC patch comes out, everyone knows everything within a day. And that era of discovery, that time frame when a new fighting game was released or an update to a fighting game was released, used to be one of the most fun, enjoyable times because everyone was on the same equal footing, messing
He's
around.
mad that people learn how to play characters quickly. He enjoys being able to dominate people who don't understand characters.
Last a while.
And
Today,
since he
it's
doesn't have
literally
that
5
anymore,
minutes.
he's
In some
angry
cases,
about
it's
that.
no time at all because they have access to new content, certain people, before it's even released. So they're already making videos about a new character. And
Oh no, you can't dominate people who don't know anything about the character. Poor baby.
In my opinion, when they decided that everything should be instant gratification, instead of earning it by playing and learning yourself, it's now, hey, the moment something is out, everyone knows about it because it's already online. Every plot is spoiled. Every Easter egg is found. Every nuance of the meta of anything competitive is already exposed within 24 hours. When that happens,
maybe you should be on Twitter a little bit less.
You've already exposed everything. Like, how do you even have a good time? Oh, it's a feeling of a new game. No, it feels old within a day because everyone already knows everything, right? When a new character comes out, you should be able to have fun with them at least for a little bit before it's so serious that, oh, I took one hit because I made a mistake. Oh, I lost the entire game. What the fuck just happened? It's brand new. How the fuck does everyone know this right from the get-go? Within 24 hours of Bison
He's
being
mad
out,
that people
already
learn
everyone knew
things
you can't
quickly.
do a scissor kick because someone could just punish it with standing light kick into a free combo. How the fuck did you know that? How does every player know that? Because some
Oh no, I can't just spam a super move over and over again and win. People know how to deal with it quickly? Oh man. Oh dang it.
And that takes the fun factor out of the game. That's
oh dang it.
It's not that everyone's trying to play harder. Hey, that's naturally going to happen when now there's a reward. There's now a carrot at the end of the stick. It used to be you just do it for fun and bragging rights. Now, if you get competitive in a fighting game, you have a chance to get signed, to make money in a setting.
No, I don't think people get signed
I get it. Like there's now
like that. It's very rare.
From being good. But the fact that because that's happened, now fighting games are no fun to be played, you ruined it. Like, what's the fucking point? Unless you plan on becoming a pro player in a fighting game, what exactly is the incentive to be playing Street Fighter 6 right now?
To have
fun? I've had
fun?
people the last couple of months come into the chat saying, man, I like watching your Street Fighter 6, so I tried to play it. I just get bodied endlessly. I can't even win a single round.
Well, then get better.
Combos and strategies, and I have no chance to
stay in casual then.
Yeah, that's lame. That's sad, actually. It didn't used to be like that. You actually
I thought you said you were winning in casual, and you only got beaten when you went into ranked.
Player is a super aspiring to be, you know, the next top
also,
player kind of deal,
like,
and it sucks the fun out of the fucking game.
No, you play it with friends. That's the primary way that people play fighting games. But you wouldn't know that because you have no friends.
See, I completely disagree. Epsilon Knight says the games themselves have the tools to improve, though. Back in the day, some people would have exclusive tech they didn't share, and they bodied everyone with it, and that's not fun. No, actually, that's the opposite. It was super fun. Because here's what would happen. You'd be the best person in your community. But then you would leave your community to go to a tournament. And the tournament was a get-together of all different people from the region, maybe even people flying across the country. Shit. Maybe
you haven't done this in years.
To perform at a tournament. And that's when you were exposed to all of this tech. It wasn't just, I go to the tournament to compete. It's, you're going to the tournament to learn. This is your opportunity to educate yourself on the game and to see new strategies and figure stuff out, because for the first time, you get exposed to this melting pot of gameplay that you couldn't find because there was no online to spew it all out on within 24 hours. So the tournament was a super fun event.
Melting pot
where you would actually
is something where everything becomes one.
Skill, and no one had any clue who was going to win. At any waking moment, you could have a nobody walk in from the street.
Do you mean like a buffet where you have a selection of many different things? Because that's not what a melting pot is.
At all. Because everyone knows the tech right away. And that has
Do you think a melting pot is something where there's a lot of different things in it that are all different? No, they all melt into one thing.
Where is it? Everyone knows everything. Everyone has the same combo.
How dumb are you?
The same gameplay, the same fucking flowchart, right? Oh, within 24 hours, no one ever scissor kick again with Bison because you can punish it immediately. Why the fuck do we know that within 24 hours? That's stupid as shit.
No, it isn't. It's actually smart. Because people learn what to do about your cheese.
You know, I have to say, but you know, a lot of people will like.
You're gonna extend it out into a half-hour-long video, and you're gonna cry about nobody watching it or taking it seriously.
They played with Street Fighter 4 or 5, right? And for me, it's like,
what's your solution to people knowing how to do things? Oh, I guess don't give out release copies so people don't know if a game is good by the time the game is launched. I guess that's your solution. Cool. Can we move on?
What it really is, it's that old school smash.
Of course not.
To get good, you have to go to the arcade, you have to put your quarters in, you have to take your beatings, but it's through that time-tested combat and metal that you get better. It's not, oh, I sit in the lab, I sit in the lab, I sit in the lab.
Autism.
Apply that online. And
then
Autism. Oh, I got lucky. Now I'm in my pattern. Now I win the round. And then the moment, oh, I couldn't apply the pattern, I lose instantly because I don't know how to play fighting games. That's modern fighting games.
No, it isn't.
Half the people I lose to are terrible at fighting games, but they've labbed enough that they've learned that pattern that you can't really get out of.
Well, if you're losing to them, then that means you're terrible at fighting games. You see how that works? If you're losing to people who are bad at fighting games, that means you're even worse at fighting games. Anyways,
Well, anyway, anyone having streaming issues? No, there's no issues with the stream, correct? Nope. The quality looks good. We haven't dipped. Nope. Everything looks fine. So if there is issues, it might be a server issue on YouTube side. Everything looks good and green on my end. Excuse me.
okay. You're having a little bit of a midlife crisis, I guess.
All right, so anyway, I want to get that off my
Again.
chest. If I make a video about this, it'll be way more organized. Like, I'm just kind of all over the place.
Guy's
today with
daily
it.
midlife
But
crisis.
The point I'm making is, for someone like me, who I'm not going to sit here and try hard out the games. I'm not going to sit here and lab out
You
my
do
shit.
try
I
hard,
don't like
bro.
that. I have a busy life. I'm a variety streamer.
You
I like
yell and
watching
scream
videos. I
and
have
smash on your joystick whenever you lose. That's like the definition of try hard, dude.
You want to go to sleep. I'm not going to be labbing. I'm just going to be playing. But it's become very, very tough.
Then get better when you're not
Actually play fighting
streaming.
games at any kind of a fun capacity. When I play, I get experiences like yesterday.
Like
where I'm
everyone
trying to learn,
else.
I'm trying to get my stuff down. If I make one mistake, the whole round's over. Things are dropping, and I like getting so frustrated because it's like, was it me? Was it my joystick?
Yes, it was you.
It wasn't input delay because we solved that issue. Like, one of the things has been taken out, right? So what is the factor? I don't even know. It's so frustrating when you can't advance because simple little mistakes are leading to entire games of failure because everyone has labbed out so fucking much. Oh my god, man.
You're the problem.
Anyway, I've said my piece. I think I've gabbed enough about fighting games this morning.
Okay, but you're gonna make a video where you basically reiterate all of
Like
this
today, but I think I want to make like a formal
with
video
no one to
discussing
call you
it,
out
but I
because
don't know
it's
where
like
to
an
put it. Like I
offline
said,
video.
I can put it on DSP Reacts, but I don't think anyone would watch it on that channel. I think I put it on this channel. As
You already said that.
taken seriously and watched.
Okay, you said that already.
Damn.
Ahem. Can we move on, please?
Anyway.
Anyways.
We talked about that and got that out of the way.
Yeah,
I
sure.
believe
News or something?
Oh yeah.
What are we laughing
a little
at?
bit of news to talk about. Let's do some game news. We have a little bit of news to talk about this morning, so let's go to that segment.
Okay.
And one of the news stories actually broke yesterday during this Capcom event that they did digitally. And people were telling me about it during my live streams, but I didn't have time to really look into it until
Yeah, Dead Rising
Dead
remake.
Rising Deluxe Remaster
Okay, yeah.
is coming out September 18th for pretty much everything.
I don't know. I didn't really like
It is
Dead
now
Rising,
running
to be
on
honest.
The Resident or the
Like,
RE engine.
I
keep
played
calling
it.
Resident Evil
I
engine.
beat
know
it.
That's not what it stands for.
I
But
didn't
it's
really
the
like
proprietary
it.
graphical engine that Capcom made for all of their games. I mean, all their
I mean,
games are running on it. Resident
I'm
Evil
sorry,
Fighter,
just-
it's amazing, this engine. So now they're putting
I
Dead
didn't like
Rising
how
into this
restrictive
engine,
the
but not
timeline
only is the
was.
game
I
going
just
to
wanted to
look
run around and
like
kill
a
zombies, and then I realized, oh,
graphical upgrade, they have added tons of quality of
I
life
played
improvements,
myself into a corner.
including an autosave feature. This was one of the major complaints about the game when people first played it, including me, is that you have to manually save. So you could do an incredible amount of stuff, but the manual saves are far apart from each other. You have to keep going back to the safe room to save, and that's incredibly frustrating because what if one little thing goes wrong? Now you got
Now it's auto-saved, and you can't go back and undo it because it's saved automatically. Cool.
And if one thing goes wrong, do the whole thing over from the start. Like, oh fuck. You
Yeah, I'm
don't
not
wanna
saying
do
it
that,
was
right?
bad.
So
There were a lot of parts about it that were
autosaving,
really fun, and I played
really
Dead Rising
good feature in
2.
that
I
game.
played
revamped controls.
I played
Dead
one of
Rising
the
1 is
spin-offs.
definitely
I forgot the name
Dead
of it.
Rising 1 had a very weird control scheme, particularly like if you grab like a shopping cart. Or
I
you
played
run
quite a
around
bit
certain
of
areas in the environment,
3, but
the
I didn't.
controls would feel terrible.
I don't think I
And it's not that
finished
they were
it.
uncontrollable. It was like they were so different from what felt natural that you'd have to learn.
The thing is, like,
system.
it's meant to
Now
play
they're
multiple
doing the controls to
times,
make it
so you
feel
can beat
more
it one
natural
time
for a
pretty
modern
easily
audience.
because
I
it's
think
like
that's going to be an improvement.
it's like a 3-day
Improved
cycle.
UI, I mean, that's not a big deal, but any UI improvements are always welcome.
Yeah, I
the
think it
game
was
is going to be
case
fully
0.
voice
I think that's
acted,
what it was.
Meaning no more reading those text boxes and shit. Everyone's just going to talk out every scene, which is good. That way you don't have to fucking read all day.
Oh no,
for the most part,
reading,
it's
that's
identical. It's gonna
bad.
be the same game, just with quality of life improvements. And it's coming out.
What
September
streamer complains
18th
about
for
reading?
$50,
How do you feel about your
Now,
chat?
for some people, they may feel like that's kind of pricey. And I'll be honest, I mean, it's exactly the same game. You're not getting a new game. It's literally Dead Rising 1 looking better and playing slightly better. Now, Dead Rising 1 hasn't had a remake in, what, 8-9 years? I can't remember exactly when the one came out. That
Of course.
for like Xbox One and PlayStation 4. But, you know,
I
I
mean,
think that
it's
a good-
gonna
good
be
thing to
marked
really release a
down
game, especially for like brand
pretty
awareness.
quickly,
Dead Rising was
like
for a long time
many
the biggest
Capcom
franchise
games.
of Capcom, and then they ruined it with 4 and never made another one. maybe if this does well, this would be the notice that says, "Hey, you should make a new Dead Rising," right? Which I think is kind of what was happening with Capcom games. Basically, what they needed to see was a reinvigoration of fighting games. And now that Street Fighter 6 has been a success for Capcom, now they're realizing we should do other fighting game content, which is why they have this MVC collection coming out.
I don't know. I guess we're just
hell, we got
speculating now.
Terry Bogard and
This is what we do with news. We just make stuff up and speculate. Speculation news.
They might, right? So maybe this is a way, if this remake sells or remaster, whatever you want to call it, maybe it'll push them a little nudge to make a new Dead Rising game. And please, Lord, if they do, let it play like Dead Rising 1 and 2, not 3 and 4.
Ugh, God,
3 and
if
4
this guy
are just
nudged
not
me,
very-
I would.
They're not very challenging.
I would
You just kinda run
reflexively
around
knock him out.
everything with like really no risk.
Don't you dare nudge me. Do it at your own risk.
I think Dead Rising 1 and 2 are better games than 3 and 4. So I would hope that they make it more like the originals. Anyway, so Dead Rising Ultimate Remaster, whatever it's called, coming out September 18th. In fact,
Dead Rising Definitive Remake. DRDR.
It's a maybe. Like, I've already played it, and when I played it, that remake version, I already did everything in it.
Okay. Thanks for the news that I already knew
I
about.
played it twice, if you remember. And by the way, Dead Rising is much better the second playthrough than the first. So I don't know if you guys would want to see me play it again or not. I'll think about it. Let me know.
Probably not. I don't know. Your pay pigs are insane. They give you money for weird, unknowable reasons.
We've done things like this before.
I guess roll the dice.
Okay? But the patent is for backwards compatibility on the PlayStation console. Now, some people are excited thinking, wait a minute, does this mean that maybe on the PS5 they're actually going to look to have backwards compatibility with the classic PlayStation games, right? Don't know, right? Could we be able to play PS?
I don't know, right? No, what?
Right now,
I don't know.
Right. What you have to do is that
right?
streaming
I don't know.
service shit over PS Plus Premium, right? Remember, I tried it with Infamous 2, and it was fine, but the visuals were blurry and there was a little bit of input delay, but it was still playable. Well, they're talking about natively having PS3 games run on PS5. Okay, I mean that would be absolutely amazing if they did that. I mean, you could do that right now with the Xbox Series. You could play Xbox Series S and X games, Xbox One games, Xbox 360 games, original Xbox games, all on the current Xbox console. Why does Sony not care about that? Do they really want their entire catalog of PS3 games to be lost forever? There's really no way to play them right now unless you own a PS3.
Get a
and who the fuck has
PS3,
ordered
yeah.
a PS3 in 2024, right? So
I do.
You would think they're gonna do this, but some
Okay.
insiders are saying actually this has happened before, where there's been patents filed for something like this, and given the timing of the patent being filed, they actually think that maybe this is for PS6, not PS5. That maybe they're filing this early and then they're going to work on doing it. And when PlayStation 6 launches, that'll be a feature of PS6 at launch. Play the legacy library of PlayStation.
Anyways, that wasn't news.
I guess we'll find out soon, but anyway, it's in the news. Now, here's something interesting. So, EVO registrations have closed. EVO is the big national tournament in the United States, gets tons of entries and everything.
How's it going? See, I got a vest.
And here's our numbers.
100
I
bits.
mean, these numbers are insane. Street Fighter 6 has 5,265 entries.
Instead of $100, it's 100 bits. Get it?
Gear Strive 2,058. Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising, which is I believe it was the update to the Grand Blue Fantasy game that came out a year or two ago. 1,377. Elite. Oh, come on. That's ridiculous. Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, 1,101, which is insane to see a 1,000-person Street Fighter 3 tournament. I think it's the biggest they've ever had in the world. Under Night Rebirth 2. What the fuck is the name of this game? Under Night Inbirth 2 Celeste? What the fuck is that?
Finally.
785 entries. Fucking rename your game. Anyway, Mortal Kombat 1, 645
I mean, it's silly, but
15, 375 players.
whatever.
Now, wait a second.
It's a cool
One of
looking
these
game,
things is
actually.
Not like the others. Right? The big three, the ones that we were talking about, that in the last year each had a new installment. Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8, Mortal Kombat 1. What game sold the most out of those three? Are you aware? Mortal Kombat 1. Mortal Kombat 1 far outsold Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8. But did you hear the number of entries? Let's do this again. Street Fighter 6, 5,265 entries. Tekken 8, 4,646 entries. Mortal Kombat 1, 645 entries.
Yep.
So, do you get my point when we talk about Mortal Kombat? Because a lot of people, I think, don't get it. When I mention
Not
this
a lot
game,
of people
a
are
lot of
playing
people
it
think that it's like
professionally.
this giant popular game,
It's
and everyone
a
plays
game
it,
for
and it's not funny.
normies.
And
Yeah.
that's very true for like 2 months when the game comes out, right?
People don't play Mortal Kombat being like, I'm gonna win tournaments at this game. If they want to do that, they play like Street Fighter, apparently.
People just lose that honeymoon period of
Or
enjoying the
Tekken.
game right away. And all the competitive players play it for like a month.
They
or
just
two,
have fun with
and then
it,
they drop
with
the
like
shit out of
friends
it,
and stuff.
you never hear about it ever again. This
Remember
is literally
those?
happening
Remember
with every
Friends?
Mortal Kombat and every Injustice game. But with Mortal Kombat 1, it's actually the worst. This is the biggest drop-off that NetherRealm has ever seen for a fighting game that they've ever put out. There's never been this more of a drop-off. Okay, so actually it's funny
Yeah.
because some people are now
Shielded the Rising
what is going on
Hero.
with Mortal Kombat 1? Why do people just not like this game? Now, I told you my takes. Here's my takes. Number one, the only improved thing about Mortal Kombat 1 is the graphics. The graphics are better than previous games. But if you look at the gameplay mechanics, they actually
Okay,
removed
like I
mechanics
don't really
from
feel
one
like
versus
watching you shit on Mortal Kombat. We get it. You don't like it because you suck.
Injustice 3.
You want Injustice, blah blah blah, because you're a cape shit fan, even though you
Unlike 6, yes,
don't
it's a
watch
two dominant
Invincible.
characters. Now the funny part is I couldn't even tell you who they are.
Yeah, yada yada. You don't like Mortal Kombat. Blah 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 blah. I don't care about your Mortal Kombat opinions.
I have a couple
Anyways,
shout outs to do here, and then we'll probably do a little bit of Q&A. We'll see how time permits.
yeah, it's
If you wanna end
Raftalia
on
from
earlier side,
Rising
yeah,
of the
sure,
Shield
we
Hero.
can do that. We've done that a few times.
I like
Okay.
Raftalia.
First
She's
of all, shout
a
out to
cutie.
Sleep, who has gifted a membership, and it went to Piece of Peace.
Nice. You know
although
who
I don't
that
if
is.
it's the real Piece of Peace or not. But
Oh,
Sleep, basically Piece of Peace. Although I don't know if that's the real Piece of Peace or not.
Okay. Who is the real piece of peace, Phil? Would you like to educate your chat who that is? Because it sounds like you know who that is. I guess not. I guess we're just going to move on, and we're all supposed to forget that you sound like you know who piece of peace is. Okay.
But Sleep basically said in the chat earlier that previously they had been gifted some memberships and they wanted to pay it forward. So thank you to Sleep for supporting the channel. On the tip side of stuff, we have a couple tips already to talk about. My first tip of the day is a $10 tip from Only Iced Infinite. He says, I just beat Mesmer. That boss fight is insane. If the final boss is harder, pray for us. Good luck. I've actually heard that I don't know who the final boss is, but I heard the final boss of this DLC is supposedly
Yes,
the
you
hardest
have.
boss
It's been
in From
spoiled
Software
for
history.
you.
A lot of people
You know
actually
who it
didn't
is.
fight the boss, gave up, and said, fuck this, and ended up summoning and using every cheap tactic possible to beat the boss, because apparently it's so hard.
I mean, that's not giving up.
So,
It's still beating the boss.
I
It's
guess we'll
just
see when I get
using
there, but,
the game
with,
mechanics
pacing
in
and
order to
balance,
beat
I probably
him.
won't even get there for another 2 weeks, honestly. Like, we're not even 2 weeks into it now, and people are saying, yeah, you're about halfway through the DLC. So, yeah, probably another 2 weeks before we get to the end game stuff. We'll see. Okay.
Okay.
I received a $2 tip. Could you please wish my boyfriend Timothy a happy birthday? Please, please, please. We're watching your stream right now. Absolutely not. I'm incredibly offended that you would ask me.
You're doing the same exact joke again. Yeah, it's so
After the
funny.
stream, can you check your email for an unban?
Hey, can you give a shout out to this friend I know? No, I'm absolutely not going to give a shout out to this friend you know whose name is this, blah, 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 blah. Iki, iki, hack, 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 hack. Okay, sure.
hold on.
It's hilarious every single time. It's so funny.
Hold on.
Talk about repetition. I thought we complained about repetition in Street Fighter, but we make the same goddamn stupid joke over and over again. No, I'm not going to hold on. I'm going to skip ahead.
I'll open up the chat to open Q&A.
Jesus fucking
anything you wanna
Christ.
talk about,
I'm never watching this guy live ever again.
Contribution.
Because he's just like, hold on, and then he just looks down at his phone for like 5 minutes. I'm like, no, I'm not going to hold on.
Yesterday's Street Fighter stream,
Dipshit.
for some odd reason, was my least supported Street Fighter stream in a very long time, and I don't know why. The Riven stream last night was not bad. I forgot to talk about Riven. So FYI, last night I played Riven Remastered. It's really good, and here's why. It's basically like...
Don't spoil it. I don't want you to spoil this game. I want to actually play it. Moving on.
Level. I already don't play Street Fighter 6 enough to hang, so no, I'm not going back to Tekken.
He's really salty about losing in Street Fighter, so he wants to make a dedicated Street Fighter video talking about how much of a bitch he is.
Definitely time is flying. Like,
Because
it feels like the
you
year
missed
ended,
it.
and here we are, it's July, right?
And then he brought up the Dead Rising remaster and was like, if you guys want me to play it, I'll play it. I don't know though.
God, we're gonna need air conditioners pumping constantly and everything.
And,
oh boy, right?
that's about it.
But no, time is moving fast. I'll say this.
Time is moving
When things
fast.
are going well, time passes more quickly. When things are going poorly, time drags on. Last year, there was a lot of bullshit
So
and drama
time
and
flies when
nonsense
you're
going
having
on, like,
fun?
the first half of 2023, and it felt like that was endless. And then once the summer hit and Street Fighter 6 came out and everyone was excited for the new content and everything was more positive, the year flew by. This year, I'd say things have gone pretty smoothly and pretty fast for me. Like, You know, at least, you know,
No,
business-wise,
I don't
street-wise,
know.
I'm talking about. I'm not talking about my personal life or anything like that, you know. But as for
No,
things
I
here on
don't
street, games we're
know.
playing and everything, yeah, like it feels like the year is moving pretty quickly in that regard. And that's a good thing. I just wish that for some reason that humans could savor the good times. A lot of times it's hard to do that because it seems like they pass by fast.
Humans.
Right? Let's see here. Did I ever think about replaying Dark Souls 2? Yeah, someone asked me that
Weird
the other day, too, and
doomer
I said I would
segment.
consider doing it.
Guys,
I
we're
replayed
losing
one to start
time.
first
We're
and
getting
maybe
older,
at
everyone,
some point we replay
okay?
again, but considering
Okay,
that
fuck
we're
you.
doing Elden Ring, and there's been
Maybe
other
you should
Souls-like games
create
recently,
some
that's why
life
I haven't really taken into
experiences
consideration.
before you're too crippled to move.
Abdullah says Street Fighter 6 is his personal favorite game that I'm playing right now. He wished that I was a more focused streamer, just not Street Fighter 6, so I could actually get better. Yeah, I know, but at the same time, if I were a focused streamer only focused on Street Fighter 6, likely a lot of the fun and stuff that we do, we wouldn't be able to do. I'd lose a lot of my audience because not everyone's into competitive fighting games. And honestly, I'd probably feel burnt out. That's one of the reasons why when I started on YouTube, I distinctly made the decision during that 2009, 2010, 2011 era that I wanted to do variety. I had an opportunity to just lean in on fighting games, but I just kind of said, nah, I like fighting games, but I don't want to only do that, and I think it was the right choice. Jade says, the story is a hot mess.
He made the right
He
choice.
misses 1v1.
He's begging every single day, but he made the right
Jade, I agree with
choice.
you on all of those
Okay.
sentiments. I really do.
Makes sense.
The one says, if I beat the final boss by respecking, I use a shield and a bleed weapon to beat him easier. Is that beating the boss fairly? Why not? Literally beating the boss in any way is beating the boss fairly. You know that, right? Unless you hack the game or cheat somehow. Using
But you
established
say people
games that are
summoning
broken
is
games
not
to beat
beating the
games is not.
boss fairly.
I don't know why people would think that it's not. That's
Because
not a
you
weird thing to do
say
that, right?
otherwise.
Now,
That's
if
why.
you're someone who wants to challenge yourself and do it in a more creative way, that's different. If you're someone who streams for a certain kind of audience that expects you to do crazy challenge runs where you're deprived, level 1, go only using throwing dung at the enemies, you know what I'm saying?
Extreme,
You
of
light your
course.
body on
Throwing
fire before every
poop.
fight.
Scat
Whatever the
fetish.
challenge may be, you know, maybe you think that that's not fair. But if the mechanic is in there, then it's fair.
Okay, well, you
There
say
is
people
no
who use
competition
summons
to
aren't
these
beating
games your way.
bosses legitly, so I guess we're gonna roll that back
Goldfish says, I think
in
you're used to time
5
passing
minutes.
When you're older, when you're 5 years old, a year is a fifth of your life. When you're 40 years old, a year is a 40th of your life. That is true, but at the same time, Goldfish, here's another thing.
Shut up.
Right now, you know. So what ends up happening is you have all this
Uh-huh.
industry like that.
Middle-aged boomer mentality. I don't care. Shut up. Move on.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. You're dying.
All
Not
stuff
soon
off, you don't
enough.
care about it. Parasolo says, I love your content because of the variety. I'm glad to hear that. Let's see here.
God, I'm so glad I can
Call of
skip
Duty multiplayer?
ahead.
No, only when the new one comes out. And I am fascinated for when the new one comes out because this time around, I'll actually be playing it on Xbox Series X this time with full 120 hertz, possibly 120 frames per second. I've never played a game at that rate before. I'm curious how it would look if it's any different or whatever. So that's going to be interesting. Soul Psych Records asks, what's your favorite video game soundtrack? That's too hard to answer. Like, I grew up with so many games
God,
that
you're
are
such a
classics to me,
retard.
like Zelda Link to the Past and Street
What's your
Fighter
favorite
2,
video game soundtrack?
Chrono
I don't know.
Trigger,
Ask me more
Forward.
questions.
You know, I keep going on
Hey
Earthbound.
Phil, what do you think about this? Oh, I don't know. Ask me more questions. Phil, what do you think about this? Oh, I don't know.
Amazing soundtracks. You know, modern era like Mass Effect 1, so effing good. You know, awesome music. So I don't have just one. There's no
Best
way I
video
can
game
narrow it down.
soundtrack. If you're thinking classic, Mega Man 2. If you're
Lucy
thinking
says,
modern,
"She
Nier
lives out here
Automata.
for 2 years and I was back in the States. Well, welcome back. Hopefully things are going good for you.
Another good one
That means
is
that the whole
Remember
time you're
Me,
trying to do
which
nothing
I
is
actually
just
bought on
impossible.
sale
Exactly.
this morning.
It's like any moment
Because
that
it was
you
on
make
a
to not
steep
be
sale.
doing
I got it for
something is just a
$6.
moment that now needs to be made up later because you didn't know what you were supposed to be doing. At the
I want to
time
play
when you
Remember
got
Me.
it,
It's
right?
Dope Nod's best game.
Excuse me, sorry about that.
No.
That's absolutely disgusting. Derp says meditation with DSP should be a regular segment on streams. Okay then. Goldfish says you should go on a vacation where you relax on a beach. I think it would be helpful. Oh, I do too. I mean, but how could I do that?
I have a
work.
cat.
Not work
I
is a
can't
day
go
not
on
work is a day
vacation.
no money earned, and a day no money earned is a day I can't pay my bills. At least in the current state of how things are right now.
Thank you, Steam.
Also, you know, I've talked about this too. One of the factors is, you know, we have a pet, Jasper. Literally, Jasper has always been with us.
Except for when he wasn't?
For us to be away
For
from
years
him,
and years
that would be
before
a
you
traumatic
adopted
experience
him?
because he's always
But
had us as his
sure.
parents with him. You know, not every waking moment of every day, but you understand what I'm saying. Like we've never been away
No, I don't.
for several days or whatever. You know, if we were to put him into like a one of these pet hotels or whatever, he'd probably freaked out and come back. We come back and be like, "What the hell did you just do to me?" You know. So,
No, I
one of the
don't.
factors when you get a pet, you don't think about that,
Millions
and all of a sudden
upon
you come
millions
to
of
a
cats
shit,
go
now
through
you don't have
this
the ability to
every
do what we're
day.
doing on a dime and go do something. We can't. We have a family, a pet that we have to take care of. Kind of like a son, right?
No, it's not like a son
Well, let's see
whatsoever. Not even
The Blip
close.
says, I hate to quote The Office. There's a great quote. I wish there was a way to know you're in the good old days before you've actually left them. There you go. But ever play Shrek 2 on PS2?
Die
I
soon.
don't know. I know nothing about it. If there was a way to play it and it's
Jesus.
accessible and you guys
That
wanted
makes
to
me
see
so
it.
toxic.
You remember I played Toy Story 2 and 3 and you guys loved them. You love those playthroughs. Someone said something so nonsensical, I don't even want to repeat it. I'm like, what the hell does that mean?
What did he say?
What the heck does that mean?
Something nonsensical. I'm not even going to repeat it. Well, you brought attention to it. Cats are pretty resilient, though. When I go on vacation, I just have someone come over and feed them / change litter. Was that the thing that was so nonsensical? You're not even going to repeat it? Oh, was it this one? DSP Gaming, fist fight a kangaroo live on stream. Loser as to be the butler to the winner for 1 month. Yep, that's your fan base, Phil. Actual retarded
let's see
people.
here. I received a $1 tip. Says, I feel like how you described your schedule is going to turn out to be a meme clip. Obviously, life isn't as easy as we want it to be. It's not even a matter of being as difficult or easy. It's a matter of being full. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll give you a perfect example that I've talked about over the years. What kind of people become internet trolls or detractors? People who literally don't have full lives. Their lives are empty. They have
I have more friends than you
They
do,
don't have a
Phil.
full life where they wake up, got to do this.
I have more of a family than you do.
They don't have shit to do.
I earn more than you do, as opposed to begging for it.
And they sit on the fucking internet all
I have
day,
more talent than
trolling
you
people,
do. I have more
down.
skills
That
than
makes
you
them feel better
do.
about themselves. Their empty lives only have meaning.
I don't
when they're hurt
whine
people who
as
have
much as
full
you do.
lives. You see? So
But
that's how that
sure.
shit formulates and happens. That's sad. You want everyone to
Sure,
have
dude.
a busy, full life of meaningful stuff that they're doing. Because the flip side of that is, what if you have a full life but you actually don't like the stuff you're doing? That's just as bad as having an empty life of stuff with nothing to do. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Nope.
the people who I feel have like midlife crises and stuff like that. Like, oh my
Like
god,
you're
I'm doing
having.
this, but I'm stuck in this life situation that I hate and stuff. Thankfully, that's not me. Like, I'm in a life situation. I like my life situation. There's definitely things that can be improved, but I'm actually very happy with where I am, and I'm happier now.
You don't
in
sound
this
like you're
life
very
situation
happy.
than I ever was previously.
Sound like you hate everything about your life. You can say you like your life, but
enjoy life
everyone
more
can
now
see
than
your
ever
life,
before.
and it doesn't look enjoyable. Nobody envies you. Plus, your wife is
Fox,
fat
thanks for 20
and
months,
ugly,
remember. David Levinson says,
and doesn't want to spend any time with you whatsoever.
David Levinson is, but okay. Thank you, Fox.
But sure, Phil, be salty.
Night Shift says, I think dogs are easier to leave for a week. They get along with people better. It depends. I agree, and it really depends on the personality of the pet as well. In the case of Jasper, he literally is terrified of anyone but us. If we have someone come to the house to repair something, if a delivery person comes in and has a box, if, you know, on a rare occasion we have a friend or a family member who visits the house, he freaks out, runs upstairs, and hides under the bed until like a half an hour till the house is clear. He would never do well with anyone else. He would never do well in one of these care centers. He would freak out, and we don't want to do that to him, you know?
Nope.
Sir Lugo says, what do you think Embracer Group will do with their older IPs? No one knows. I mean, Embracer Group is a bunch of investors who bought a bunch of gaming stuff and have no idea what to do with them. So in a lot of the cases, they're just selling them off and stuff. So no one has any clue what's going to happen with that. I mean, we got to hope for the best, because they did buy up a lot of good gaming dev teams and IPs and things, and you got to hope that they don't just liquidate them all. You know, you got to hope for something better than the worst case, but I honestly don't know. Spidey says, my friend hired a pet sitter. She put the cat and dog together. The cat ended up getting mauled. You can't trust people with animals. Jeez. Bolva says, too bad you don't live closer to your family. They could watch your cat for you. I mean, I know, but that's life.
No, it
Iron Man
isn't.
the Power, how are you? He says he bought Luigi.
It's not
Good
life.
for
You didn't have to move to Washington. You did it for literally no reason,
midlife crisis is
other
like
than
buying
to
a new Corvette,
feel
just like
more
getting a car, right?
legitimate in the
Essentially,
gaming
midlife crisis
industry,
is
and you
someone
did
gets
nothing
around
with
the middle
it.
of their life cycle. Typically, people
There's
say it's
like
around
no
50
reason for you to
years.
move out of
Life
Connecticut.
expectancy is around 80 or something like that on average,
Like,
right?
what actually do
You
you
get in
get
your
out
40s,
of
you know you're
moving
halfway through
to
your life. You
Washington?
look at your life and you feel like, oops, I've made decisions that
You
got
don't
me
have
stuck
to
in
shovel
life
snow
that I like.
anymore?
For example,
Okay.
a husband who's married to a wife who maybe they don't really love each other as much anymore. He's got several kids
That was worth it.
who maybe are like nuisances to him. They're not really like poster children, you know what I mean? He has to deal with that.
No.
He really has no flexibility to do anything he wants in his life because he's stuck into this family unit that he doesn't really enjoy. Maybe he's stuck in a dead-end job he doesn't like, but he has to work that job to provide for himself and his family, and he has no options to move around or advance. He's just stuck in that job. He doesn't have anything in his life that he owns or likes. He doesn't like his house. He doesn't like his car. So you're right. What they'll end up doing is all of a sudden, out of nowhere, start dumping money into things that they want. So you're right. Buy a nice car. Start completely changing their persona, acting differently. going out and doing things they normally wouldn't do.
This is
Getting
like a
facelift,
cartoon perception of reality.
Redesigned appearance of face. You know what I'm saying? Like
No, I don't know.
Dye the hair.
You sound like you don't know anything about the real world.
Sure, hair plug, exactly. Hair plugs, basically not embracing their age and their life, but instead saying, "Oh, I've made all these mistakes, so now I'm going to pretend like none of it's real, and I'm going to act like I'm a 25-year-old, right?"
No, I don't know what you're talking
That
about.
would be considered a midlife crisis. You're desperate to feel youthful again because you wish you could hit the reset button on your life and start over because you're not happy with where your life is. That would be a midlife crisis.
You're going through a midlife crisis every single day, Phil. Even if you don't want to accept it, everyone can see it.
I am not playing Elden Ring on Xbox. I've been on PS5 since it came out. I don't know why you thought I was playing it on Xbox. I'm not, Dr. Oink.
Anyways, time to end the pre-stream.
Good day to you, Dark Souls Master. How's it going?
Hello.
He says try dual wielding hammers in Elden Ring. It would fit your build. Are there dual wield hammers? I don't know. Or I know what you're saying. Maybe you're saying like up the endurance so high that then you can have two hammers. That's pretty funny. Well, Retro X, I'm very sorry to hear that about your pet guinea pig. I hope that your pet guinea pig feels better. Sorry to hear that.
Well, this probably won't. It's probably going to die, but it'll sure put hope in the guinea pig getting better so you can be disappointed.
Game Boy, how are you today? No, actually, now that Game Boy's here, because one of the last things I wanted to talk about, and I'd forgotten about it, is that I believe it was Game Boy left a pretty productive comment on a video. And I'm curious what you guys think. All right, here's a comment. So, an idea that might help the channel. I know you organize your videos into playlists, but it can sometimes be hard to find those playlists of a playthrough, especially for older games. Searching on YouTube might only bring up one video out of the playthrough, and it's hard to find the whole playlist. I would suggest adding links to the playlist in the description of each video. Now, this is what I'm curious about for you guys. What is your experience these days finding playlists on YouTube? What I can tell you is I've been looking for my own playlists to watch Retro Replay on every Sunday night, and I do it on a different account. I don't do it, like, I'm not searching for it on DSP Gaming with DSP Gaming. Like, I'm logged in as DSP React, and I search for content from DSP Gaming. So what I'll type is, like, Dark Souls DSP Gaming. And then it should usually bring up a bunch of playlists for me. Like, it does. It legit brings up, like, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 1 Redemption Run, Dark Souls 1 Magic Build. Like, they all pop up for me. But there used to be a feature where if you were on someone's actual channel page, okay, you could actually search.
I don't care what used to be a feature. What about living in the present? Do we live in the past or do we live in the
It might
present?
be useful to viewers if you include an end card with links to the next part of a playthrough. Not everyone uses playlists as helpful as they are. I think this might boost viewership as a playthrough continues on, because I notice usually part 1 gets tons of views and then they trail off. What do you guys think about end cards? And the reason I ask about that is I find that end cards are only useful in certain situations. Like, for example, when we are watching a video on DSP React, sometimes the end cards will pop up and say, hey, watch this other related video or something like that. And those are kind of useful. Sometimes I think the end cards are fucking intrusive because you're still not done with the video. And the end card will start playing like 15, 20 minutes, or excuse me, that was a big misspeaking, 15, 20 seconds before the end of the video. And that's incredibly frustrating because it's still blocking the fucking video. I don't want to see this, dunk this fucking card out of my face. I want to see the rest of the video. That happens sometimes.
Then disable it.
I've also noticed that sometimes the end cards don't work right, and the person will be like, oh, so click here at the end card, and there's no end card. You're like, where is it? So I don't know if they don't load or after a certain time they don't work. But anyway, the real truth about end cards, there's only way that I could do an end card would be way after the fact. The video would actually have to be uploaded, published, and people watching it before the end card can actually be properly. Actually, I don't know about that. Now that I'm saying that,
Of course, he doesn't know anything.
Sorry, I'm thinking about reasons why I didn't use.
How many times have you been a?
Fix that, and you can set up an end card.
How long have you been a YouTuber?
I guess what the real problem would be, I need to have the link to the next video in order to link to the next video, but the link to the next video doesn't exist until all the videos have.
Okay, I'm bored of this topic. And we're live.
Look at that and see if they could do it after the fact. Then
Oh my god, this is how slow he sounds normally.
I have to look into it. The playlist.
I have to look into it. The playlist
is channel to find a playlist. I know that sounds dumb, but it is. Like, you
this guy's such a slow brain.
Channel, or else you'll very much not usually find the playlist, right? But the end card thing, maybe that could help. I don't know.
God, he sounds like he's in slow motion after listening to him in 1.25 speed.
Okay. guys, I think
T-pose. I think that's it for the
that's the
fucking
show, right? I
bullshit.
think we've covered
Nope, we got a
everything.
super chat. Let's
Remember, guys,
stall
for the Mirror
more.
Week, I'm not here tomorrow. I
Play the
don't know that
Siberia
I'm here on
point and
Wednesday.
click
I'm not
series.
here
Is
this
Billy a
week.
puzzle
I'm back on
game
Thursday.
compatible with your mental stack?
Thursday's
Sooner
going to
than
be
later,
Street
please,
Fighter
and
6
some
again,
real
trying to
brain
take
work.
Bison to master. Fingers crossed I do better this time. And it's going to be more of the Riven remaster, which I really like right now. I'm enjoying it, and I can't wait for more.
No,
The
he's not
Apple
going
Goblin just
to.
did a super chat and says, play the Siberia point and click series. It's a puzzle game compatible with your mental stack. Sooner than later, and some real brain work. So what are you trying to say?
You're an idiot.
A puzzle game compatible with my mental stack.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's a compliment, an insult, or somewhere in between. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I mean, you're an idiot. You should deal with the fact that you're
It very
really
well could be an
stupid.
insult, but it could also be a compliment. If the game is tough, you could actually be saying that. You know what I'm saying? That I don't
Nah,
know.
you're an idiot. No one's saying you're smart. Nobody
I'm not
ever
sure,
said you
but
were
anyway,
smart.
Apple Goblin, thanks for the first super chat of the day.
But the person who gave you the money
What's
isn't
up,
very
Evan
smart
Snake? How you
either.
doing? All right. The Siberia games are super easy, so it's an insult. Oh, awesome.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, ban the guy? You gonna ban the guy for insulting you? Nah.
All right. Let us.
He gave
end
you
the
money.
show. Thank you guys for a great one. Have a safe and fun Wednesday of bathing. in
Gay
the beach,
pre-stream
just like me.
slide. Thanks,
Reaction.
Phil.
Here's my reaction to that picture.
I don't really feel like watching his Elden Ring gameplay. I don't know. What do you think? I'm gonna watch the Elden Ring gameplay. I'm gonna eventually watch it anyways when I edit this so I don't play. But at least I get to know what I'm getting myself into. I get to make notes mentally of what I'll encounter later on in the playthrough. Maybe for a bit. Yeah. This is gonna go on break now anyways.
go.
I have to go to the bathroom.
All right. Lucy is saying there's a hidden section in the Elden Ring DLC. I wonder if I'll find it. I'm gonna thoroughly explore, just like I've been doing. You know, as you've seen, I've been, you know, looking at every nook and cranny. I'm doing the optional dungeons. I'm not really skipping any content in it. So I'll continue to do that. We'll see if we can find it.
Jeez. This fucking Lucy person just came out of nowhere, became a member, and is now saying some really dented shit in chat. ERDLC now has a unique section in-game. It is hidden. Yes, no shit. It's an open world RPG. It has hidden things all over the
I want to
place.
check very briefly. Make sure.
Sounds like you have Down syndrome.
I don't think they did, but I just want to confirm.
Probably do.
Why is this not? No. Why is it not centered? No.
Trying to be funny. You could
That's
actually set this up once.
Yes. Looks pretty good to me, but I can't see exactly. Let me know if that's not
Holy
centered.
shit.
Hold on a second.
Yes,
You guys
ad
won't
block
see
is up
this,
to
but
date.
picture setting.
Boogie's copium levels are over 9,000. I'm getting a bunch of Unity tutorials now because I looked
It's
up
on
how to
game
add
mode.
props
Okay.
in
I want to be
Unity.
sure it was on the right mode. Because for some odd reason, there was a pop-up.
What a concept. Just before he even starts gameplay, I learned new mechanics in a 3D modeling program. But we're all just worthless people with no lives. You're sure, Phil. Hello? Mr. Bennell? Are you there? He's just sitting there in silence.
I just want to be sure nothing changed. For some reason, there was a pop-up that was talking about my TV settings when I turned on my
Kershey being
PlayStation.
severely
But I
fox-kisted.
honestly
We've all
think it
heard
might
the
say
story
that
that autism is on the rise. It seems everyone has an opinion on why. Some blame vaccines, some blame parents. So what's really behind the rise in autism?
This is the sound of slappy palms on half wood and half desk mat. Slappy hands. I'm being really autistic right now. You love the autistic fox.
Yeah, I make that sound sometimes. When I'm really tired of DSP, I make that noise.
I
don't speak retard.
There was a gibby diggy
This is the entertaining kind of autism, not the repeating the same word over and over again.
Ish, I am very drunk, but I want you to know your content is fun to listen to.
Thank you, Deathcore Lover.
Tits to get the fuck out. Okay, I was eating my microphone. Yo, Tay. Hello. Wow. The numbers, they make me.
Jesus, god damn it.
My inner autist is wanting to touch the sand. I want to stim. Not fuck keep track of my recently closed
Anya.
I give my chatters my most autistic sounds. There's no. I almost drooled on myself doing that.
Someone went through and clipped all of these. Someone's dedicated.
Yeah?
My autism is too powerful right now. Oh, wow, wow, wow.
Durr, which one?
Powerful right now.
Which one? There's a lot of them. This one? That's not a wah. That's not a durr, that's a wah. Okay. I'll link to it in chat. Timestamp what you want.
Yeah?
My autism is too powerful right now. Oh, wow, wow.
There, paste the link with the right timestamp and I'll clip that. Oh, even remove the background music.
Keep putting
Sweet. Why is this okay but not Stellar Blade? I'm confused.
Why do you autistically screech at people? My brand.
No searching.
For some reason, Nazis is trending on Twitter, of course. You okay, Twitter? Another day on Twitter. How you doing, Twitter? Nazis are trending. Yep. Yeah.
We gotta do the forced autisming again, though.
Oh. And you, 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 and you.
Who says VTuber avatars aren't expressive? How long is this? We got a couple minutes left. 346 to 348.
Brain, stop.
The Jew flavor. Peace, 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 pop, 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 pop,
Okay.
pop, pop, peace, peace.
Okay, pause it while I record it on my end.
I was saying this word so well earlier. Fuck. The exotic shiny autist. That's me.
Do you have cerebral palsy?
No, I have autism. I've never been diagnosed with autism, but you know.
Do you have autism?
I've never been tested, except for like shitty internet ones.
Now, you don't need to get tested, but it might be worth thinking about.
You think so?
Have you ever seen level 2 cheat? The level 2 cheat powers? She's like the older sister of one of the main characters. She would fit right into that anime. If you know, you know. Okay, is the SP off break? Is he gaming? Nope, he's on break. Okay.
Any kind of content, or even any kind of like transactional business where I want to be providing a product to you that you like. Literally what they wanted you to do was assign people to moderate your YouTube comments. I don't know if when I'm playing fighting games, if I'm blinking or not, because I'm focusing on the fight.
I don't know if I'm blinking.
Play. Also, play. That we break it up, and I talk with you guys, and we hang out, right? Today, I would like to talk about the power of positive, constructive feedback. Okay? Here's what I mean by that.
Okay.
Positive, constructive feedback allows someone like me to hear your opinions on what I'm doing, and not only to take in, both criticisms, but also suggestions for improvement so that I can make better content in the future. I mean, this is obviously really big part of any kind of content, or even any kind of like transactional business, where I want to be providing a product to you that you like. And I need your feedback to know what you like, what you don't like, and how to improve for the better, correct? I mean, that's why I have comments on my videos. That's why I have a suggestion box. Now, we don't always get to this stuff. And what I want to do today is specifically address two suggestions for improvement in two different things that I'm doing.
It's pretty funny.
One, the Elden Ring playthrough, and one, the Street Fighter 6 gameplay.
I removed the background music.
That I directly think will improve those experiences. And what I'd like to talk about this morning is the power of that kind of feedback and comments on videos.
So not only are we starting this video off by pig-splaining what constructive feedback is, but we're also
Windows
throwing in a
crashed?
qualifying
That's cool.
word, one so vague that I'm not honestly quite sure what it could even mean at this point, and that word is positive. I'm sure by now that everybody knows what constructive feedback is, and if you didn't, DSP just told you. But what is positive constructive feedback? Isn't
Still
all
here? Is everything
constructive
broken?
feedback positive? As long as you're able to walk away learning something and being able to improve, isn't that a positive piece of feedback? Obviously what DSP is looking for and directly asking for is for all of the constructive feedback to be padded, for all of it to be very soft as to not hurt his so fragile ego. But if you have to ask for that in the first place, I'm only left wondering how likely it is that you're actually able to take in any sort of feedback objectively. And exactly how positive does this feedback have to be? What are the parameters? What are the guidelines?
This is gonna be
I need a
dur,
rubric, DSP,
'cause
because I
duh is one
promise
thing,
99%
dur can be another
of the
one.
things that people have to say about you on the internet are not going to meet your standard. It's also quite concerning how frequently you have to be asking for feedback. I mean, it's always been my experience that when people have something to tell you, that they just tell you, and that you don't necessarily have to ask, especially when you're on an anonymous platform like YouTube is. Well, as anonymous as YouTube gets, obviously. They have a username to hide behind, is what I mean. Because YouTube comments typically aren't all that sugar-coated. I would imagine that more often than not, people say exactly what they mean, and they mean exactly what they say to the best of their ability. So if you have to ask this frequently for people to leave comments on your videos, it kind of just seems like these aren't the people that need to be leaving the comments anyway.
Because what you may not realize, I know this is going to be really weird for a lot of you to hear, all my comments on my videos are open. You're aware of that, right? Maybe many of you are not. And the reason is I have a very unique kind of a unique kind of situation.
You're a lolcow.
Right, many years ago.
Of course, DSP was unable to have a segment talking about the comment section without giving everybody a thorough rundown on his history, special style situation, or whatever the hell he had to call it, with the YouTube comment section throughout the years. Luckily, I know for the fact that every single one of us has already heard this. There's no exceptions. So we're just going to kind of fast forward through all of that really quickly.
Thank you.
When it came to just creating on-demand videos, although I streamed, my focus wasn't streaming. My focus was very much making these on-demand, put videos, put into a playlist, etc. Most of the interaction that I got with my audience was not on the stream like it is today, but it was actually video comments. All right, but sadly, over a time period of, I would argue, probably about a decade, starting probably around 2011ish, all the way to like 2021, the toxicity against me just kept increasing.
That's a pretty good one.
My video comments with some of the most vile, toxic things you could possibly imagine, and at this
You can
point,
see some
we're
uses
talking
for that.
Probably around, anywhere from 2015 to 2017ish. Sadly, there was no way to really control YouTube comments. There was no moderation tools.
Did you look
that
at
were
my
effective. Literally, what they wanted you to do.
You got
was
duh and
assign
dur.
people to moderate your YouTube comments. Like, I'm gonna hire people
Duh.
to start staring at my YouTube videos and moderate the comments. Like, what are you talking about? That's ridiculous, right?
The idea of hiring somebody to moderate your YouTube comments is kind of a ridiculous idea, but it's no more ridiculous to me than the idea of DSP manually moderating all of his YouTube comments the way that he did back in the day. And he constantly got called out on it all of the time, and he addressed it in many, many different videos throughout the years. But I love that his brain immediately went into, oh, I must hire somebody in order to moderate all of these YouTube comments. When he knows damn well, especially back then, that there were plenty of people like Air Raid Lord who would have very happily gone through all of those comments on a day-to-day basis just because he was Darkside Phil. You can say whatever you want about Darkside Phil, and I know that I do, but he has always had a very dedicated, dented following that is willing to do free work for him at all
Is that
times.
the sound
of the
Hogan
day.
is
He
making?
currently has
No,
an
that's the
entire
sound of
channel
the
that's
person
operated by
drinking the
indentured
sperm.
servants. So there's really no way in hell that back then, when he was
I'm gonna
actually
make some
somebody, when
noodles.
he was on top of the YouTube game,
So we
white
can
hot
sit and watch
popular, or
DSP
whatever
suck
he
at Elden
loves to
Ring.
say, that he couldn't find somebody that was willing to go through and moderate his comments.
So because of that, it got so bad with people trying to, they actually competed to try to say the most toxic things in my videos. You'd have people coming in saying racist stuff, sexist stuff, doxing me, doxing my family members, doxing viewers of the streams and moderators, basically doing everything you cannot have in any kind of an open discussion style area. And they actually competed to do the worst comments so that they could get highlighted in negative, toxic videos about me on the internet. People would actually just go through the video comments. Let's see what people have to say about this video. It's all the worst things you could possibly think, right?
And I really have no idea why he's constantly attributing all of the terrible things that people had to say in his comment section with being in a competition in order to get into these "this is how you don't" plays. Because I don't think that at any point you would ever be able to find a "this is how you don't" play that highlighted those comments that were actively doxing and calling for violence. That was never going to happen. And if you have proof of that, please let me know. But as far as I know and have seen, that's not the case and never has been. He just loves to attribute the worst possible things to all of the "this is how you don't" plays because that's the start of his downfall, or so he thinks.
So it got to the point that it was like either I was going to monstrously moderate every video, which was going to take insane amounts of time and effort, or I was just going to turn them off. And that's what people asked me to do. Actually, at one point, my longtime viewers said, Phil, I can't even watch your videos because if I just happen to glance down at the comments, literally 90% of the comments on your videos are these toxic competitions. Just turn them off. So I did. And there is a giant space there of my content from around probably, I want to say it started around 2016, 2017, all the way through like maybe 2 years ago when there were no comments on my videos at all. All right. That's a long time. It's like 5 years of content that I uploaded to YouTube that comments are off. So all you can do is watch. That's it.
And that's just so lame. Because one of the best parts about watching older videos, especially as these videos continue to get older and older, is looking at the comment section below and seeing how recently somebody commented, see if people are still watching this video in the present day, and then even looking at the old comments and seeing what people had to say back then about the topic. This might come off a little soft, but it's kind of like a time capsule in every video. You can't go back and change the things that you said, and the comments are already there. I highly doubt that these people are going to go back years in time in order to change what they said. But because some no-name superfan, at least according to DSP, asked him to turn the comments off, there's now multiple years of DSP videos that have never had a comment and probably never will. And it's only more suspicious to me that DSP tells this story the exact same way every time, never disclosing who this person was that was asking for this, and never putting together the fact that if this person didn't want to read these comments, then they just didn't have to scroll down. Like it was completely in their control, but they looked for DSP to solve the problem. And with that bass-ackwards logic, I can't help but think that the guy is the one that is solely responsible, and there was never a no-name super dent out there that was asking for this.
And so a lot of people just think that's the end of the story. Well, that's not the end of the story. I did turn on comments again on all of my videos. Are you aware of that? Probably not. What I did is I went back and I said, okay, what do we could do now? Now enough time has passed, and now YouTube has moderation options. Okay, so now when someone posts a comment on a video, YouTube auto filters. It searches for, awful terms, racist terminology, insults, things like that. It goes into a queue for me to review. So basically nothing just will auto post on a video. That way it can't have doxing and stuff like that. Okay.
But that right there is exactly the problem, DSP. Nothing gets auto-posted. And it's not simply because it's going through the YouTube filter and they're looking for swear words or addresses or anything. It's because you also are going through these comments. You are the one that's dictating every single comment that's allowed to be on your video. And I shouldn't have to tell you that that's not exactly an inviting environment at all. Nobody wants to leave a comment where you know that the content creator is going to be looking through every single one manually like that. Especially when you know that they come through with the worst intentions. streamers actively seeking out negative things that people are saying so that they can be blocked from the channel. You're better off just not saying anything, even if you are a legitimate DSP fan, and that goes for his live chat as well. All it takes is one misstep out of line and you're banned from the channel. Unless, of course, you're willing to grovel in his direct emails, in which case he can grant you his gaudy blessing and allow you back into the fold. But like I said, is that something that you really want to do? You're better off just not saying anything. And he has no one to thank for this situation but himself. He's created this community around himself. This is the way that he treats all of the people that watch him. I don't blame them for not leaving comments. I don't blame them for not liking. I don't blame them for not talking in the chat. The only thing I really can blame them for is liking and enjoying DSP's content unironically. That shit's just never made sense to me, boss.
So comments are open. And it's funny because I think just recently, maybe in the last week, there's a couple people who went back to watch older playthroughs of mine on DSP Gaming, and they realized, wait a minute, I can leave a comment? And in fact, someone just did this last night. I think it was an older Amnesia playthrough of mine. They left a comment. They said, I can't possibly be the first person to comment on this video. It's got like thousands of views. And I responded. I was like, yeah, it's because there were no comments for years. People didn't realize this. But those comments are key. Knowing what you liked, what you didn't like about a part of a game, suggestions for improvement, things, your own personal experiences with that game. That's part of the whole social experience of making content. And for many years, sadly, it was gone. All right. Now it's back on all of my videos on this channel. You can actually comment on any video you want. Even there's a whole 5-year gap where you can post comments on videos now that don't have any comments. All right.
Am I crazy, or is this him just blatantly begging people to go watch his older content because they could be the first person to ever comment on those videos? That's the only way that this comes across to me. There's genuinely no reason other than that he would bring this up. Why does it matter to you whether or not these old videos have comments, DSP? Is it really going to make any difference in the modern day whether or not you know that somebody enjoyed your Amnesia playthrough from 5 years ago? I couldn't possibly imagine that it would.
So, FYI, the reason I bring this up is because particularly overnight, there were 2 very nice, constructive comments on my gameplay videos. And I was rating them, and I'm like, wow, these are actually really good, right? Like, this is actually good stuff that I can use to improve, and I wish I had more of it. Particularly, where this rings true is over on the DSP Throwback channel. Because I would say I do get a good amount of comments on this channel. I get some comments, but not a lot on the DSP Reaction.
We all like Hershey. It's a shame that Gundam doesn't want to do streams anymore. Because that means no more Hershey collabs. Trust me, I've offered to run the streams, but, you know, can't really force anyone to do anything.
Do over there. But on the Throwback channel, I mean, I usually have 2 playthroughs alternating. Right now it's Fallout 3, which is about to finish, and LA Noire. And then we've got, you know, the weekly DSP Throwback streams of Retro React, where we watch an old playthrough together. And I get, like, no comments on any of these videos. And it's a shame.
Offered more than once.
With my classic content, I know the people that are watching it really like it, right? So, yeah, I'm excited.
Wiley, stop.
I want more of it.
I don't know how much I can say.
I hope you guys are enjoying these.
Basically,
the internet and, you know, putting them
falling out with
Pescator. And they look better and everything. But I get like no comments.
And I really think that that's the crux of this entire spiel. I think that we're legitimately having this conversation because he is trying to justify to himself that the Throwback Reacts
eventually
the React channel is a good idea and actually worth doing. I don't think that I have to tell you that I think neither are worth doing.
Shaky situation at the moment.
Waste of time. But DSP said it himself. He loves looking back at the past. He loves talking about the past. In fact, it's kind of his favorite thing to do, if you ask me. It's about all he does on the pre-stream every day. But he says that he knows that the people are enjoying it. The people that watch that content are loving it. I just don't know how he came to that conclusion without having these comments. Is that what the LARPers were telling you in chat, that they love the content? You can trust them people about as far as you can throw them. And with those noodle arms you got, I'm honestly surprised if you could pick them up to begin with.
On those videos for some reason. So that's something that I would definitely like to ask for. If you're someone who watches the DSP Throwback channel, there's not that many.
Oh, it's free to play, huh?
A few hundred people who enjoy the content on that channel, and that's fine. It was never meant to be some kind of a crazy large-scale channel to begin with, okay? But if you're enjoying the content on the Throwback channel, please leave comments. That stuff will help me to improve the channel. I want to know your feedback. What do you think about the playthrough? What do you think about the way that
I did make a costume from that.
Do you like the thumbnails? Is this one of your favorite playthroughs? Do you particularly not like this game for some reason? I want to hear all of that. You know what I'm saying?
No, you don't.
So please share. That feedback is key and very important to improvement, and I'm not getting it on that channel right now. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to film a special video.
Because you're an asshole.
Just like a minute explaining this and saying, hey, the comments are live. Please, you know, leave some comments if you're watching this stuff. You know, it helps a lot. But particularly on this channel,
I guess
comments have been very nice recently when it comes to suggestions for improvement. So what we'll do is right now, I'd like to run into a couple of those comments, review them with you guys. Suggestions for improvement, okay? So, for example, let me open this up because I took the screenshots here.
And since DSP wanted to take the time to fumble around on his phone,
started one,
I feel
though.
inclined to acknowledge that not only is it incredibly lazy and a bad look for him to be asking other people what sort of content he's
Hey,
putting
some-
on his own
there's
channel,
some sexiness in
I also find
Warframe,
it
too.
incredibly embarrassing. Because not only is he asking them to come up with his content for him, but he's basically asking them to glaze him in the comment section as well. Now, I might not have the best relationship when it comes to compliments either, and the fact that I can't accept them to save my life. But what I do know is that you don't go around asking people to compliment. You don't go around asking people to give you the glaze. But of course DSP doesn't understand that, or at least it seems that he doesn't, because he's completely unsocialized when it comes to interacting with other human beings. He has no idea how to do it.
Here we go. So in regards to Street Fighter 6, okay? Recently, people have seen that when I'm playing Street Fighter 6, particularly when I'm playing the ranked matches, which are, they're a grind. It's people trying to play their absolute best. And basically it's a lot of stress for me. My blood pressure goes up, my body's hot, I have to pump up my air conditioning in here. And if I start to lose a string of matches, I get really agitated and heated. And then it just it makes me run into more like bad gameplay. Like I'll play worse the more upset or heated or agitated I get, right? So people have had suggestions, take breaks and stuff like that. Back on Wednesday, my eyes started to burn uncontrollably, and then I couldn't even see.
I've got this
I couldn't
model
see the TV,
from the
and when I
game.
looked over here, the entire laptop was a blur. I couldn't even see the words on the screen. I'm like, oh my god! So people suggested, hey, go get eye drops. So I did. I have eye drops now that I can use.
I can make it into a
My eyes start to
costume.
burn like that, right?
I can understand the logic that is my eyes burn, I should get eye drops, but I'm not quite convinced that this is a normal thing that is supposed to
No,
be
I haven't
happening
yet.
when you play games, DSP, especially not the way that you play them. Here's what I mean by that. Despite being a full-time streamer, a full-time gamer even, he plays games for an amount of time that is smaller than the average streamer. Hell, probably
Yeah,
even
he only
smaller
plays
than the
for
average person.
like
And he's
a game
definitely
like
playing
3
in smaller
hours.
sessions than most
What kind of
people
session
are.
is that for
DSP
a
has claimed to be
quote-unquote
hot and
full-time
sweaty,
streamer?
His adrenaline
3
pumping and his
hours?
eyes burning
Really?
all within the first 2 hours of gameplay. I would imagine that if I asked all of you, the Atlas audience, how many of you have played video games for a longer stretch of time than 2 hours at a time without your eyes hurting, it would be just about every single one of you. Like I said, I understand how he came to the conclusion that eye drops when his eyes hurt was a good idea, but that's before addressing what he actually said, in that when he looked away from the screen and into the chat, he couldn't actually read it, which I think is far more concerning and definitely not something that's supposed to happen. It's not supposed to work like that. I think that whatever variation of the skin suit that DSP's alien that's living inside of him was given, whatever model this suit is faulty and starting to break down and definitely in need of some proper maintenance.
So someone left an interesting comment. I'd like to share it with you. And I think this might actually lead to a direct change to when I play Street Fighter that actually is going to be for the best, both for me and for the viewers. So this is what I mean about getting truly constructive feedback, is that it really can help and change things for the better. So here we go. Ready? Okay. So here's a comment left directly on last night's video of M. Bison gameplay as I continued to, grind. And then I did a daily wrap basically explaining that I was doing good, but, there's issues that arise when I'm playing, right? So here you go. He goes, you barely blink when you're doing matches back to back. You're fixating so hard on the action, and you've just basically learned this kind of a bad habit, and you are in a room with lots of tech equipment and air conditioning, and it's all going to dry out your eyes. Symptoms of dry eyes are sore, itchy, red eyes, and blurry vision. It's no more complex than your eyes are just dry because of how you're playing high-stress games and you barely blink. You guys would know that. I literally wouldn't, right? Like, I don't know if when I'm playing fighting games, if I'm blinking or not, because I'm focusing on the fighting game.
And this really is just more evidence that DSP is an alien living inside of a human-style skin suit. What the fuck do you mean you don't know whether or not you're blinking because you're playing a video game? Legitimately, what the fuck does that even mean? Are you actually that dented you don't know whether or not you are blinking currently while you're playing a video game? I've never ran into this. I've never thought that I would hear this sentence ever. I understand that when you're playing a competitive game, especially one that requires quick reactions, that maybe you're not blinking as often as you should be. And I think that that is totally normal. But to not know whether or not you're blinking is kind of a different thing entirely. How is that something that you're unaware of? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
You guys would know because you can see me as I play. And so this person is observing and saying, yeah, if you haven't noticed when you play fighting games, like you barely ever blink. So, okay. I mean, that's a valid observation, right? Thank you for that because I didn't even realize that. Okay. continuing on, you should take breaks every 2 matches or so and go into a practice room versus NPCs and practice moves for a few minutes and talk with viewers and ask for strats or info about moves or to calm down. The way that you spam matches back to back over and over for hours is kind of crazy. You need to break them up a little. You're always running at high revs and stressed out. Okay? I actually think this person, now putting this in perspective, is absolutely correct.
I'm actually really glad that you think that, because I think this person is entirely wrong and incredibly dented as well. Because I cannot imagine how unentertaining, how much content is going to exist if DSP is only doing 2 matches of Street Fighter and then taking a multi-minute break to talk to his chat. I guess this is really just another branch of DSP trying not to play video games at any cost and instead
Sounds
just
like a
wasting
troll
his audience time
trying to make his content worse.
Jesus Christ, anybody who enjoyed the Friday Night Fight Salt is going to be just SOL, I guess. Because they're only going to get like 5 matches throughout the entire play session. And I can find myself agreeing with this suggestion if DSP was playing for a multi-hour session. If he was playing for 5 to 6 hours, it would absolutely make sense that he take a break at some point. But he typically plays Street Fighter on a Friday night that's only a 2-hour session. How many breaks can you really get during a 2-hour session without it being nothing content? Like I said though, I'm glad that DSP thinks this is a great idea. He can continue to make his terrible content even worse in my eyes. It's not like I typically watch any of the gameplay anyway, so I'm not losing out on anything.
When I play Street Fighter online, particularly ranked, and I'm just jumping from match to match to match, right? I could go like for an hour just playing without a break, right? It's true. And then I'm not relaxing my eyes. I'm not even interacting with the chat in a lot of cases. I get so heated, I'm like, I just want to go on to the next match. I just want to go on to the next match, on to the next match. And what happens is those streams, as I've told you guys, end up being way less be. Like right now, as you know, we're going to be talking and we're going to be interacting and we're going to have a good time on this podcast. When I start playing Elden Ring, we're going to have those conversations. Tonight, are you kidding me? When we play
Sorry,
Stardew
was I
Valley,
muted?
that's like a feature, right? That we're going to hang out and we're going to have a conversation and we're going to have fun together. That's kind of the point. But in regards to Street Fighter 6, I basically kind of almost ignore you guys unless I'm taking that break in the middle of the stream, and then I talk with you for a little bit and I'll do shout outs and I'll update the leaderboard and stuff like that. So what this person is suggesting,
Yeah, it was for a second.
is to be a more loose atmosphere when I play Street Fighter. Maybe do 2 to 3 sets and then take a break for like 5 minutes. Hang out with the chat. What's going on? What is everyone talking about? Let's do shout outs. Let's update the leaderboard. Let's cool down. Even if I'm on a winning streak or a losing streak, to interrupt that streak, to take a breather, to blink like this, to be natural, to be human. Instead of being a robot.
I don't think you can be natural and human, Phil.
And that'll give me an opportunity. Hey, my eyes burn. Let's put some eye
I think
drops.
that ship
Hey,
has
let's
sailed.
hydrate, right? Let's get a drink here.
I really can't stand the fact that when he mentioned taking a drink, of course he had to actually take one despite it being in the middle of something that he was saying. Also, whatever that blinking thing was, I don't ever want to see that again. That was horrifying. Just another skin suit malfunction, obviously, but horrifying nonetheless. But isn't it telling just how mentally stunted that this guy is, that he actually has to take breaks from playing a video game because he's too emotionally inept to control his own emotions? Of course, everybody gets heated at video games, especially in a competitive setting. Again, I get this, I understand. But this guy specifically has to be told to take a break and chill out as if he's an actual child. Need I remind you that this is a grown man, 42 years old, and operates a household. He's very clearly a responsible adult, or at least he LARPs as one. Yet his emotional regulation skills are subpar at best.
Let's get the blood pressure down. Let's get the adrenaline down. Honestly, I think this person is onto something because here's
Again,
why.
no, I said this before, but notice he never talks about heart rate.
I start off.
He always talks
very
about
strong.
blood pressure and
My
adrenaline,
first
but
several
never his
matches, the
pulse
first
or heart
hour
rate.
goes well, right? And then all of a sudden, after about an hour of gameplay,
I don't think-
it starts to fall apart.
I don't think he gets an adrenaline rush playing a fighting game. I don't think anyone does. I don't think that's how adrenaline works. I think adrenaline rush is like when your human style child is like trapped under a car and you have to like get a burst of strength in order to try and lift the car. I think that's when adrenaline kicks in. I don't think adrenaline kicks in when you're just sitting down. Like, why the fuck would you need adrenaline for that? like what? So you can press the buttons harder? No, I don't think you get an adrenaline rush, Phil. I just think you just get heated and you just become more of a little whiny baby.
I start to play a little more sloppy, dropping execution, dropping combos, right? I start freaking out.
I don't know. Maybe you should wear a heart monitor so we can see what it
is. Oh my
is.
God, I couldn't do a simple move. I wanted scissors, and instead I got head stomp, right? That kept happening. Now, when that's happening,
I wear a smartwatch that tells me when my heart rate is going above 100 beats per minute, and it lets me know. It's just like, hey, calm down. And I'm like, okay.
Makes me want to keep going, right? And that's going to spell disaster.
You could do that.
And see, logically, I know this, but the problem is when you're in the heat of the moment, when the adrenaline is pumping, right? When you're
it's probably more effective than telling your chat to tell you to blink.
The logic betrays you, and you don't think logically. You just, I gotta go to the next one. I gotta get revenge. I gotta get things turned around again, right? So, I absolutely feel like this advice every 2-3 sets, not matches, but sets, because a set is when you're doing ranked, it's best of 3. So let's say I play 3 different people in a row, then take like a 5-minute break and relax, right? And then recuperate, blink, right?
Blink.
Hydrate in the eyes, hydrate in the mouth,
blink,
everything.
Hydrate in the mouth.
And then come back. You see what I'm saying?
So his solution is that actually every 15 minutes worth of gameplay, there's going to be a 5-minute break following. An absolute snail's pace for gameplay and entertainment, I'll tell you what. What I can also tell you is that I think it's a lack of maturity on DSP's end as to why when he's in a competitive setting of online matchmaking, that he can't think logically and understand that he's going to be playing worse the angrier that he is, and that it is actually a good idea to take a break. Of course, the actual solution to this issue is that DSP just follow his own advice and understand that there's no stakes in this ranked game mode, and that none of it actually matters, so there's actually no real reason to be upset about it at all. But of course, DSP's been doing this for 16 years. He's a veteran. He knows exactly what he's talking about. If he thinks that the best course of action is to bring the content, gameplay, and entertainment to a screeching halt every 15 minutes so that he can take a 5-minute break, then I guess that's the best course of action and exactly what's going to happen.
So I think that's what I should start doing. I think this is an exceptionally good suggestion. This is going to dramatically improve.
It's exceptional, that's for sure.
The first time I'd like to try this is Monday on my next Street Fighter stream. Okay, so for those who don't know, Monday, the daytime stream is Street Fighter 6, not the night stream. It's going to be M. Bison ranked gameplay. My goal is to take him to Master. I'm actually more than a third through 5-star Diamond rank. I'm getting there right now. So I feel if we do it like this, I play 2-3 matches, relax, let's hang out for a little bit. Then we go back. That will actually help me, in my opinion, to play better. And I think that that's what I need to start doing, so that way it's not, because here's the thing, the way I play now, I kid you not, I start playing and it's either I'm a string of good matches or bad matches, and then I just keep going, and next thing you know, the night's over. And I'm like, dude, it's like, this is what happened last night. It was past 10 p.m. Now I'm supposed to be out of here by like 9:30. It's past 10 p.m. And I'm like, dude, I feel like I want to keep playing. The adrenaline's still coursing.
Sorry, I was mocking DSP and this title play I'm editing.
Play more poorly.
Might as well do some editing in while I'm waiting.
Not necessarily, no. You don't just typically start playing worse because you've been playing for a while. That's not how these things work at all. But he makes it sound like a negative thing that he was staying late on the stream, that he was actually enjoying the gameplay for once, so much so that he decided to continue to stay late on his own volition. That actually sounds like quite a good thing to me. I think that you're supposed to be enjoying the video games when you play them on your stream for your audience. So the fact that you were willing to stay by yourself is actually kind of a good sign, and an amount of passion for gaming that DSP just typically doesn't exhibit. More often than not, the guy actually just looks bored out of his goddamn gourd when he's playing a video game. So this is kind of an improvement, or at least you would imagine.
I do need to start getting under more self-control. And I asked for this last night, and admittedly,
how about self-control your mobile game spending?
I need people to calm me down, and a few people did actually at one point, and we took the break, and the break worked well. So I need to do that. Like if I'm getting hot and pissed because of fucking a string of losses or whatever, I need to have that break. I need to have people step up and say, "Hey, break that right now. Let's
break right now, Phil.
Hang out and talk for a little
Stop
bit.
it.
So you can cool down. So when you go back in, you're more right. You're not just agitated.
Totally
right?
listens.
So let's start trying this on Monday.
So not only does he need to take these breaks to emotionally regulate, but he also needs to be told specifically by other people to take these breaks because he's incapable himself, I guess. If you ever needed proof that DSP is actually less able in the mind than a small child, it's right here. I'm just not sure whether or not to contribute this to a deficient style brain problem or due to the fact that DSP is, again, very clearly an alien in a human skin suit.
So thank you to this person. Amazingly good comment. And this is what I mean. This kind of feedback could really help me. Not only just, for my own personal health reasons, I'm getting older and I shouldn't have a high fucking blood pressure every time I play Street Fighter, but also for content creation in general. I think that the Street Fighter streams would be better if instead of me just go play, also press play, that we break it up and I talk with you guys and we hang out, right? We have those opportunities for chill time in between the serious matches.
But really, how much more chill time do you think that everybody needs? Isn't every other night stream already a chill style night stream? Is Friday night not the perfect time in order to not have a chill night stream and instead have a very exciting action-packed night stream? I have no idea why he insists that every chat member, everybody who's watching the content regardless of day or night stream are looking for a chill style interactive stream. Because that's not what most of his content used to be. In fact, it was a rarity that he had these chill night streams. That's why they were something different, but now it appears that he's doing them all of the time. I just can't wait until it's the chill night stream overload instead of RPG overload. That's the arc that I'm looking forward to. It really is just a matter of time.
In truth, I actually feel like a lot of people do this, and I'm just behind the curve, right? Because again, I'm of the mentality of the old days of Street Fighter. Keep in mind, I haven't played competitive Street Fighter in a very long time, where I used to just grind. I was offline, I wasn't streaming. So I would just do all these offline matches back to back to back to back and just keep going. And sometimes I'd have a string of losses. People would like that. They'd laugh at my losses because I would be all pissed and stuff. But today I'm actually trying to play well. This isn't just me pumping out videos for the sake of pumping out videos. I'm actually trying to get better at Street Fighter 6. I care now. Back in Street Fighter 4 days, I legit didn't. I didn't give a fuck if I won or lost as long as I was putting out an entertaining video. Now I actually care. I'm actually trying to get better at the game. So it makes
You
sense
should care
that I
about
should
being
actually
entertaining
breaks and focus
still,
and try to readjust
but
so that I'm not pissed off all the time, right?
it's not.
Is this just an acknowledgement that he no longer prioritizes being
Right?
entertaining over being good at the game? Because that's the way that that comes off to me. If back in the day he didn't care about being good and would just play nonstop back to back to back as long as he was being entertaining, and now he doesn't do that, it sounds like he's prioritizing his own gameplay and therefore his own ego above being entertaining for the stream. And that really does go right in line with the idea of playing video games for 15 minutes and then taking a 5-minute break. He really is willing to take all of the momentum out of the stream and the gameplay in order to just maybe play a little bit better. My first thought, however, is if you actually care about whether or not somebody is playing good, you really have no business in watching DSP, because he's objectively horrible at just about every game that he plays.
So this is great. Thank you so much. And anyone, this is the kind of suggestion I need for sure. 100%. This is super helpful. This is going to allow me to do better moving forward if I listen to this kind of advice. Okay. So thank you very much. And again, if anyone else has suggestions like this, please, by all means, leave these on my videos. I read them. I absolutely read these suggestions. I look at all the comments, I approve them, and I read them. So know that it's not being missed or anything like that. Absolutely, I see all of your comments and constructive suggestions like this. So thank you for that, okay? Particularly, again, on the Throwback channel. That's where I can use a lot. Oh, you know, what did you think about the playthroughs? What do you think about the quality?
I hope that nobody listens to this call of action from him. He doesn't deserve the engagement, he doesn't deserve the comments, and he most definitely does not deserve any sort of glazing that he would be receiving in said comments. And while that segment did go on for a little while longer, it devolved into him basically begging people to tell him what he should be throwing up on the DSP Throwback channel. But I didn't want to listen to that, and he was already talking about the comments, which got me thinking that we should take a look at some of the comments from the last video, so it's obviously big ups to the 60 Skulls. 713 says, I remember Phil talking about the FGC by saying, yeah, online I talked to people and acted like an asshole, but in person I was the nicest guy. Like that made it any better. Sir, that is cowardly behavior, lol. And that exact thing was confirmed by Justin Wong, so there's definitely no lying going on there for once. And I agree with you, that is absolutely cowardly behavior and probably one of the biggest contributing factors to why nobody in the scene actually liked him. One of the contributing factors being the key to that statement, obviously, because there were plenty of reasons why nobody liked the guy. Navi What says, who cares about the escort saga? It's in the past. And I really couldn't agree with you anymore. If that's the kind of flippant attitude that DSP is willing to take towards his lies in the past, then I guess all of the lies of the detractors, as few of them as there are also completely forgivable. Also, isn't it incredibly funny how whenever he's talking about all of these ops that have gone on throughout his history and all of the terrible things that the detractors have done to him, that he never fails to mention the escort saga? Incredibly coincidental that he never forgets, huh? And Harley Wood says, I am quite excited for the June doc, if only because I'm morbidly curious about how Phil will handle the whole thing. And
I can't wait for the watch party.
The entire thing with. Don't for a second think that June the King
Hopefully
is
we can
actually going to
organize
do the
something pretty
detractors
big.
any favor and completely out Phil as the scum
Just be
scammer
like one
that he
huge
is. You really
Discord
should
call.
approach it with that morbid curiosity, because like you said, it's really less about what's in the documentary and more about how DSP deals with it. How he tries to retcon all of the tales that were told in it. How he tries to completely change the narrative narrative surrounding him and the documentary to suit his own needs. And I think that's the real reason that anybody was looking forward to the Mike Klum documentary, aside from being able to look into the snort fort for once. I guess everybody's just lucky this time that June the King's already pretty much done with the thing and just has editing left to do. Speaking of editing to do, me as well. So I want to thank everybody for watching the video, especially if you made it this far. Hopefully I'll catch all of you guys in the next video, but until then, make sure that you check out other detractor content and dive deeper into that. Snortex.
Okay. It's getting a lot of members. Putting out good quality daily content. That's how you get big on YouTube. Maybe I should try that someday. Okay.
I don't know if I like that, though. That doesn't even make sense. They should do more damage the further you are, because that's more momentum. So I could drop down here. You know what? Let's
Yeah,
do
I guess we can
lenses.
rewind a little bit.
Yeah, you could see it from over here, but you couldn't get to it. Now we got to it. So what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna take this on. It looks like it's an optional boss fight.
At $14.
Do this first, and then we can explore. We can actually like fully explore this whole region up here, of which there's probably multiple levels,
Can
dungeons,
speed this up a
all
little bit, I
kinds of
guess.
stuff.
1.5.
If I remember correctly, weren't we already at one of these? Remember we teleported to one of these? Yeah, remember? I can't remember which one it was, but we fought that optional dude up there, and we got that item. We had teleported there. We'd already been up here at some point, but I think we're going to be doing all the other stuff now. I can definitely see that there's a giant top floor you can see, but then there's a whole, like ground level as well, so there's probably a lot going on here, much like the other parts of the map. Now, the one thing we haven't done yet, we haven't actually found a way to get down to this area yet, so I'm wondering how we do that. We didn't really find a way to descend down there as of yet, I don't think. Also, I didn't check out this lake yet. We didn't even check this out yet, this area.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna skip ahead of the map section. So much mapping.
Ahead, but tarnished. Message but wrath.
Boss? Okay, cool.
The Red Bear.
Against Red Bear. Mr. Red Bear. Get
wow,
fucked.
He tanked. He totally ignored my hits and just tanked it out and killed me.
Good job, Red Bear.
I couldn't interrupt it. Whatever that attack rush was that he did, completely interrupted me. Yeah. Wow. I guess we're gonna have to figure this out. If he has a tanking pattern, I might just have to block the whole combo before I counterattack. Wow. Yeah, he interrupts it. I can't counterattack.
Nice.
I have to learn the attack pattern and only counterattack on the last one of the string. Because otherwise, he attacks like 8-10 times in a row.
I guess he's too slow to fight this guy.
Okay. So I wonder if, like if you get this armor set from him, or this weapon set, Bear Claws it looks like, I wonder if you get the same exact moveset. By the way, what is this that I have? What the fuck is this? Oh. I want to become an ancient dragon. That was like a stream or two ago. A couple streams ago. Yeah. I'm gay.
Man, it's like pouncing attacks.
Interrupted. Wow, he triple attacked. He interrupted me.
Jeez. What a boring playstyle. Like, Phil, you understand, like, anyone can do this, right? Anyone can equip a shield and just guard counter everyone.
Look at this.
Nice. Like, I did this
What's he
too.
doing? Is he glitched?
But I thought it was too boring. And I thought parrying would be a lot more fun. But I guess we don't do that here.
think he was glitched for a second.
Got him. Only skill.
So you get the whole set. Red Bear Claw, Fang Helm, Iron Rivet Armor, Iron Rivet Gauntlets, and the Iron Rivet Greaves.
Cool.
So you can become
Good for you. Congratulations. And we're just going to sit in menus and maps because we beat a boss. And that's what we do when we beat a boss. We just sit in menus and maps. Apparently. Holy shit, dude.
Catacomb.
Do something.
As I was riding through willy-nilly, trying to find the map.
Every time he does this, he beats the boss and he's like, all right, time for 15 minutes of menuing.
And I actually said to my audience this morning, I said, if you can believe it, I'm looking forward to Elden Ring because it's going to be less stressful.
Yeah,
Well,
we
really,
remember.
It's less stressful to me than the Street Fighter I've been doing recently.
Yeah, because you're not even trying anymore. You're over leveled, you got a broken build, and you're just like, I just want to fuck around, fucking lazy way my way through this entire game.
You missed, stupid. Come over here. Try to drop kick. Obviously, I don't know what that is, but I don't think I can reach it. I don't have any ranged attacks at all. So I actually can't reach this damn thing. Maybe
Equip a bow.
I did miss a mausoleum in the Cerulean Coast. I did.
Oh my god. No more maps, no more menus. Skipping ahead of it all.
Ash of War, Scatter Shot Throw.
You think Phil will try to flag detractor
Is there a
content
visual
as
effect
AI
for dark
now?
timing? I don't know, but it makes a sound. It does make this like ding sound if you get it.
YouTube is allowing users to request removal of AI content resembling them and their voice. If someone has used AI to alter or create synthetic content that looks or sounds like you, you can ask for it to be removed. I don't know. Hopefully a human will take a look at it and realize it's obvious parody.
Well, guess what?
A
Found an optional
dungeon.
dungeon, so we should do it. Right away, this would have been one that we missed. That's cool. Kalu's Ruined Forge. Another forge? We found some pretty good items in these forges so far. I see no reason to not do another forge.
Extremely
$1 tip.
overpowered Elden cheese is more chill and less stressful.
What would you do then? Nothing. He chose to become the bear and fight me, so that's his problem.
Of course.
Okay.
Some idiot has OCD and needs to get him to a round number.
let's
I needed to get you to
You know
$15.
what I mean? Like, we missed a lot. We skipped a ton.
14 activated my OCD. I wouldn't allow it. Had to get it up to 15. It's a more round number.
Will we have the blacksmith guys again in this one? Or will it be the beastmen? Or will it be a combination? Will we have the slime things? Here again. Hit them when they're weak. Yeah, it's gonna be the blacksmith guys again. Skadu Altis. Why didn't it say Skadu Altis in the middle of a dungeon? That's actually pretty weird that it said that in the middle of the dungeon like that. How do you backstab a slime? Did I find the Starfall Forge? Yes, we found it. That's how I got that, the crazy big greatsword. Down here somewhere.
Ah! No more menus. Menus are banned.
So we go down, we're gonna have to mess up with all these walls and shit, I bet. Could drop down, but I don't think there's anything down there. It doesn't look like there is.
Menus get an automatic skip.
Yeah, don't jump, you're too high up. Won't reach it. They're praise the bullshit. Give me free healing. Yeah, it is too far out. You'll never reach it. From here anyway. Try left, then try down. There's left. And then try down. Well, let's try left first. Dr. Oink says, this makes me want to get the DLC, but it is kind of steep pricing, $40. Yeah, you're right. What the hell? Oh, you missed completely. Oh, I couldn't block that. I tried. Are you unblockable? Missed. Right in the butt cheeks.
Of course.
Strike him in the butt cheeks.
Gotta be gross. Gotta talk about things going in and out of butts. Because DSP is a scat fetishist.
Grip axe. It is a strength, dex, int, and faith build weapon.
I'm sure Cat really enjoys that.
Smaller axe, 5-pounder. Axe engraved with a smith's grip.
She did him a favor and made her ass gigantic just to please him.
Alright, and wild strike skill, swing armament with wild abandon. Hold to continue swinging. It can be followed with a normal or strong attack. Okay. What the hell is this? When he died, he dropped an item there. Somber Smithing Stone 6. Then you got this. That's your standard combo. Then you got throw the fucker, and it comes back to your hand. Charge throw. Okay. Even aerial throw, which is kind of neat. Did you see it? It's like smeltering when you do that. That's kind of cool. If I two-hand it. Pretty basic combo. How's the heavy? You throw it. It goes. Oh, it's like a more direct toss when you two-hand it. And then what about the weapon arm? Where's he hack away? If you hold it's a hacking move, see? Huh. What's neat is that it doesn't really use much FP, but I wonder how effective it is. Is it like a stagger? Full DLC has a valid bear.
Menus! What are you doing?
You jump across. When down appears to do nothing. There's nothing down here, right? Very bright. Oh god. Really bright. I don't see anything down there. Okay. So we can either go across, or we can go all the way up and see what's all the way up. There's a ledge up there. See what this says. Armament ahead. Item ahead. Okay, cool. Smith Script Great Hammer. Another hammer for this DLC. Let's see what this one is. Strength, Dex, Int, Faith Build again. Another. This is what, the third Great Hammer of the DLC so far? So let's take a look at it. Great Hammer engraved with a Smith Script. A throwing weapon created. It's a throwing weapon? It's a giant throwing hammer? A throwing weapon created through the smithing arts. Execute a strong attack or dashing strong attack to spin and fling the hammer. Skill Endure. Assume an anchored stance to brace for incoming attacks. Oh boy. We gotta try this, obviously. So it's just a regular hammer. Then you swing. But then, get this. Oh, yeah. Toss it. Holy shit. You lock on, you just toss fucking hammers.
Bro, play the game. Quit fucking around.
Anchored created the great hammer.
God, can't believe he does just so much just fucking fiddling.
Smith Script Great Hammer. Another hammer for this DLC. Let's see what this one is.
No, let's not.
DLC into over. Oh, holy awesome. You stack.
Let's fucking not. Let's just make progress.
Two ways to go. If I go there, am I stuck? Yeah, how would I get back on this if I go there? Oh, but there's a good item right there. This I can get back. See? I can jump back from here. I don't think I can jump back from over here. Well, I guess we'll see what we got.
Why am I so retarded?
A slime in front of a big boy. If he just comes over here, I'll solo. I'll 1v1, but... Oh, shit, there's a lot of enemies in this room. You think this guy's gonna come? Uh-oh. Oh, that's not cool. Wait, that becomes an enemy? What? He can infinitely spawn lava slimes? I don't know how I feel about this.
I think you don't like it?
Fucking shit. Alright, let's pull this guy back. This guy's gonna spawn infinite lava slime. Ow! Keep coming. How did he hit me? I swear I was blocking. Alright, let's fight him here. Come over here. Come over here. Pretty funny. Oh, he died. Okay. What a mess.
This is funny somehow.
Really? The throwing weapon? If the weapon comes with a unique Ash of War, it's a somber. If it has a generic Ash of War, it's normal. Thank you, Wartarian B. That makes sense. So the throwing hammer has the generic, so it's a regular. Okay. Now how do I get up here and fight this fucker? Fuck off. Looks like I could jump down there. What did I get? Village corpse. What happened? Oh, it moved. It moved. Weird. A lot of smoothing stones. I can jump down here. Yeah, and there's stuff down there. Smith Grip Shield.
Trying to be funny.
Smith Script Shield, another 4-stat weapon. It's like a Smith Script set. Round shield engraved with a Smith Script, a throwing weapon created through the smithing. This is a throwing
There's so many menuing. God, I've never seen anyone menu like this.
Hold it all.
A menu like it's fucking dead air, and I want to get out of the menu as soon as possible.
Over here. Now how do we get over there? Shit.
He doesn't give a
can't reach
fuck.
the jump. No way. How do we get to that side then? I genuinely don't know. Oh, my ass! He put a spear in my ass.
Gross.
Oh, look.
Why must you do this? Things going inside and outside of butts. All day, every day. It's not funny. It's just shameful and embarrassing.
That does something down at the bottom now.
You like how he turns his head as if he's actually looking around a solid object instead of looking at a flat screen? This is how dumb this dude is.
Oh, look what happened.
Oh, I guess if I turn my head, I can actually see around it. No, nope, it's still a 2D plane.
Why do I feel like...
Like it's a fucking window into the outside world, bro.
Right, and then write it to the bottom. I think that's what you do.
You're mental.
So I think I did this wrong. Oh, this is how you get to the other side. Look, if you write it, you can get to that other side and the other item. See that? That's how you do it. That's how you get to that other side, not getting there and getting
Yes, we must say everything twice.
So I should go back first and explore everything else first before I do this jump.
Oh, cool. You died? Where did he die from? Ah, sweet. Wanna say something?
No, there's something else there. It was a somber smithing stone. I wasted all my time doing that. It was an incredibly stupid somber smithing stone. By the way, frame rate just tanked. Now it's coming back. Oh, wait. Now this is... Oh, no. Now this is moved. Oh, I might be fucked. I might be fucked because this is now going the other direction. Is it not? They didn't reset its position, did they? If they didn't, the dungeon, I might not be able to do it. Or did it reset? No, I guess it did reset. Yeah, it reset.
Okay. Can we just try...
Oh, shit.
Oh, nice.
Oh!
What a doofus. Play the game, dimwit. I already got you at 1.5 speed and you're still annoying somehow.
It's a humongous deal. It's not, like... Farting to die like that. Right, because if I jump here, I get stuck. There is a ladder, though. Wait, there's a furnace and a furnace here.
A furnace and a furnace.
No, it did move. It is still moved. Because now I can jump here and get this from the furnace. But I don't think we're done because there's another area I didn't check out.
Doing a bit of editing in the background now.
Halu the Golem Smith and Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone. Why do I feel like that's not it? Like there's more? Because I remember I'm pretty sure there's more to get. Oh, this is the entrance? Shit. Is that really it? I got everything now? There's nothing else in the dungeon to get? No secrets? I got the throwing weapons and that? That's it? If that's the case, I'll leave then. No, there's no point in upgrading the hammer because I don't have any spoons. There's still another area that I didn't do. Oh shit. Can I even get to it now that now that this was moved? I don't know if I can get up to that area again. Because it's going a different direction now, so I actually don't know if I have access to it anymore. Remember, it was going up this way? I can't go up there anymore. Yeah, I don't think I can actually make it up there. I did this already. Yep, we already cleared this area. But I think I'm screwed because this goes up the other direction now. Maybe if I jump there? No, that's the entrance. Yeah, see, I'm done. I actually can't go any further. I can't, all the stuff I missed was up there, and there's no way to get back up there. Yeah, there's no way to flip the switch and have this go back. I'm screwed. Unless there is a reverse lever somewhere to make this go back, I don't think I can do it. You can't pull the lever again. The lever's up there, where I can't reach because this moved. So I don't have access to flip the lever. Yeah, I think I'm boned. There's another lever at the forge.
Even at 1.5 speed is boring as dirt,
Oh,
man.
I didn't see it. It's too dark. Couldn't
It's
see
a
it.
challenge to edit this down into making this shit watchable. Just have to cut out all the dead air. Just leaving nothing but the salt and complaining. Otherwise, there's just nothing here. Jesus, bro. Being gross.
There was one direction I didn't go. I don't know if there's anything over there, though. There might be nothing. Oh. I know they were going to teleport me to the exit. Alright, forget it. If there really is anything too special, I don't want to go back in there. Let's continue to explore. But once I get some runes, I might try the throwing hammer. The throwing hammer intrigues me. But I have 0 runes right now. So I wouldn't be able to do anything else anyway. Supposed to be like a lake coming up this direction. Sunflowers. It's just a bunch of these fucking blood idiots. Anything else down there? There's item, but who knows? Probably nothing good. Is that a dog? Oh, fucking annoying dogs with these blood guys. Is it seriously just a fucking flower? I came here to kill all those guys for a flower. Oh, I got his spear. Blood Fiend Sacred Spear. We already have a variation of this, but I guess this one is arcane. This is probably... Nothing too
See
special.
menu.
Weapon, I guess. Anything over here?
Eyes turn red.
End of the map. We'll hug the wall until it goes further out here. No, I do not buy physical games. I do everything digital. Like a lot of people. Oh, shit. We've got a cave that they're kind of blocking. So I kind of want to see what's in this cave, but I don't want to bother fighting all of them. That's it? Bloody flesh? Well, I can't see. Now that's not fair. I can't see anything.
And equip a lantern.
I can't do any of this. Dumb.
This is dumb.
I'm blocking. It won't block.
I'm blacking. Huh, that was like Moog's move.
This was a mini boss. That was a mini boss version. It wasn't a regular one. These are the regular ones. I got a Mesmer Soldier's Helm. So that was the mini-boss version of these blood people. I already fought one of them in a cave as a mini-boss, but he was just a regular enemy here. That's it. There's like nothing else here. It's just the darkest fuck cave with nothing in it but the mini-boss and no reason to be in here. Delightful. I'm so glad I came in here. Darziak said there was one more weapon left in the forge called a
Thanks,
Golden Fist.
Darziak. Go fuck yourself.
Anything you think I would have used? Probably not. The throwing
He's
hammer sounds like a cool
literally,
weapon I
dude,
would try.
had to check. The only weapon left, like, this guy's literally got a guide open. This fucking loser. This no-life nerd. Well, he's not a nerd. He's a fucking dork.
Godoo tree fragments?
This no-life
Anything.
doofus.
I'm not gonna lie,
Can't do
fucking
fucking
Ghost Race
shit in
don't
his
stop.
entire life.
Too many
Sitting there with a
bullshit.
guide
Building here,
open.
Ghost Race
Literally
now.
sitting there. Okay, now where is he? Okay. Okay, I gotta see where he is. I gotta check map. Okay, is there any items around him? Hey Phil, there's an item right next to you.
Make you think there's content when there's no
Like
fucking
you're
content.
this
Pisses me
fucking
off.
dude at the computer. Like he's an agent out in the field and you're like the fucking
Generic
go-between between the fucking government information network and this guy.
Here, right? Now people have a bunch of messages, but there's nothing there.
Get a life, you
I
fucking
don't really see anything in
twat.
this area. It's pretty empty, so I guess I just keep going.
Stupid ass loser. His entire job here is just to ruin any sort of enjoyment that anyone can possibly have with
toss the
this.
folders.
Skip! Swear to God. Never see fucking this
Shield
Darziak guy.
Purities.
Menus!
Going
The
the wrong
chest was at the little campsite. Boost all non-physical damage. Look at him just spamming chat. It's like 90% of the fucking chat is this idiot. The one you were using was Dragon Crest Shield Talisman that reduces physical damage taken by 17%. Thanks, Darziak. Drink chemicals.
Great items.
Ah. So obnoxious.
I want the item. Going free.
I want the
There's gotta be a way to
item.
climb up here. Right here. Yes, but hey, there's gotta be a way to get into this building.
What are you doing?
I'll be damned if there isn't a way past the wall, and that's what they wrote that message. You fucking asshole. No, oh, what did they? I love wasting flasks on the most insignificant generic enemies. Where the fuck does that even come from? Did you even see that guy? I didn't even see him on the screen. Oh my god. They're coming out of the ground or something. They're infinitely spawning. Gotta be a way in that I'm not seeing. Ah!
Of course, people had to tell him where there's a hole in the wall. Chat plays Elden Ring. And we're live. No more speed. We get as slow as it is, and he's still at $15 since we tuned in. No super chats, no members, no tips. We are definitely gonna start hating Elden Ring here pretty soon. DSP, you know your horse can double jump, right? There we go.
Ah!
Yeah, it could be more overpowered. Yes, finally. The only item in the entire game that I want. Everything else is bullshit and is useless because I don't do anything other than get overpowered.
So. I didn't miss anything else, right? I didn't see anything else in that area. I guess we're going up here. Maybe this takes us to a dungeon. Or a good item or a good find or something.
You only want one item, Phil.
Look up there.
Just say it. Just
Straight ahead
admit
from
it.
where we are. Like a building, a mausoleum or something there. Wall. Or how you access that. Arrows. Why? Hello. Remember when those guys were tough? Much for his ass.
It's not like you got better at the game. You just
Something ahead, try jumping
got a broken build and got overpowered.
Sort.
It's not that they're no longer tough because you learned how to fight them.
Well, there's a chest.
Like the game intended. Instead you just cheesed your way through it. Basically gave up.
Two-handed sword talisman. Enhances attacks with two-handed weapons. Talisman depicting a warrior two-handing a sword. Enhances attacks with two-handed weapons. The Horn Warriors were fitting figureheads for the military might of the tower they kept watch over. Their
Oh,
deft attacks
you're using a
slash
shield,
any
so
and all
you're
foe.
not using two hands. We can move on, but oh god, you can't move on. No!
Two-handed it. This would be great. I was two-handing that anvil hammer earlier, right? So that would be good for that, but I am enjoying the shield build to counterattacks a little more because it's more unique to me. So for now, I'm not going to bother with that, but maybe I'll look into it later. Anything else, or is that actually it? That's actually it. It seems like that it all just went up and led to there, and that's it. That's the Templetown ruins. The Scotto Tree fragment and that amulet. Now, you've got to wonder what that is up there. That church. See it? Or building. I wonder what the hell that is. And how would you access that? I don't see any jump things. It looks like a mausoleum. But I have no clue how to get up there.
5 more minutes.
I'm gonna go up there, but
5 more minutes.
Maybe you don't do it from here. Maybe you got to do it from this other.
Go raid Tevin. He's probably already
here.
still
Once
watching
you get
it.
higher up, you know, from another direction, perhaps. You get higher up and you can do that. I don't know. There's this giant high up area, all these giant high up areas, this giant high up area. There's so many giant high up areas that I don't know how to access right now. It sucks. I like that, but I want to do it, but I don't know how to do it right now. I don't see a way to do it from where I am.
Yes, you've already said that.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. These ruins are a little underwhelming. They certainly built it up and made it look like it was gonna be like a dungeon or something.
You got a Scotto Tree fragment. I mean, Shadow Tree fragment.
But I do just wish that
Dipshit, quit crying.
Alright, so now we're gonna go up the river.
Oh, so underwhelming. I got the one item that I'm looking for.
I didn't see a jump
God.
around here. We're literally directly under it right now. It's right here. Yeah, I guess not. I guess you can't do it from here. We did get one of the other ashes, too. So we got one each of the upgrade items plus the amulet, so. Okay. Temper your expectations. Ruins are like that even in the base game. How dare you expect something interesting? Temper those expectations. Gee, thanks.
He got it. Okay.
Alright, let's rest up.
He got exactly what he's looking for, but sure.
No level, yeah, I think I need 3, right?
Never missing an opportunity to hate the game. It's really remarkable how having low tips
This is a
completely
good place to
changes
start.
his
I just thought we were
opinion
head up the river. We've
on the
already been
game.
up here, but we rode through it at maximum
If he's
speed.
got-
We didn't really investigate.
If he's got his
We'll be
stupid
more
knit
careful
hat
next time.
on,
Gotta remember there's those
game's
little
fine, game's
bones
fine.
coming up that really kick your ass, so I gotta be
Low
careful with
tips,
that.
game sucks,
And,
game's boring.
Investigate this area.
It's really all it depends
I am
on.
being asked if I will upgrade the hammer. Maybe I should do that now before I lose runes. Let's go upgrade it. I don't know if I'm going to use it yet, but let's go upgrade that hammer. Oh, I also never checked to see what we get. The remembrance of that boss. We should go check that out, too. What we get for it. The hammer's right next to mine. How the fuck did I pass it? Where are the hammers? Here it is. Oh, shit. Oh, it's now gonna become tedious because I'm gonna have to keep buying fucking stupid shards. These are gonna stink.
Oh no, I gotta run to the other side of the same room that I'm in. No! I want on this menu. God damn it.
I can't.
Just
I never
give me
found
everything.
any of the low-end smithing stone bells, so I can't even upgrade anymore. Yeah.
Good job, dimwit.
I'm bone. I can't upgrade any I could do somber. I can buy somber starting at level 3 all the way up to 9. But I cannot buy regular, so I can't do this.
Wow, his chat is super dead.
I wanted to upgrade the hammer. I can't. I don't have the bell bearings, and I'm certainly not going to go back to the base fucking game to do those bell bearing dungeons now. Like, that's incredibly stupid. Wow.
Wow.
Oh. Well, it is what it is, guys. I tried. I was going to try to use the throwing hammer, but the game requires too many crafting items, and I never got the bell bearings in my second run to buy them.
Yeah, it would take him like 10 minutes.
What we're going to do is split the part, and we're just going to continue to explore the river. I'm sorry. I actually wanted to get the throwing hammer. I thought it was a good idea, but I'm locked out of doing it without grinding, and I'm not grinding. So
grinding? Just go get the fucking bell bearing. You'll blow past it.
Rolana's dual greatswords. I want to use them eventually. For now, I'm going to stick with this build.
Kevin's BRB.
Only because I think this is going to be sleeping too. But I might eventually need to go to those.
How about marked one?
Right.
He's watching.
All right, I'm just going to stand up and stretch, guys. We have 2 hours left on the stream. I hope that you all are enjoying. If you are, please support.
Not really.
There has been literally 0 support since I started playing the game. I'm starting to find this to be a pattern where
your gameplay sucks and no one likes it?
Have a fun podcast, I get support, and then I start playing a game and there's no support.
A fun podcast. Yeah, sure, whatever you say, man.
I'm playing it as the mainstream because you guys wanted it all year. I'm only looking
Come
at
on,
the
man.
Skull. That's what I
you guys wanted this.
All right, I didn't hit it with
Where's
Street
the
Fighter
money?
yesterday. It would be great if we could hit it today. If you like Elden Ring, you like my. I'm taking my time. It would be great if we could hit it today. If you like Elden Ring, you like my. I'm taking my time to explore and everything. Please support.
Okay, marked one streaming.
I'm taking my time to explore. Give me money. Beg, beg, beg. Get up, make weird noise.
Thanks, everyone. Tomorrow's going to be gaming, and I'm going to be on. That being said, and I'll see if I can restream it over on Twitch. So we can get a dual stream going. Thank you, everybody who stopped by and hung out. Thank you for all the resubs. Thank you.
Gameplay, because it seems like when I'm playing these games, honestly,
thank you.
Chill streams are getting way more.
Seeing me add the new burger ready. Oh, whoops! That's a costume change. I meant to get burgers. I hope you like the new soundboard added edition.
Okay.
And got
Events that are money whores are punishing him.
The automatic vest add-on for 100 bits.
This river.
They're punishing him for his tank build.
But we didn't really take our time.
Marked underscore underscore
that's
one.
what we're gonna do now.
Thank you, Chris Farrakhan, Lonely Soli, Arcadius,
Last time around,
Kylo Jericho.
There were the bug people.
D-Site.
Oh my god!
Friendly.
Yeah. Love our auditions. See you tomorrow. With a good
Oh
look
my
at
god! Get knocked off the horse if he ain't careful. I wouldn't fuck with those things when they got pest threads. Bro, 3 of them in that tight spot. I would not fuck with them. He's just about. Bro. Someone's going to catch it, bro. He's lucky.
I love streaming.
LWO, by the way, thank you for the raid.
So many amazing people like yourself.
Bye-bye.